Hey now! Hey now! Hey now! Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite counter of chosen people, Adam Frenton.
Don't lump me in with that a-hole. What's up with that? That's weird.
Adam sent me this video. Adam sent me this video today. I'm like, what is this? And it's just like this guy who apparently a lot of his YouTube content is he just watches like Tim Pool or Joe Rogan or like a bunch of other, big streamers, and he just counts the number of Jews that appear on their show, and he complains about how it's disproportional to the Jewish population. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? How did you even find this?
Yeah, he's keeping a spreadsheet. You can email him if there's any incorrect information in the spreadsheet. and
How did you even find that video? Did someone send it to you?
I'm waiting for him to do our show. Don't we have a perfect record? 100%.
That's true. That's true.
Jewish people on every single show.
That's true.
What is this? It's mind-boggling to me because I mean, it's the same kind of thing Ibram X. Kendi does, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's like, look, disproportionate to the population of blacks. We need to have black people in more of these positions so it can mirror the population.
Right.
Well, I don't know. Maybe people should be allowed to do what they want to do.
Okay. Look, Zoro. Okay. You can say that the guy is not incorrect in terms of like whatever math he's doing. Okay, but what is the point of doing it? What is the purpose of doing it?
The purpose of doing it? Well, first of all, I don't know that that's all of his content. He seems to have a series.
No, he has other content, but he has a bunch. That's like a lot of his content.
Well, he has a series of videos that he does where I watched one, he did Jordan Peterson. Mm-hmm. And the videos are not like it's not in the title. Number of Jewish people on Jordan Peterson's podcast.
Right.
It's basically, he's like looking at the demographics of Jordan Peterson's podcast or looking at the something. What is the one video that I sent you called? It's got like an innocuous name. Like you'd never see the name.
Right. Yeah.
And go, oh my God, what is this thing? Until you're halfway through the video. Then you're like, wow, this guy really hates Jewish people.
Well, it's funny for some people, like the Jew haters on the right, usually that do this, because there's like this issue where, a lot of people on the right will criticize the woke left, who will constantly be like, look, there is not a proportional number of black people in positions of power, and therefore that is evidence that there is a conspiracy to keep black people out of positions of power and, good jobs and things of that nature. Right. And then everyone on the right goes, oh, that's ridiculous. And they'll present a million reasons for why it's not some racist conspiracy.
Right. But
then some smaller subset of the right generally, because it's a small subset of sort of like the Groyper, anti-Jewish right. Then suddenly that all goes out the window when you say, well, but wait a minute, there's a disproportionate number of Jews in like high-ranking jobs or positions of power. And suddenly they just forget everything they said to fight back against, the conspiracy against black people. And suddenly there is a conspiracy, and it's a conspiracy against the non-Jews. It's so hilarious to me how obviously hypocritical and stupid it is. And just people don't even acknowledge this or just ignore it completely.
So the video is called Let's Talk About Tim Pool's Guests, Media Representation Week, Part 4. So, I mean, you're looking at that. You're not thinking, oh, this video counts Jewish people in the media, right?
Right.
Media Representation Week. You're thinking, oh, they're talking about women in media.
Well, it's funny because you sent it, because before you sent it to me, I saw that there's this video that Tim put out recently he was talking about how, some people in his audience were mad over the Israel-Palestine thing, because I haven't really been watching Tim's coverage of it at all, so I didn't even know what his position was at all. I had zero clue what his position was. I hadn't seen a single video of him covering the situation. And in the video, he talks about how he has his booker seemed to be kind of like simping for Hamas a little bit on Twitter. And people,
what Booker? What's her name? Is it the girl?
this is a woman, yeah.
Okay.
She had a tweet that was something like, "Oh, this is pretty cool," and it was in reference to some of the Hamas people, using the gliders or that I don't know what it's called, the thing with the big fan to like
Right.
go over the border. Or
Right.
she said like this is she said to be honest, this is impressive or something of that nature. So a lot of people got very upset.
Yeah,
With that,
murdering and raping people is always
right,
impressive, is
impressive.
what comes to mind.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
I
And
mean, if it's
apparent,
in a video game, sure, but like these
sure,
are real
sure.
people with lives, and
Yeah. So not a great tweet, obviously. Supposedly she's very anti-Israel, according to Tim. So Tim was talking about that, but he was talking about how he has been very pro-Israel, according to him. And so so it seemed like a lot of his audience was kind of split on kind of, some people were mad at him for being pro-Israel, some people were mad at him for not firing this woman for seeming to be pro-Hamas, et cetera, et cetera. So when you sent me that video, I thought it was going to have something to do with that. I was like, oh, okay. This is so when he starts talking about like Jews on Tim,
surprise! I
right?
rickrolled you.
Yeah, you did. Because when he starts talking about Jews on Tim Pool, I thought like, because I didn't know anything about this guy's content, I thought it was gonna be like, oh, this guy's like defending Tim Pool like against the accusations that he's anti-Semitic or something, right? Like that's what I thought this video. That's what I thought the direction this video was going. And I'm watching it. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? like wait. I kept waiting for like the bass to drop and for like to be like, and that's why Tim Pool, is not anti-Semitic. And I'm like, wait,
No.
what? Because it's kind of like at first he's like, oh, I don't think Tim Pool cares about race. And I'm like, oh, that's a good thing, right? Wait, that's a good thing, right? Wait, that's
Yeah,
a good thing that you're saying Tim Pool doesn't
Actually.
care about race. Like that's a good thing, right?
No, that's not what he means. That's not what he
like,
means.
oh, okay.
He even
Okay.
accuses Tim of seeking out the Jewish people in the
Right.
in the video.
Yeah.
Like he's obsessed with Jewish people.
It's like it's like one step away from that conversation JF had with Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, where he's like, and Nick, you seem to be very aware of the racial element question. Like, okay.
Oh man.
Why don't you like to call yourself a white nationalist, Nick? It's a bad, that term has such baggage attached to it,
This video
God.
has like, I think 45,000 views.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a decent chunk of views, so.
Ugh, scary.
Anyways, so a little bit later, we're going to be talking to some people.
Yes.
Who are you going to be
Rudyard, WhatifAltHist,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got a friend, Deep Red Dan, who is a body language expert.
Ooh,
who I think is
okay.
doing some work with AI or something like that, but
Mhm.
sounded interesting. So I said, hey, invite him on. Let's talk.
Are they going to like train the AI to be able to read people's body
I think
language?
so, yeah. Going to be able to tell just from 5 seconds of video, they're going to be able to tell if you're cheating on your spouse.
I don't know. I'm kind of suspect of all the body language stuff. Because
good. Ask him.
I think some of it's true, but some of it I just maybe the person's just like awkward. Like maybe the person's just autistic. Like, can you really derive all this information from the body language stuff?
Look, that's your job on the show, is to be skeptical of everything.
Mm-hmm.
My job is to have fun.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's pretty funny because you can tell. Like I'll talk people up about anything, and you can tell when Sitch is like, I don't believe any of this.
Oh wait, whoa! I mean, listen, I'll talk. Wait a minute.
This is what's going. This is
please! As soon as someone starts to bring up like some complaint about MMT or AI, or Adam's like,
Christian,
you can hear the grumble starting.
Christian Baller sent me a video of your favorite, No Thought.
No, he sent the same video to me.
It's so lie ridden. Oh my God. Stephanie Kelton is rolling over in her. Well, I guess she's not in her grave.
She's rolling over in her bed. Okay.
Stephanie Kelton is dying of embarrassment. It's so bad.
So
Oh
I
God.
watched today. So Second Thought, a good friend, Second Thought,
Uh-huh.
put out his last video that you were talking about,
The
where
authoritarian one?
yeah, the authoritarian video, super weird. The first half of the video is all him talking about how America is really an authoritarian country that's
Yep.
worse and is more authoritarian than China or the USSR was.
Right. But
Okay.
then all of a sudden, authoritarianism is not that bad.
Yeah, but then there's like you're like, oh, okay, so I guess authoritarianism is bad because it's like the evil American liberalism that's authoritarian. And then there's
Right.
just this heel turn. And he's like, well, actually, authoritarianism is good if it's all in the service of promoting communism. And you're like, oh my God, really? You fucking
Yeah.
kidding me here?
Do you get it? Authoritarianism
Jeez.
bad if it enforces freedom.
Yeah.
Authoritarianism good if it
Yes.
enforces a social credit score
Mm-hmm.
and a heavy-handed state that
Yes. And he called
micromanages everything you do.
I mean, he's obviously a huge tanky because he was, first of all, criticizing people, calling people tankies.
Oh,
And he
I
was like,
know.
oh, the largest propaganda influence campaign in the world has been to make the Soviet Union look bad. I'm like, okay, really? Really?
This guy
Like you
is
need a propaganda campaign for that?
I don't he's an enigma to me. Like what is this guy? I mean,
I'll tell you, it's very easy. Okay. It's very simple.
okay, good. Explain.
He is a privileged, white, rich dipshit who probably has rich parents, so he's never had to work hard in his life, who has a lot of left-wing moral intuitions, and since he's so sheltered, he reads a bunch of gobbledygook Marxist propaganda and goes, "Oh, this must be true. The left, the Marxists are right. The America bad." And then he just runs with that, like to the fullest extent possible.
Yeah.
That's what's going on there.
I have to watch this other guy one dime because in the MMT video that Christian Baller sent, which is just chock full of lies, basically, it's just not like he brings up inflation. I keep waiting for him. Okay, inflation is the limiting factor. Inflation is the limiting factor. You got to bring it up. So he finally brings up inflation and he says, inflation is what greedy capitalists do to basically subjugate people by raising their prices. It's
Okay.
it's so weird.
Right, but of course, so since he's an authoritarian, okay, his response would be, well, listen, you can just print infinite money, and then the government just puts price caps on everything to prevent the evil, greedy
Yes.
corporations
Yes.
from raising their prices, right?
Look, he's
Like,
just setting up for another failure, another Soviet Union.
he doesn't understand anything about fucking anything. This is such an idiot. This kid is so stupid and sheltered and privileged that he has these insane worldviews. He's never like, why isn't, you know what? Here's my take. If you hate America this much, just fucking leave.
I know.
Just fuck off.
Man,
Okay.
just leave.
Just leave. If you have the American
I think
Badlands,
Sierra Leone is a good place for you to live.
right? Yeah, go live in Russia. If China's so great, go fucking live in China then. Like, I'm just sick of these people who all they do is they 24/7. They whine about how much America's bad. And listen, you can criticize America and think that there needs room for improvement, fine. But for these people who their entire worldview is wrapped around the fact that America is the evil colonialist empire, just fuck off. Just go away. Go somewhere else. There's somewhere else that you can go, okay? You are an evil colonialist, racist piece of shit by living here and participating in our country. Just fuck off. Go somewhere else.
I mean,
we don't want you.
We could crowdfund a plane ticket for you, Second Thought, if you really need some help.
He doesn't need, listen, he's rich enough. He doesn't need to crowdfund shit, okay?
We'll do a one-way plane ticket. Yeah. No, it'll be worth it because then we control where he goes. Look, here's the thing. Look, in the video, he says he got all of the information to make sure that everything was right in the video. All the information was correct. Keep in mind, there's not any right information in the video. It's all completely incorrect. So does he get it from Stephanie Kelton? Does he get it from Warren Mosler? Does he get it from any of the economists that are working on MMT or studying MMT? No, he gets it from another commie YouTuber.
Right, but that's how you know he's full of crap, is because so he'll be like, oh, listen, I like MMT only up to the point that it serves his philosophical interest. And then everything that the MMT people say that he doesn't like, he just ignores and pretends is like not real.
Exactly. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad faith. These people that just want to pick and choose are like, look, I just pick my reality a la carte. I pick the things I like.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's the way to go, right?
Look, inflation being caused by the government. Oh, that's horrible. Inflation is caused by greedy capitalists. Everyone knows that.
If you just control the prices of everything, there is no inflation, obviously. That's how money works.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. And he's talking about like taking away the thing that incentivizes anybody to build a business. Frankly, to even get out of bed in the morning.
I know.
People get up in the morning. People do a lot of stuff because they think, oh, this is going to make me rich. This is going to help me.
Well, this is like the blank slate, dumb, like socialist worldview. Because they literally view that people are just these like blank robots. You can just program them whatever you want in culture. So you can just program in like, oh, government just control price and spend infinitely money and everyone will be fine with it and it won't cause any problems to the economy.
Right. Yeah, it's fun. We should watch it sometime. Just people be triggered by the MMT. But...
We can't watch it because if we watch it, everyone's just going to use it against you forever.
I really
Which I mean, it's fine with me. Maybe we should.
Look, I don't give a fuck. I'm to the point where I'm starting to invest around the MMT stuff, so I'm kind of hoping people don't catch on to MMT.
Oh, I see.
Because like all the predictions in the market this year were that we were going to get a recession and this was going to cause the stock market to crater. The stock market is up giant this year. So like, well, other people are probably not investing, probably pulling their money out, probably sitting on the sidelines and stuff like that. I'm like watching line go up.
Right.
So they have all these MMT guys that are watching the treasury statement. So they see, like, what is the disconnect here, Sitch? Those giant interest payments are government spending. Why can't people figure that out? Like if they called it a stimulus, if they called it another round of COVID stimulus, everyone would get it. They would be like, oh, look, the government's spending money. That's going to cause stocks to go up. But since they just seem unaware of this, they're not, they're forecasting a recession because they're raising interest rates. I mean, I understand that's what the Fed is trying to do, is to force the economy to slow down.
Right.
But how do you force the economy to slow down when you're like spending like a drunken sailor on interest payments?
Well, I guess it depends who like it's not the same as COVID stimulus because I mean it's government spending, but who are they spending the money on?
And rich people who buy stocks in the stock market and make the stock market go up.
Well, yeah, sure. If it's all a bunch of rich people and a lot of banks and companies that all are sitting on treasuries getting the interest payments, then yeah. Sure. I mean, I don't know why you think that would hurt. I mean, it would slow down things to some extent because while they're making money off of that, they're presumably not going to be taking out giant, business loans and stuff.
Well, no, I think a lot of the COVID stimulus kids did spend on crypto and stuff like that. I think that's why crypto had the giant bull run that it did.
Sure.
So, I mean, these interest payments are basically UBI for the rich.
Right.
What are you going to do? You're going to let your money sit in a bank account and earn? Well, I guess now you can earn like 4 or 5%, but
no, I don't think so.
Stock market's better.
I don't think any banks are even offering that on a savings account. You see, you have to buy CDs.
But what I'm saying is, we should watch the video. I want people not to take MMT.
Yeah, I get it.
I want people to think MMT is a bunch of bullshit for as long as
so you're the one guy
until I'm rich, and then,
yes, then everyone could take it seriously. Yeah, I understand. You selfish, greedy person.
I'm starting to wonder how high interest rates are going to go. Like I'm more and more every day. I'm more and more convinced that Warren Mosler is right. Like the entire everyone in all the market watchers were basically forecasting that the Fed was going to pause and start cutting rates at 5%.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's looking more like they're going to go to 10%. I mean, they're not forecasting a rate cut until July of next year.
You said that Mosler's prediction is right. What was his prediction?
Mosler's prediction is that the Federal Reserve is causing the inflation by raising interest rates.
Okay, so it's the inverse of what most people think. Raising interest rates lowers inflation, and he's saying the opposite.
Correct. Yes, and that's what they believe. So if they literally have the gas and the brake mixed up, so they keep stepping on the brake, or they think they're stepping on the brake, but really they're stepping on the gas because these interest payments are more and more spending, more and more government spending. If you have inflation, you need to shrink the money supply, right?
Right.
Government spending is not how you shrink the money supply. They're increasing it by $2 trillion.
All right. So to be clear, so you have inflation. That means you have a lot of money chasing after too few goods. So
Correct.
the way to fight inflation is either to increase the goods or decrease the money supply.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so on one hand, while government spending can increase the amount of goods that exist, it's also increasing the money supply. So unless the amount of goods is increasing faster than the money supply, inflation will increase.
Well, look, they can increase the amount of goods if they build a factory. They can't increase the amount of goods if they're just giving interest payments to rich people, unless those rich people are building factories. But I feel like
that's what are they doing with the money, right?
Right, totally.
If they're just investing it back into treasuries, then no. Yes,
exactly.
Right. Yeah. But okay. So his argument is that therefore, if you increase the interest rate, I guess it would be twofold, right? Because if you increase the interest rate, well, it's true people won't be taking out loans, which would decrease the money supply by some amount. It would also decrease business spending, would it not? And so that would decrease goods.
The goods,
and it would also increase government interest rates, which would increase the money supply.
Yeah,
theoretically.
You're figuring it out. You're totally figuring it out. Look, it's perfectly logical, isn't it? So there's two big piles of money. There's the loan side, which is a huge chunk of the money supply, and it is about 50-50 now. I think it's like 36 trillion in loans or something like that, and 32. We looked it up when Doug was on our show, the MMT guy. So they can't shrink the loan. Well, raising interest rates is an attempt to shrink the loan size. But Mosler actually says, well, if businesses have an opportunity to make money and the loan rate is higher, they just factor the cost of the loan into the cost of doing business. They don't not take the loan out if they have a business opportunity. Right. They just factor it in and increase the cost of the goods that they're producing.
Which raises inflation.
Causes inflation. Yeah, exactly. Right. So he says that not much changes on that pile of money. Where they do have some influences on the pile of money where it's government spending, and they should curb government spending, but they can if they're raising interest rates.
So, though, to be fair, though, in like the middle of 2022, inflation was at like what, 9%, and now it's dropped. I mean, it's been dropping steadily.
But it just
3.7%. So it has definitely dropped significantly.
But it just spiked up again, and that is why because they had expected a cut in interest rates this year.
Right.
Now they've moved that estimate for when the cut is coming to July of next year. That's quite a bit of ways.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess.
Well, and if we get to July of next year, and inflation is still going higher, they may raise interest rates.
It would be interesting to see. They wouldn't do this, but it'd be interesting if they could just slash interest rates just to see what happens. Because that'd be the way to check, right? If you slash interest rates and all of a sudden, inflation starts dropping like a rock, you're like, well, I guess we got it.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna try that. Though I think so much of it's still like gas price. Because obviously that has a massive effect on everything else. Does it not?
Yeah, totally.
Your gas prices are were like stupid high.
Inflation bottomed out in June
Mm-hmm.
at 3%. And then it ticked back up to 3.7%. So it's up like 25% since June. So that's why, look, they were planning to cut interest rates, and then this spike up from 3% to 3.7% happened before the last Fed meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, shit. Shit. So they were like, we'll just hold off. We're going to pause here for a while and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So you see why everyone is eagerly watching this. It's kind of fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see what happens. Like if we get, this is so fucked up for people. The average car payment now is $750 a month. Who can afford that? So much of that has got to be interest.
Car, does that include car insurance?
I think that's just for the payment.
Jeez.
Because the interest rate is so high.
Right. Oh yeah, because of the interest rate, yeah.
So it was 300, like 350 a year ago.
Right.
Now it's probably got 300 in interest alone on the loan.
It's pretty rough. Now is not the time to be taking out a big expense like a car or a house or something of that nature.
We need to end the fucking Fed, man.
This wow. Oh my God. He said it. He said the thing. He did the thing, everybody. He did the thing.
That's just to trigger people. Look, if the Fed is your bus driver and can't tell the brake from the gas, I mean, look, we got to work something out here.
There's a pretty cool thing. I don't know if people know about this. If you go on Google Maps and you look up gas stations, they tell you how much regular costs next to like right underneath it, at least where I live.
Oh, that's awesome.
That'd be very useful for you because I know we're like gas in California is so stupid high. It's like twice as much. What?
How do you know that?
Because I went there, bitch. What do you mean?
What?
Yes.
You were in California when
your boy PSA Sitch met Adam Friended in person.
What? You were in California and you met me? Where?
I know. Actually, no, I went to LA and I was like, I'm not going to talk to Adam. I'm not going to interact with him at all. I just stayed very far away from Adam.
Bullshit. I was like, look, I got to take you to Hoggly Woggly, bitch.
That's true. Adam finally took me to Hoggly Woggly's. That was pretty good. All the hype. It was pretty good. It was a good. It's always funny whenever you talk about like a good barbecue place. Like usually someone's like, oh, you have to go to this like good restaurant. They're like, oh, you go and it's like some nice fancy restaurant.
It's like mid. You're like, eh.
Well, no. That's not what I'm gonna say. I'm saying like, oh, someone's like, oh, you have to go to this place. It's great. And it's like one of two options. It's either like kind of like a fancy restaurant or some tiny hole in the wall, like tucked in a corner somewhere that's like dimly lit. And you're like,
which one was this?
And you're like, am I gonna die? But every time someone's like, you want to go to a good barbecue place? It's the same place. It's kind of like a smallish, like not grungy looking, but like a smallish place that has like those like they look like the kiddie table, like white tabletops with like the big red squeegee bottles of ketchup, like the family restaurant. But then they always really good barbecue. So I just think it's funny. They'll have like that same aesthetic quality to them.
Yeah. Fun stuff.
That's right. I got the pet Wormy, everybody.
Yeah, now he knows exactly how soft Wormy is.
And it was funny because Adam was like, listen, like Wormy like runs away from everyone. Okay. Wormy is a coward. He's not going to stay in there. He's not going to be there. He's not going to let you pet him. And I walk right up to Wormy, start petting him, and Wormy's just like being super chill and cool with me. And I was like, see, listen.
It's because he's heard your voice for like years now.
No, I think it's just that pussy loves me, but you know.
Oh, is that it?
Or it could be that he just heard my voice way too much. We should have done an experiment where I just walk up without saying anything and then talk and then see if that like changes the behavior.
Cool.
Anyways,
we should watch Super Chats.
Yes, but we should watch this clip
I'll bring the clip up
from H3H3. But you're gonna have to do
Oh
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
a
We got to
Twitter
do the
clip.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
I'll figure
it's
it out
pretty
here.
interesting. Ethan,
No,
Ethan
don't
looks like
spoil.
he's
Don't
on.
spoil the clip yet. Don't
I'm
tell
not
what
going
it
to. I'm just gonna
is.
say, why does Ethan? Is Ethan sick? He looks very sickly,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't he? Like he looks like he's like doing recovery for being a meth addict or something. I
Wow.
mean, I just say, look at it. You know, first of all, okay,
Wow.
listen. Why did he shave his head? I don't understand. He looks so bad. Like his
Does
hair
he?
looked fine before. Yeah, his hair looked
Oh,
totally
it's
fine
not too
before.
bad.
He looks like Uncle Fester whenever he shaves his head. And
What?
it's just like, I don't know, his face is really red, his eyes and face are puffy. Like he just looks sickly. I don't know what's going on there. Does anyone
I mean,
know?
he looks fine to me. I don't know what.
Mm-hmm.
You need to chill.
What? Oh my God.
You need to chillax.
Uh-huh. He's tired of all the bullshit. He is tired of all the bullshit. I get it.
Oh, you're gonna be ready. Get
Yeah.
ready for this clip.
Are you sure he's
Tired.
sick? Is he?
Who
I mean,
said?
I wouldn't be surprised. He looks sick. He does look sick. So I don't know if he has COVID or something's going on there, but
Who said tired of all the bullshit? Because I think
Dr. Diddler.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
You totally nailed it.
He lost his hair after talking XQC. That's right. He started balding so hard. Yeah, there you go.
You're bald. You're bald.
There you go.
That XQC's a little weird.
He's a little weird. I mean, he started doing the worm on the ground, you know, in the middle of the conversation.
I'll do the worm. I'll do the worm. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
But yeah, I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly also thinking about putting something that I need to discuss with Hasan, but I do feel like I'm probably going to pause leftovers for the time being. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Ethan.
Because you know what I mean? It's just,
Know what I mean?
I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's
You
it.
know.
And it sounds like a lot of y'all don't want me to talk about it either.
Oh, he threw his hands up. Did you see that?
So with all that being
witnessed.
said, I shall go suffer at home in silence with worms infecting my fucking eye sockets, and I will just sit at home and stare at the wall in silence and in dark. For that is what I deserve.
What's going on here, Sitch? What is this all about?
So, well, first of all, it's interesting because I believe he used to do leftovers every Thursday, or at least like once a week. And so after he did his Israel-Gaza debate with Hasan, they haven't done another one. That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Well, so what's interesting is I don't know if he's talking about, like, I'm assuming what's going on, and is what people are saying in the comments of the tweet and other things, is that, you know, he started to do this podcast with Hasan. Hasan's obviously, you know, we talked about this on Sunday.
A terrorist sympathizer.
Is a terrorist sympathizer and a terrorist apologetics water-carrying simp. And that audience obviously moved to leftovers. And now Ethan is like in this existential crisis, I think, of realizing that these people that he's been simping for years, that he kind of threw his lot in with after he became, you know, one of his leftist arc, after he betrayed his anti-SGW cred for so many years to become woke. Right. And now he's realizing these people are all horrible, racist, anti-Semitic psychopaths. Yeah.
You done fucked up, man. You let the Nazis in your fucking house.
Yes, yes. And so I guess that's really bothering him, which is understandable. But I don't know if it's just the fan reaction to that conversation. I don't know if he's wizened up to how insane Hasan is and how how insane Hasan's position is on the situation. That despite the fact that he will say, "Oh yes, what happened to the people on the 7th is really bad," he'll then turn around and, refuse to denounce Hamas, refuse to denounce Palestinian support for Hamas, refuse to really have a strong stance against that sort of violence in general. Here's an interesting question I'd like to ask Hasan. If you had a magic button that you could press on October 7th that would kill all of those Hamas people, like right as they're about to commit that attack, would you press that button?
Right.
What do you think he would answer that question? I don't think he would answer that question. I think he would just refuse to answer the question.
He couldn't answer that question, could he? Because he's like, oh, well, but they're lashing out against their oppressors. So
they're escaping from a prison.
Who am I to say?
Right.
Look, you and I don't know where you're at with the open air prison thing, but I'm leaning towards it not being an open air prison. I'm leaning towards that being a bunch of bullshit.
Well, you saw the DM I sent you.
For Zahan?
Yeah.
Zahan's just repeating what everybody else is saying. He got the population wrong by 50%. I thought it was 2.5 million. He said it's 1 million Gazans. I'm
just letting you know. Peter Zahan also called it and referred to it as an open air prison.
Yeah, I don't look. He just because Zahan is not God. Okay?
I'm just saying you like to bring him up sometimes in our conversations, and now I get to bring him up against you.
Look, I'm investigating, right? I went to Google Maps and I looked at every restaurant and read the reviews on every restaurant in Gaza. That was some very intense
investigation. Yes, I know.
Look, when was the last time you went to a 4.5-star restaurant in a prison?
Well, let me tell you something about my prison experience. Okay, at Charlie's Toilet Wine, right?
Do they have
an emporium? It was a night to remember. I would easily give it 4.5 stars. Okay.
On Sitch's last conjugal visit,
I would have given it 5 stars, but didn't have the right Merlot that I wanted. Okay.
I don't buy this open air prison nonsense.
No, okay. I really don't.
Well, I'm not buying. All I hear is anecdotes.
Yeah.
So they're reporting 500 people that were there. I guess maybe they're NGO workers or whatever. But I'm sure there's like some bleeding heart liberal American doctor that's like, I'm a doctor in Gaza, right?
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly they got a bunch of babies on incubators. What they have babies on incubators in an open air prison?
Yes.
This open air prison thing is it's designed to make you think that they're incarcerated, but I don't know that they are incarcerated. They're poor, that's for sure.
Well,
but there's a bunch of places in the United States where there's a bunch of poor people that don't have the money to leave.
Well,
look at Alabama. Okay. Is Alabama an open air prison?
To be fair, right? There's a difference between if you're poor and you're too poor to travel versus you're poor and to literally leave the location is like incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for many people, regardless of money. And I'm assuming that's what they're talking about with the open air stuff. Is that it can be very difficult to just leave Gaza.
That is the claim that I am contesting. I think if you have money in Gaza, you could probably leave. Supposedly, most of the Gazan leadership is living the lap of luxury in Qatar. They don't even live in Gaza.
Yeah, but obviously the Hamas leadership is going to have their own back channel ways to leave the country, right? That's not necessarily going to apply to like the average person.
So it's not an open air prison. Is
no.
that what you're saying? I thought an open air prison you didn't get back channels to leave.
But the
you
average
were stuck
person
there no matter what.
The average person is not going to have the ability to use those back channels.
Still why are we letting them, Mr. I can't
I don't know
if
it's true. I'm just saying I don't know if the claim is true. I don't know enough about it. So I wouldn't be as dismissive of it as you are. I mean, you can look into it more, but
the dangers of using the term identity politics are 10 times less than the dangers of using this open air prison analogy.
I understand the argument. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
This
Right.
open air prison analogy is bunk.
Okay.
Bunk until proven otherwise. Okay? They
Okay.
don't have 4.5-star restaurants in prison. They don't have
I mean,
hotels
citation,
on
please.
they don't have hotels on the beach in prison.
Uh-huh. Okay. Listen.
They don't have universities in prison. They have a goddamn university.
They have the school of snitches get stitches. What do you mean?
They have a university. It has terrible reviews. Nobody likes their university there. They say it's a scam. Don't go to this university.
What really? What did they say about it?
Yeah, there's a bunch of reviews on the university that says it's a scam.
Like, why is it a scam?
I should just bring up.
I'm just curious as to what about it is like. Well, I mean,
I
first
don't
of all, I
know.
don't know
All it
how many
says
people
is-
are gonna get what a degree from Gaza University is gonna get you, but
Look, there's a couple reviews that say this university sucks. It's a scam, but that's all
Right.
they wrote. They didn't
so
write
it's like the
some
Trump
long.
University of Gaza.
I guess.
There you go. Daniel Irish agrees with you for $5. He says, "How many rockets do you have in your open air prison?"
Yes, exactly.
go.
How many open air prisons do they let the people go dig up the irrigation so that they can make rockets out of it?
Yeah, no, listen, I think probably calling an open air prison is hyperbolic. I'm assuming they're just referring to the difficulty to leave the country and the restriction on imports that they have through Israel.
You just
I'm
went through
assuming that's what
airport security?
Oh, come on.
sucks.
Stop memeing. Don't meme, okay?
Why?
People take that seriously. Anyway.
This open air prison thing is dead to me until otherwise. Until
Okay.
proven otherwise.
Okay. Well, let me read some super chats while we wait for our guests to show up.
Well, I haven't even sent them the link yet. They're supposed to be here too, so.
Right, I know.
But,
10
yeah.
more minutes, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says if you guys are ever in Arizona, you got to go to Chino Banditos. The indigestion sucks, but goddamn, the food is worth it.
Look, I didn't get
I don't know about that.
I didn't get any indigestion from Hoggly Woggly, but
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I'm assuming Chino Banditos is Mexican. So, I mean, you
We'll check it
generally
out.
get more indigestion from Mexican than you do barbecue. A lot of beans,
look, Mexican's my favorite, so
I know it is. I
Look
mean,
at
I'm looking at the
this.
menu. It looks pretty tasty.
yeah, it looks good to
Yeah,
me.
looks good.
Holy moly. Now I'm hungry.
This is like the South Park episode of Chipotle Away. Are you tired of the blood stains on your underwear from eating Chipotle? We'll get Chipotle away.
Look at this jerk chicken.
So I don't get Chipotle. Chipotle is a bizarre restaurant to me because if I'm in a normal restaurant and it's like Chipotle flavored sauce, I'm like, oh, it's gonna taste very good. But when I go to Chipotle, the restaurant, I'm like, oh, the food all tastes like garbage. It tastes like wet garbage that's never hot. It's like wet, room temperature garbage that also makes me shit blood. So I'm like, and people swear by this restaurant, and I'm just like, what is going on here? There's something insane is happening in people's minds that I'm just not privy to. I think there's a secret conspiracy. Okay, this is how we find out who the true NPCs are. I hate to tell you guys this. If you like Chipotle, it probably means that you're an NPC, and the government has programmed you to like that food. And all the free thinkers, they taste this, they go, oh, this is bad. What's going on here?
Okay.
How do you feel about Chipotle?
The restaurant?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan.
Okay. There you go. See, look.
It's
Amazon
Chipotle
NPC.
chicken, right?
It's just called Chipotle.
Right. But I mean, most of what they serve is chicken, right?
No, they just serve you kind of order like burritos and whatever you want.
Chipotle.
It's like Subway, but for Mexican food.
Oh, yeah.
You go up and you're like, oh, I want this, this, and this, and this. I mean, I'm not opposed to the
I'm
concept.
thinking
The
of El
concept is
Pollo
fine.
Loco.
I've never been to El Pollo Loco. I don't think those exist where I am.
The fuck?
Chipotle is like you go up to the thing and it's like you order a burrito like you at Subway and you're like, oh, I want this, this, and this, and this, you know. And it doesn't taste good. It just tastes awful. I don't understand unless there's some magical thing where like in Florida it sucks and everywhere else in the country is good. But where I live, it's awful. I've never been to a good one.
What's
Chipotle
this?
is based. I work at Chipotle, you bigots.
What's this video?
Blasphemy. Look at this. I'm sorry, guy. I hate to tell you this, but you're all NPCs. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, look at this.
I hate to break it to you. What?
Somebody sent a video. Someone's sent a video for Salma Abdullah, Boiler Room, Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is in Gaza, but it's a video of a bunch of kids dancing at a techno party. It doesn't look like a prison to me, but let's see if this is in Gaza.
There was like this weird video that Hasan was watching. It was like the most obvious propaganda in the entire world, where it was like Hamas put out this video, or the Palestinian government in Gaza put out this video. Someone put out this video that was of, you know, the hospital, the contentious hospital that, you know, they're claiming Israel blew up, but now it looks like Israel didn't have anything to do with. And it was like a bunch of kids like dancing and playing at the hospital, like playing Ring Around the Rosie and shit. They're like, this was the hospital before Israel attacked.
Oh, holy shit.
And Hassan's watching this and he's just like, yep. And I'm like, what are you fucking for realsies? Like, what is happening here? And so, I mean, I guess I could go to your open air, you know, the open air prison where all the kids are playing Ring Around the Rosie.
I looked it up. It is in Gaza.
There you go.
Look at this.
What?
I sent you the video. The boiler room.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, I don't know if you know this. You know, people were talking about how awful it was that you said this was in Gaza.
Yeah.
You know, people were talking about how awful it was that the dance music festival, you know, that the Hamas attacked and slaughtered 200 plus you know, young people. They're saying, well, these, you know, what's wrong with these people? They're having a rave party outside a concentration camp, right? We heard that like a million times.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a little weird, you know, and here we can bring it up. You can just turn off the volume so you don't get hit with something on the watch together.
One of the
you know,
main
I don't know.
pillars.
I can hear that. What?
Give
Stop.
it up to Sama.
Pause it. Pause it.
I can't.
Pause it.
I can't. Okay, it's not working for my end.
Oh.
Why can't you just do it?
Because I had a different tab up, you maniac.
Jeez.
I got like 20 tabs
I have
open.
too many tabs. I don't know how to do anything. I can't turn off the volume quickly.
Listen to you.
Oh,
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Did you turn? Like,
look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned the volume down. Does this look like a fucking open air prison to you?
I'm just scrubbing through. Okay, you got, you know. Now
go ahead, press play. Look at this. Here's your open air prison.
So
here's your open air prison, Hasan.
I mean, listen, people can have bad conditions and still have purple lights and dance, and that's all fine. But I mean, I missed the part in history where the Jews had like an RGB lit rave in the middle of Auschwitz. I missed that. You know, I don't remember that part happening. Maybe, you know, maybe that's just the evil Jewish conspiracy, you know, for the revisionists of like the Holocaust. But I don't remember seeing this happen, you know, in Auschwitz. But
does this look like a concentration camp to you, Sitch?
I mean, that could be pretty bad music, so maybe. You know.
Yeah. Look, I'm not. I think Zahan's a great guy and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's got this one wrong. Well,
it's
at
just-
least we know now why the unemployment rate is like 25%, right? Everyone's raving out.
Well, okay. Well, okay. Let's try to be not hyperbolic. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, people can live in really bad conditions, some dance parties, whatever. I mean, there were people they put up these really stupid videos where they'd be like, oh, look, here's people in Ukraine at a party. So therefore, like their country is not being under attack by Russia, right? So obviously this could still exist, but it doesn't make sense to me that people keep calling Gaza a concentration camp. I mean, we heard this a million times. People are dancing outside a concentration camp. And I don't know.
Look, they're dancing in the concentration.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
camp.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like you don't. This is not something you'd expect to see in a concentration camp. I don't think the Jews in the various concentration camps were dancing the raves. I don't think the Uyghurs are dancing to raves, in China.
At the re-education camp, and
yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe they have a rave as part of the re-education. Okay. So look, that girl's really, she's going for it. She's definitely not on anything. She's just going for it. So there you go. Look, I'm glad they're having fun. Okay, glad they're having fun.
Yeah, totally.
And that's all ruined now because Hamas
It is
decided
completely
to,
messed up. Yeah.
Brutally kill 1,400 people and kidnap 200 more. So
The more I hear about this, the more I realize everything I said was completely correct.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
There you
about
go. That's how you know. That's how you know you're right. Right.
well, no,
You make a statement, and then the more you think about it, the more correct you.
no. The more information I get, the more I'm
okay.
proven correct.
I see.
Like the idea that the Gazan leadership is living high on the hog, rich as can be in Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
It screams criminal organization, does it not?
It does.
They're basically
Obviously.
shaking down all these people at this nice rave. They all pay 50% in taxes to the Gazan leadership.
Right.
And that leadership is spent on themselves. I mean, they probably don't have an official form of tax gathering. Like they don't have an IRS there, but they take it from them in bribes or shakedowns or however they do it. This is what the leadership generally does. They shake down the population.
Mm-hmm. There's a really, really stupid person who I guess is kind of famous, though I'm unfamiliar with them. They're called Stanzi Potenza. Do you know who this is?
Stanzi Potenza.
Stanzi Potenza. They are a female. This is how the Wikipedia describes them: an American TikToker, actor, and comedian and podcaster. It's never good when your first line is TikToker, right? That's always a bad sign. So there's some kind of famous TikToker. I don't know anything about them. They tweeted out the other day, quote, Palestine doesn't support the LGBTQ community.
Hey, our guests are here, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Rudyard?
How you doing?
What's up, Dan?
How you guys doing?
Good to meet you, Adam.
Yeah, good to meet you too. I don't know. Your name is on screen. Is that okay?
Sure.
Well, it's not going out in the live stream yet. I can see it, but
Dan is a pseudo-public figure. He's got a Twitter following of like 20,000 people.
okay.
For you, Rudyard, your full name is there. I don't know if you care.
My audience already knows my full name.
Okay.
Rudyard doesn't care. Look, everyone knows my full name too. Adam Strange. I live at.
Is that your last name?
What's
His last
that?
name.
Is that your last name?
Yeah,
Is that English or something?
it's French, but
Okay. French doesn't have that sound. Like, in the word for French is étoile.
well, it's from Lestrange, but
Oh,
And he just
Yeah.
fact checked your name and heritage.
I know. Look, all these history guys, they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted at all.
We're all going to be put in the gulag because we might destabilize society.
Do you guys have an opinion on? Well, first of all, I don't want to put you guys on the spot asking about Israel Palestine. So maybe I should ask that first.
I assumed that you were bringing me on to talk about that, if I'm honest.
Oh, well,
That
here's
would
the
be your
thing. I was
first
actually
topic of
just
discussion.
on another podcast that was just about Jungian psychology, and
Mhm.
almost half of it devolved into Israel Palestine.
Okay,
Nice.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I assumed you guys brought me on to talk about if what
not
was going
really.
on
Like we're like a
Palestine.
comedy show. We're like we try to keep it light and fun.
Not true.
I mean, you talk about John Haidt, and that's like in like Peter Turchin. That's not like any comedy show I've seen before.
Well,
It's a very
you know,
sophisticated comedy.
look, if you're a Jonathan Haidt fan, you know
Yeah.
that John is basically a failed comedian. Like he wanted to be a comedian.
This is like some Jewish meme. Like you're allowed four
He did.
careers. And like you're allowed comedian, lawyer, psychologist,
Yeah.
and
Doctor.
like what's the doctor? He
Look.
failed comedian, he became psychologist.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. Well, we were just to finish up on what we were talking about. There's this idea that everyone keeps talking about Gaza being an open air prison, which I'm kind of challenging. On the live stream on Sunday, I went to Google Maps and I started looking up reviews for restaurants and stuff like that and reading them on the stream. And there's some of those 3D pictures. So I started looking for different things. There's a school, there's a university. So it's just, this whole open air prison thing, I don't necessarily know if that's factual or not. And then we just brought up a video of a rave party in Gaza at some nightclub. So it's, I don't know.
I mean, to be frank, the Middle East is one of the areas of the world that I know the least about. And it's not that I can't talk about it at length. I can. It's just my area of speciality is China and the US. And I know there's a degree of complexity I just don't understand, where like I can't name all the factions in Lebanon, or like I don't know. There's a bunch of factors where I can't tell you about Gaza as an example. It blows my mind though that Israel is the size of New Jersey, and so for Gaza to be a major geopolitical problem in the world means that
It's
that's
like the size of like Cape May or something.
yeah, exactly. It's like the size of a single county in New Jersey. And I'm thinking this area, the size of Ocean County, New Jersey, will possibly cause a world war.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, look, I'm in your camp. I know really nothing about Gaza, and that's why I just keep I would have told you Gaza is an open air prison just because I've heard it repeated 1,000 times in the last few days.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's true or not. So I'm kind of just digging in. I'm doing what everyone else is doing and just trying to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
one of the problems here is that it's one of those stories, because whenever I look at modern geopolitics, I figure out who's incentivized to tell what story. And what you often find is the truth you're fed by the news is a lie. It's just no one has an incentive to push against it.
Yes, exactly.
So the thing with this is that you have two very interested parties, and no one has a self-interest to be objective. The Jews have their interest, which is the survival of their country, and the Palestinians and various anti-Semites around the world
have the opposite
very
interest in the non-survival of their country. Yeah,
have like a very specific reason to hate Israel. And so there's a handful of topics that I choose to not have opinions about, and this is one of them. Actually, no, I do have an opinion, which I'm not going to. Wait, so we're not live, right?
Oh, we are live. Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Live.
Okay.
I guess I should have told you that.
Yeah, publicly, I'm neutral.
Okay.
So neither of you want to give an overview opinion on the situation, which is fine if you don't want to.
But I'm very unfamiliar with the geopolitics of it, but from a genetic, anthropological, like historical lens, like I've done some research, and basically
the genetic next to this.
Yeah, basically the conclusion I've come to is that people often say like, okay, well, who belongs there, or like who's like actually natively from there, like where are the people, like what were the people who were living there 2,000 years ago? Where are they now? And the reality is, from a genetic perspective, the rank ordered list of the people who are the most similar are one, Christians who are indigenous to the area, so native Levantine Christians. Number two would be Muslims who are indigenous to the area. Third would be Jews who are indigenous to the area. However, all three of them actually literally have ancestors that are from that area. However, from a cultural lens, it's kind of a reverse or inverse, where people who are closest culturally to the original inhabitants of the areas 2,000 years ago would be one, Jewish people, 2 Muslims, 3 Christians.
I mean, so on a genetic basis, Sephardic Jews, or the Jews who inhabit the Mediterranean area, they are.
I'm very confused. Like, you guys thought we weren't live. Now that you know that we are live, now we're talking about the genetics. So it's completely backwards.
So, I mean, on a genetic basis, the Sephardic Jews are
the only claim that I was
wait.
contesting.
I want to hear what he's going to say.
Okay,
about
on a
the
genetic basis, the Sephardic Jews are identical to the indigenous inhabitants of Israel 2,000 years ago. Ashkenazi Jews, or the Jews of Eastern Europe, are 60% Jewish, and then 40% French and Italian, because during the diaspora that came with the Roman expulsion of the Jews, they immigrated to France and Italy, and then they married local women. But I mean, I don't want to get too bogged down into this sort of thing.
It's a little bit, some people are like, oh, well, there's, some people will claim that, like, oh, well, the Levantine Christians, or people who are like Palestinian Christians, are like a teeny tiny bit. Like, we're splitting hairs. We're like, when it comes to their genetics, they are more similar. In many ways, they're about as similar as English people are to Danes.
Right.
Yeah, the English and the Danes are incredibly genetically close.
Look, the genes just, they seem irrelevant to me. I think there are a lot of Americans that are Democrats and Republicans that share exactly the same genes, that hate each other's guts. So it's possible to be genetically similar and still just despise
in that part
one
of the
another.
world, ethnicity and blood are the same. So if you're in Persia, or like in most countries in the old world, outside of the West, like, you can't be Chinese and not be ethnically Chinese. So if you're a Jew by blood, you'll never be a real Arab. And so that's how that part of the world works. And yeah.
Well, it's still the case in many other countries in the non-Western world where, let's say in a country like Thailand, if you're ethnically Chinese, and even though you're 400 years removed from China, like, you still know your identity as, like, oh, I am Chinese Thai.
Yeah.
Or like a lot of them, one of the things is, like, the West truly is a melting pot in a way, and assimilates people way faster than anywhere else in the old world.
And that's very recent in the West. Even like 60 years ago, this is when I lived in France, actually, I talked to people, and I would say, hey, what's your ancestry? And they'd say, I'm French. And I said, but you have a Polish last name. And they'd say, yeah, my grandpa's from Poland. I'm half Polish. I'm a quarter Italian. I'm a quarter French. And so I said, oh, I hear of those ancestry. But they'd say, no, I'm French. And that's an old world thing, where for the French, France has always had to fight outside countries. And so they had to build an identity. We're French and nothing else. But in America, because we're so big, like, I can say my dad's side's Irish, my mom's side's mostly English. And so I can say I'm a proud Irish American. And that concept doesn't really exist outside the Americas, because their identities exist in opposition to neighbors who want to kill them. And so they have this giant pressure towards conformity, where we in America, we can be like, yeah, we don't want to, like, if you're Italian, you can be Italian and American, and you can become American at your own speed. Well, in France, you're constantly getting invaded. So you think, okay, we have to make everyone French as fast as possible, because if they're not, they might die in a war, or like they might not be loyal to us in the war.
Can you really be French, though, if you're an immigrant? I feel like America is far more open to that than the French
are. For Catholic immigrants, like, there's a lot of Poles and Italians and stuff in France. We don't hear about them because they assimilated really easily. But France is a giant issue with Muslim and African immigrants, where they really can't assimilate them. It's like the assimilation of Hispanics and Asians is super fast in America. So a couple of generations, like, almost all Hispanics in the second or third generation speak English and identify as predominantly American. But in France, for example, you can have people 2 or 3 generations in, and they don't even speak French. And they're part of a completely enclosed community.
Wow.
The US is probably one of the best countries in history at assimilating people. And Europe doesn't really have the cultural institutions for that, because if you're French or English or German or whatever, those are self-enclosed identities that have existed for thousands of years. And if, like, we compare all our ancestries, for us, it's a hobby. Like, oh, it's cool that you're a quarter Italian or something. But in the old world, there's a lot more you remember the Italians conquering your country and like brutally destroying one of your cities.
Ouch.
It's something, I have some very concrete examples of this. So I've spent a lot of time in my life.
Dan, can we just, before you begin, just introduce yourself a bit, just so
Sure,
the audience
sure,
knows?
sure. So I'm Speed Read Dan. That's my Twitter handle. I'm an anthropologist. I practice organizational psychology, and I've created a number of different algorithms that analyze people's language that can essentially indicate certain personality traits, cultural values, and psychological states of someone.
Wow.
You
Sounds
get to study your
fascinating.
body language and then very, very quickly pick up how your brain works in a 4-tiered level.
Can you use this software like we were talking about? XQC did the worm. Can we use that footage and figure out why he's so messed up?
So, okay. Let me
photo.
XQC. Let me see what this guy. Oh, this guy is interesting. So
yeah.
This is a very unusual guy, and I am trying to figure out.
We're all trying to figure out what's going on with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the backup for the story? I don't remember. I've never heard
It
of
was in his debate with Ethan Klein about whether he was correctly whether him doing his reply videos where he would watch someone's video that was like 2 hours long and give like 5 minutes of commentary constituted as free use or not.
Who is this guy? Let me look him up.
He's like a really giant Twitch
What's his
streamer.
name?
XQC.
I have some insights into him.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So he's a very, very, very unusual person.
Mm-hmm.
But believe it or not, he actually has a lot of similarities with Rudyard.
Ooh.
I'm being serious. From
wow, you gonna take that?
What I can tell from people's body language. So, I have a running database of analyze like all sorts of different kinds of people, and I can quickly tell like, okay, well, this is what they've said. XQC is, it looks like he is probably, and how I do this, I have these different heuristics that can simplify all this information and can give you indications of what they're like. In my model, I assign different archetypes of people, and I have different aspects to them. So the main archetype that XQC is he's actually a sage. So
what?
Archetype.
Okay.
So that's not as he has 4 archetypes. He has a sage, hermit, explorer, innocent.
This dude's me. Like this dude's literally my 4 archetypes in a slightly different order.
That's why I'm really kind of surprised. So, however, he's embracing his unusual self. One thing about the sage archetype is that is the archetype of people that, in like the hero's journey, it's like the hero goes to the sage to learn like some esoteric wisdom and to learn how they could change, and they transform and they metamorphose into something else. Like imagine, Aquaman going to that guy who became like his godfather kind of figure that told him and taught him how to like go around the seas and swim like 100 miles an hour and stuff. So, or like Luke going to, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yoda. Okay, so specifically Obi-Wan Kenobi, because I think Yoda might be a different archetype. But anyways, he is maximizing on all of his kind of more weird traits. Or like,
what are you looking at? Are you just looking at a video of his? How are you getting this information?
Video stuff.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Eye tracking.
Fascinating.
So I could tell by eye tracking and also micro expressions, body language, and a number of other things, and also looking at his language, what he's saying. So the reason I'm saying all of this is that he has the same 4 archetypes actually as PewDiePie. This is actually a type of person. There's people who are similar to him that actually make it
big on
social media.
Is that one a YouTuber?
That is probably why you're a YouTuber, because you share a lot of their traits. So really what this guy is he feels that he has this deep sense of wisdom and he has to share it, and he's doing it in a very Zoomer way. Like he's someone in a previous era, like maybe he would have just been, a musician, or maybe he is a musician, right?
I think he is.
Yeah, he's someone who looks like, for him, it seems like he would be someone who'd be very interested in music. He would be very interested in understanding, energy. He's someone who likes peculiar, rare stuff. Things are very weird. And he's someone who is more of a closet nerd, but he's just trying to come across like he's like Rudyard with having a lower IQ, being a little bit more nerdy, while being a little bit more strange, being more extroverted and more agreeable and more neurotic.
So to be clear, when you say sage archetype, you just mean someone who believes that they have wisdom to share, not that they actually have wisdom to share. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Perfect
Okay.
questions.
Because I was a little confused at first.
I'd say, look, he's got half the IQ of Rudyard. Like,
that's probably a good way to put it. So in my model, there's 24 different. I took this from Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist.
oh yeah. I love Jung.
Archetypes. So
I mean, I call him Jung, but I still love him.
Jung. Okay, let's see. Like he's some kind of jug, or Jung also means sensual in Mandarin or Chinese. So he's a very peculiar guy. So really I see him accessing a lot of is his demon archetype is the explorer, which is Rudyard's opposite archetype. And that's a part of him that is much higher in physical openness to experience. It's a part of him that's a lot more interested in soccer. That's a part of him.
Wait, what's the demon archetype?
It's for example, why I hiked the Appalachian Trail, why I dropped out of school and moved to Mexico, live as a digital nomad, that stuff.
So there's another, I'm going to think about this, but there's going to be a number of other people who share these archetypes. And often they're doing things that are very unusual, things that are very different. They're very avant-garde. They're very cutting edge. Another person maybe we've interacted with on Twitter who's this archetype, who actually shares the same 4 archetypes as him is, have you heard of Catherine D? Default.
No.
No? Okay. That's someone who's been on a lot of different shows. She's someone who you might want to like interview. She's an internet historian and she talks about Tumblr culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'd be cool. I'm doing bad here.
Historian.
I forgot to turn my camera on, so
Adam,
look, I can do no glasses. So you can see
here's the thing though, which is very interesting. You're all, from what it looks like.
Oh no! Wait a second. Let me turn my camera back. What? Let me turn my camera back on.
Sorry.
No. Tell us about Adam's deep dark secrets.
No, I already know. Well, it's okay. I already analyzed.
Tell me. Tell me.
Believe it or not, and I keep on. I found.
What do you see in my eyes?
There's like 20 guys that Rudyard has done this with. And I find it really amusing that he's done this so many times at this point. But,
the live streaming? Look, you said you'd only done it a couple times. He's done you've done it.
Not live streaming. No. What I'm talking about is that you're Rudyard's exact opposite.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Look at this.
And so here's the horseshoe.
I'm evil Rudyard.
You're opposite. You're inverse.
Evil Rudyard.
Reverse.
What's that?
Rudyard, and for some reason, Rudyard has a lot of inverse Rudyards in his life.
Oh, okay, look at this.
So
well, they do say opposites attract, so.
Yeah, opposites attract, and opposites are strangely very similar.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Oh, it's funny, Dan. Like, I know every single opposite that we've done of me. Like, one of my opposites is like an aspy, brilliant tech guy. Another one is an influencer girl. Another one is like a guy who's really into like a guy who just jets around the world doing like various interesting projects. And there's a bunch of other opposites to me because the model's a circle. So it's pretty easy to have multiple opposites because the thing with a circle is you can point in multiple axes at the same time.
So another thing though is in my model, even though you're the same archetype as someone, there's different, in my model is a circle. So there's 30 different ways you could be that archetype. So how you do it though, specifically Adam, is you're actually a lot more creative than other people who share your explorer archetype.
Explorer. Oh, that's right on the money
Yes,
there.
you're the explorer archetype, meaning you're very high in openness to experience. You're very wanting to try new things. Like you want to, you know, you have
I
a
like
lot
the maze of
FOMO.
life.
You like the maze of life. Wow, that is really broad and really like understand
So,
a lot of disparate different things, more strategic, visual, spatial thinker, like more like all over the place. But one of the things I was gonna say though about the explorer though is specifically you're very connected. It appears that you're very connected to your environment.
yeah,
And
sure.
so one of the things though, like traditionally though, is if you were living in in the 19th century, you'd be very much a news of the world guy. You'd be someone who would be on horseback or maybe on train or like going all over the place. You'd be someone a little bit more like Mark Twain. And you would be like, okay, well, this place is like this, and then you would have like some kind of a report or like maybe a
You're
news
totally describing my 20s. Like that's
and you'd
like
be going all over the place, and you'd be
Yeah.
like, this is happening here, this is happening here, this is happening here. And really what you're doing is you're always trying to find the most exciting thing that's happening.
yes,
Where-
definitely.
Where you did you just look at Adam once and you got all this information? Like, where is all this coming from?
No, I needed to see Adam. Well, I already had.
Look, it's how I move, Sitch. You're just jealous.
It's also what you're saying though.
Uh-huh.
And I also am able to type and also assess people through their clothing.
No, but I mean, but are you deriving all this information from literally just this interaction, or did you like watch a stream beforehand, or like that's what I'm asking?
I watched the stream beforehand.
Oh, okay. I was about to say like this is like some Rain Man shit. I was like, oh my god.
They want
I have help. I've been doing this for years.
Right.
People in the chat want him to do second thought. Dan, they want you to do second thought. I put a link in the
Second thought.
So there are 4 tiers to these personalities. You just got the first one.
second thought. Second thought is this.
Wait. I want to hear Adam's full personality breakdown.
Oh, okay.
So this is very interesting because guys, now I'm getting a YouTube link from Second Thought. Okay, but anyways, you're the exact opposite of Rudyard, Adam. So you're explorer.
Nice.
Main dominant one. That's Rudyard's shadow.
Rudyard's a homebody, I take it.
Your second one is Rudyard's third. Your second one is the innocent archetype.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So the innocent archetype comes across as trustful, as more agreeable, as someone that you could rely on, someone that's more dependable, someone who seems like a nice guy. Like the innocent archetype is like the beta guy.
Well, I don't look.
I don't know.
Look, I don't.
Archetype is more of a sigma. The innocent archetype is a little bit more beta-y.
Beta, huh? Can't we just say like friendly, easy to get
Hashtag
along
nice
with?
We're living in 2023 now, so we don't say friendly anymore. Like, it's not beta.
Adapt to the entry.
Okay, I guess. Look, if that's the case, I guess I gotta live with. I always tell people I'm 20% soy.
So yeah,
look, I'm taking it like a champ.
Part of you. So, but one of the things though is like that part of you is good for you because it makes you a lot more relatable to others. It makes you appear more approachable. It's the part of you that makes you seem a lot more human and just more well-rounded. More like a nicer guy. So, and however, other explorers, some explorers, their auxiliary archetype is the rebel. That's like really rough and tough and kind of.
Can I be the rebel, please? I want to be the rebel.
You want to be the rebel? Andrew Tate's a rebel.
Oh, okay. I hate that guy. Maybe I'm not a rebel.
Yeah, maybe you're not. Well, literally, like if you want to imagine rebel, like Andrew Tate is being more of a rebel, true to himself, than almost anyone else in the world.
Okay. Look, I'm a Hufflepuff, so I don't know that goes with like the rebel.
Hufflepuff, that's more innocent.
The rebel, yeah, exactly. So
Hufflepuff
I don't know.
Sounds more innocent.
All these Slytherin people bragging bug me. So
yeah, but you're kind of contradictory because on one hand you're like you are the friendly, innocent Hufflepuff. On the other hand, you love so much to tell people that they're wrong.
Oh, I know.
That gets you up in the morning.
Explorer archetype is very discordant, very disagreeable, and very much more giving a little bit more actually vibes where it's like, what about this, then this? And is able to see like all the little details and how things are kind of, moving around and is much more, however, how you do it is you do it a little bit more of like in a media way. And all of your specific traits, there's people who share your archetypes who are interested in media for the same reasons. How you view it is it's multivariate. It's something that's changing. It's something that's exciting. It's something that is, there's always something new. There's always this new dopamine rush that's happening all the time. So the innocent, that's your second archetype. Your third one is the sage, which is the archetype we're talking about, XCQ.
Nice.
So you're connected to him, and he's also connected to you. His third or demon or challenger archetype is you. So you're all, Rudyard and you, Adam, like you share the same 4 archetypes.
We're all sages, right?
Yeah.
Well, you have sages at some, you're connected to the sage.
I'm third point sage. So there's is this hierarchy? Is this hierarchical?
Yeah,
so my first one is
explore.
The second one is innocent.
Yes, innocent. The third one is sage.
Sage. Okay, good. I was scared one of the archetypes was beta, so thank goodness.
No.
You're saying innocent is beta.
Innocent is more beta. Explore.
Okay.
It's also just like really.
But explorer is like alpha, and that's my highest one. So obviously I'm an alpha.
Explorer is going to be either alpha or sigma.
Okay. I would categorize myself as more sigma.
Yeah, that's more appropriate.
I'm not kind of the guy to jump in and say, let me be in charge. I'm more the guy to like kind of back away and say, when I'll come in when things kind of fall apart. Then I'll be in charge.
So then your shadow is where your main archetype. That's the hermit. The hermit archetype is the cerebral, super intelligent, Einstein, Freud, J.R.R. Tolkien archetype.
Right. That's a shadow. What archetype is it?
That's a shadow. So that's your fourth one.
My fourth one is shadow. Okay, cool.
Yes. So there's a dominant auxiliary, the challenger / demon, and then you have a shadow.
Nice.
So the shadow is what you do when you have the highest amount of stress. So when you have a little bit of stress, you're more in your auxiliary or second one. When you have no stress, you're just being your normal self. You're being explorer. A little bit of stress, innocent. Moderate to major amount of stress, sage. When you're under an intense amount of stress, you're a hermit.
Yeah, that does happen. That's exactly correct. Like when I'm under a lot of stress, I'm just like not going anywhere. I'm like knuckling under.
Extreme stress, I take risks and I travel. So like whenever I've had a
really? Wow.
move,
I could never do that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's something I factor into my decisions where like whenever something really bad happens, I basically want to declare war on the world. And that's something I kind of like factor in, like Rudyard, don't like blow when you get really like when you get pissed off, don't make an erratic decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's good.
Lock yourself out of your Twitter account, right?
Right.
So there is someone you guys are just begging me to type.
I'm going to be second gang.
Second thought, who is this guy?
He's a very weird socialist tanky who was recently on a podcast where him and his co-host called what Hamas did on October 7th based.
Here's the thing. I know exactly what he is within a few seconds.
He's like a smug a-hole. That's what I'm guessing.
Well, here's the thing. There's types of people who often have certain points of view, and you see it time and time again.
Right.
So here's the first impression of him. He's very feminine.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that too.
I agree. Like, I'm just saying, you see it immediately. I'm just saying, like, this is a pure soy boy. Like, not 20% soy boy, 100% soy boy.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Like, this guy is like, he's not, he's just not, there's no part of him that's, able to do masculine thinking. Like, the reality is that, like, he's more feminine than even the majority of women.
This is amazing.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean exactly?
Did I miss
He's
something
more
funny?
feminine than he's more feminine than the majority of women.
Than the majority of women. What I mean by that, he's very effeminate. He's very dependent. He's very youthful. He's very subjective. He's very irrational. Things are mostly
You
done.
sexist. Oh my God.
Like he has no concept of rationality or objectivity or logical thought processes. He's not very good with facts. Like I'm just saying, if you want to read,
He's nailing it, Sitch. He's nailing it.
You've nailed it. I don't disagree.
About how we can think, and that's exactly how he thinks. Like what you're
wow, I'm impressed.
Logically, as someone who's like all the stereotypes of a woman, that's him.
This is amazing.
So he's an artiste, auxiliary lover. His challenger / demon archetype is the judge, and his shadow is the king archetype.
Those are some feminine archetypes. Damn.
Yeah. So
Dan and I have been friends for like a year, so I've memorized almost all of the archetypes in his book by this point.
So
wait, Adam, I sent you a picture of Second Thought. You can bring him up just so the audience.
Oh, that's a great
visual
idea.
representation. So.
That's a great idea.
Imagine, Second Thought with a bright hat. Like, just imagine him just like with a little kind of like pokey little brush to like paint something. Like he's someone who he doesn't have his only real skills are to gossip, to shame, to rally, and to
oh my god,
make some.
This is incredible.
And every now and then he could just like draw something or do something that's a little bit artsy.
Okay.
So then his auxiliary archetype is the lover, which the lover archetype is much more focused on. They can be. It's hit or miss. Some lovers are extremely intellectual. Some of them aren't as much. But the lover archetype is much more experiencing life in a way of a flow. It's supposed to experience things to their most deepest emotional impact. And the lover archetype is known for its imagination, its creativity, and its ability to be very high in openness to experience and doing things that are much more different. However, I actually don't think he's very connected to his lover archetype, or else he would actually be more legitimately creative. He would probably be a musician instead of like some kind of commentator. He's very connected to his demon, which he overestimates his ability in this archetype. That's a judge. The judge is very strict. Imagine like Frollo in, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like imagine someone who is more of a magistrate. Imagine someone who is much more like a bureaucrat. Imagine someone who is very strict and very legalistic. Someone who just cares about processes and being like, oh, well, you did this wrong, therefore you're bad. But like he doesn't do it in the right way because the normal judge is if someone has as their dominant function, they're going to be very objective. They're going to be high levels of exactitude and strong explanations for things. But for him, everything is very hit or miss. Like it's very all over the place. This is someone who can't demonstrate logically.
That demonstrates psychological unhealthiness, because if you're healthy, if you're immature, it means your top archetypes are activated, but you don't have strong control over the bottom ones. If you're mature, you've been able to activate all of your archetypes in straight order because you've been able to realize your inner self. If you're in a really bad place, you have a little bit of the top and a little bit of the bottom. Correct. Because if you're in a psychological bad place, you maintain your first archetype because you haven't developed the ones further out. But then on top of that, you are constantly in your shadow because you're stressed.
That's exactly right. So his shadow, though, is the king, which is much more like, or sometimes they call it the Hierophant archetype. That's like the CEO archetype, or someone who's more like in charge of something, or a metaphysical judge of life and earth. A lot of the Greco-Roman gods were this same archetype, and someone who is much more power hungry, someone who is able to be a conqueror, someone who's able to be an incendiary power, or also a patriarch, someone who's able to be a radical individualist. But one of the things I could tell about this guy is that his mindset, the way that he thinks, is much more collectivistic. He's someone who is a longhouse boy, if you know what the longhouse means.
I mean, that's cultural femininity as well. There are no individualistic feminine societies.
Correct.
You have, I mean, as per Kurt Doolittle's axis, and Adam actually asked me to explain this on the next podcast, the three political axes are individualism, femininity, and authority. And so that's why the vast majority of societies in history are collectivist, because you have the collectivist masculine and the collectivist feminine, and only a handful of more masculine societies become individualistic.
And all else equal, this is actually one of my newest discoveries, is that people have some kind of, I don't know if it's just their face or their energy or something, but you could analyze where people fit in that triangle by like their style.
I'm curious, Dan, where do I fit? Dan and I are good friends and we talk multiple times a week. But where do I fit in that axis?
So believe it or not, you're actually really, this is a small like layering, if not maybe like 2% or something that makes you, but this is something that's very presentational, and this is actually something that's good for you. Does that make sense? Use the term presentational, meaning that it's not something that is like deep. It's something that like people just will think about you on the very surface level.
Yes.
And on that level, you're actually really far removed from individualism.
Okay, so I'm like Tsarism, where presentational.
Presentationally, you are authoritarian, but also leaning feminine. Authoritarian, leaning feminine.
So like the Kaiser's Germany. But what about my actual personality?
Your actual personality is much more individualistic. It's much more like you're able to be your own kind of person. Like you're someone who is much more, your own personality is much more monastic.
Yeah.
Like you actually belong in like the early Middle Ages.
Yeah, no, that's my favorite era of history. I don't see myself as a monk though, because I don't want to be like untrammeled like that. I kind of want to like my fantasy would be to be a wandering wizard and just wander around the world.
Well, so another thing though is
can we
let me interrupt you for 1 second. Do you get like have a trouble when you're doing this? Because like with Rudyard, you said he presents differently than he actually is.
I did for many years, and essentially what I've done is I've layered different traits and different systems. I've realized like what exactly am I looking at? You know, it took many, many years to like kind of come up with this. For example, I might be like, oh yeah, Rudyard looks kind of, you know, maybe a girl might say like, oh yeah, Rudyard looks cute or something. And I have to be able to see like, okay, what does that actually mean? On what level of someone's consciousness or psychology does that manifest or does that place? So essentially I'm looking at the presentational layer. I'm looking at the programming layer that includes like people's culture. That's essentially the software of the mind. I'm looking much more on the heart, on the operating system, which deals with people's strengths, their abilities, what they could actually do. And I'm also going straight to the core, which is their operating system. They're below that, their hardware. So one of the things that's good about that, Rudyard, is it's easier for you to blend in among woke people or also like blue-haired or pinked haired people, because you don't automatically look like you are someone who is let's say
I went to a very progressive high school and college, so that was a lesson that I just learned to get through life. And also my sister is very far left, and my mom used to be, then she jumped over to being far right. So yeah, it's a lesson I've learned. And also like realistically, you don't want to dress like an individualist because they tend to dress poorly. Like no offense to the libertarians in my audience, and I'm the closest thing I am to anything is a libertarian. But if I hear dress like a libertarian convention, that is a red flag.
Yeah. But that's a very good point. But however, one of the things I've noticed is people who give those vibes, there's something that's very distinguished about them. There's something where they're comfortable in their own skin. There's something where they have this certain power, conviction, or knowledge.
I think it's like it's a bell curve where some people who are high individualists have fully realized themselves, and other people are just like nerds. And there's like a great divide between them.
Yeah. Yeah, but on some level, like there's those people who are supremely confident in how they dress and how they act and how they operate. And it's just something that's very unique and it's very powerful.
You actually have to be good at being dressed for that to work off. Like,
yeah, that's a good point. And one thing me and Ryder talked about, we actually live in the worst dressed time in history.
Yeah, worst dressed era for upper and middle class people in all of human history, I'd say.
Yeah. I think that's easily the case. Like I can't really compare it to like any other time or era.
Yeah, because we've completely removed class divisions for dress, and we've also removed a concept of beauty. And what that adds up to like what I say about modern society is that we hate anything that's good. Like if you say you support anything besides a handful of political narratives, like if you post your if you write poetry and post that online, if you say you like Alexander the Great, if you say that like that you're really into I don't know, like going like our culture despises sincerity and it despises just like we don't glorify any type of happiness. Like nowhere in our society do we show cultural images of people being happy. And because of that, there's like nothing to aim for. And so everything becomes a negation. And so if you look at our culture, it's all about trying to avoid the negative with nothing positive to aspire to. And so what you've seen is a declassification of dress where everyone is trying to dress as low class as possible, which is why you have a society where people are dressing like literal criminals, which is what streetwear is. But at the same time, they try to wear as expensive criminal clothing as possible to demonstrate that they are still high status. And so it's this weird combination of a culture that tries to push for as little class as possible while still trying to show that what they're doing is expensive.
Hey, can we ask you some questions about how you develop these models? I think people are interested in that.
So really, I worked for another company for a little bit, and they were a platform for life coaches. And what happened was I had a task of analyzing and comparing all the different personality models in the world. And so I essentially looked at 400 different personality theories, models, systems, frameworks. And that, I decided to learn like, where did these come from? I essentially sourced like the origin of all of them and try to get back to the source and figure out like, okay, what's the genius behind all of this? And, I ended up reading a lot of books by Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, like I have some background in neuroscience. I was trying to tie it back to neuroscientific realities, behavioral decision-making, and also anthropological cultures. And, after many, many years of research, I essentially came to the conclusions I have now. So I've dabbled in many, many different fields when it comes to trying to read people. And I have different, opinions about all sorts of stuff, whether it be micro expressions or physiognomy or eye tracking or body language analysis or a number of other topics.
So how did you combine all of those different fields into this one archetype matrix?
It took a lot of time. Really what it was is like, how do you build, a cathedral out of a number of different stones? Or how do you, a song, how do you create something like Bohemian Rhapsody? You have to use like a lot of different notes to put it together.
Cool. Sitch, do you have any questions?
Some of the people in our chat are skeptical of a lot of body language stuff, and they're calling this astrology for men. Do you have a reply to that?
Okay, I have a reply to that.
Yeah.
So astrology is something that's really apt because the reality is that astrology was something that most of the most intelligent, most famous men, and most preeminent men of most ages were obsessed with. Now, the problem with astrology is that it's dealing with correlations that might not have any causal value, or at least scientifically we can't prove any causal value. But what this is, though, is you can tie your psychology back to real causal things. If people who think that this is pseudoscience, there's actual hormonal things that are going on that are associated with certain behaviors.
And we've proven this as well. Where, for example, if you have a certain facial shape, you're statistically more correlated to have higher testosterone, which is also correlated with another thing.
That's true.
So we've proven in a bunch of ways that you can look at someone's body and read that it's driven by a certain hormonal or personality disposition.
So when it comes to basic hormones like dopamine, serotonin, testosterone, estrogen, or even DMT, you can tell, like by looking at someone's eyes, I can tell like how much DMT someone is producing. Like, I don't really want to go into a super.
This was actually something I did for years before I met Dan, where ever since high school, I would look into people's eyes to figure out how they thought. And that sounds weird, but the reason I say that is that your eyes pick up what information someone's scanning for. And so I kind of use it as a proxy for intelligence in high school, because by looking at someone's eyes, you could see how fast they were processing information and also where in the room they were going. And so for like really stupid people, I find they just stare ahead. And they're just not processing.
Sitch does that all the time.
Well, you could also look and tell like where someone's eyes are moving also indicates what part of cortex is most activated.
Well, look, I completely buy into this. Obviously, you can tell from facial features, testosterone, all kinds of things, testosterone levels, and you're also figuring into body language. So it does seem like there is some correlation between body language and personality.
Stacking correlations on top of each other. So how I view like physiognomy is physiognomy might have, let's say, there might be an 80% correlation with physiognomy, your facial features, and how someone acts or thinks or behaves. And you know what, like that's not very good, because 80% is pretty low, because that means 1 out of 5 times you're going to be wrong, and sometimes you're going to be dead wrong. And that's why it's important to look at, okay, what's happening with their eyes? What's happening with their body language? Are there any other keys or figures, things I could look at? And essentially what I've done is I'm looking at enough information to figure out like, okay, well, this is showing this, this is showing this, this is showing this. And I'm assigning different metrics to different levels of consciousness or different areas. So essentially what I have is I have a personality model that has 31,536,000 different personality types. And I'm not quite sure which one. I don't even know which one Rudyard is, but I have a theoretical framework of like, each person on Earth is one of those. And fundamentally, every person, or almost everyone, like you're never going to meet someone who's just like you in your life.
Is there really that many personality types, though? I feel like I would max out at like 10, maybe. Like it'd be difficult maybe for me to even get to 10.
Well, here's the thing. You could have numerous different ways of how your neurology works. There's different ways of how you process information. There's different ways of how you digest things. There's different stimulants that you experience. There's different values that you have. There's different ways that you experience reality.
Right.
So it's not just something like, this is a great example. Is like if you were to experience the consciousness of someone else for a brief moment of time, like half an hour, it would feel like a serious trip.
Yeah,
I
agree with that.
Understanding, like being like, this is what someone else experiences. It would be completely alien. It'd be completely bizarre. And that's something that is incredibly amazing about the human condition, is there's an insane amount of psychological variety. However, one thing that I'm worried about, though, is that diversity and that variety is collapsing in real time. People are turning into NPCs.
Right.
What you mean? People are adapting the same personality? What do you mean?
What I mean by that is, imagine if a space or a field of different so I have, my system is like a circle. There's like 360 degrees. I'm seeing that certain personalities are coming together and they're clustering. So, and this is the same thing that happens in primitive culture. So, for example, imagine a remote tribe in the Amazon. A lot of people are going to be exactly the same. Like, what I mean by is literally a lot of people are going to be exactly the same personality. As in, even if there are 31 million different personality types, they're going to be the same. And they're essentially going to be like carbon copies of each other. And it's almost as if they're biological programs. However, when society develops, then you start to have specialization. That's why we had specialization in agriculture and kingdoms and empires, because people were able to do different things, and people can only do different things if there's different psychological diversity.
We found with
So one thing I was going to say, though, is gradually over thousands of years, I think we hit peak psychological diversity about 100 to 150 years ago. And then what happened was, in the last 50 years, we've just gone off, we've gone off like a cliff where it's contracting again. And it's a very scary thing. And, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen long term unless, we might have to rectify this somehow.
Dan and I invented, so I have a theory that I invented that emotions drive civilizations. So like Asian societies tend to be shame driven, Christian ones tend to be guilt driven, like a barbarian warrior ones tend to be pride driven. We're as a rule an anxiety driven society. And Dan and I independently invented basically the exact same 7 metrics for emotions. And then we came together and realized, wait, we have the exact same models. And what happens is that anxiety-based cultures are when you develop a society that is so advanced that you kind of remove reality. And so the way to get ahead is by appeasing social hierarchies and by pleasing people inside the society. But then that becomes an infinite rabbit hole where, because it's based on pleasing people's emotions, there's no feedback loop to the real world. And that's why you get decadence. And anxiety is the marker of a society in decline. And you saw it in the Romans as they fell apart, the Greeks, the Chinese when they were conquered by the Mongols, France for the revolution. And what normally occurs is that the anxiety and the decadence gets rectified by either a major war or a Caesar rising to power. And the opposite of anxiety is fear, which is what the very most primitive tribal peoples do. And for them, it's basically their motivating force, and this is true for ancient religions, is you give sacrifices to the gods so the gods don't destroy you. And you follow your king so the king doesn't whip you. And so all the motivation is through power and coercion. And so what often happens is that once you hit anxiety, because opposite things are often very similar. Once you hit anxiety,
how is anxiety the opposite of fear? I feel like the opposite of fear would be something like security.
All of
I don't necessarily know.
There's a difference between the lack of something and the presence of something, and it's opposite.
Because anxiety happens when your society is so developed that you've kind of removed external threats. And so
fear happens when society is not developed.
And fear is what happens when your society is not developed at all. Because if you're running away from a tiger, the emotion you're experiencing is fear. When you're trying to get deadlines for your boss and your kids and all that stuff, that your emotion you feel is anxiety. Anxiety is not as active an emotion as fear. And so they're opposites in that they are the stresses that come from being very developed and being very undeveloped societies.
So the reality that's happening now is I've seen in the last few years evidence that we're starting to develop the same psychology as people who live in much more undeveloped countries. What you mean by undeveloped is, like, imagine some random part of the Amazon, or some part of, like, New Guinea or something, or some part of Central Africa, which is very, very strange because one of the theories I have about development is if you have anxiety long enough, it actually will become the opposite thing, which is fear.
That's something Carol Quigley was writing about in the 50s, actually. He said, Carol Quigley, who's one of my favorite history writers, he said that you started seeing traits that you see in very tribal peoples develop among middle-class suburban kids in the 50s. And he thought that was bizarre to see, and it includes lack of interest in time, lack of rational thought, then basically de-emphasizing work ethic. Our society spent thousands of years building up very rigid social norms, and then we've deconstructed them all in the last 60 years. And so what you see when you remove those thousands of years of social norms is a return to what looks like a tribal society that never had those in the first place. I think an easy example is that we're tribalistic, and we've also lost the ability for rational thought. I mean, like, everyone's in their own little political tribe, and also we're unable to think through clear causal rationality anymore. We don't really care about that. And the question is this something that happens over 5 or 10 years, or is this a long-term historic shift?
Why do you think that we ever had that ability, like widespread as a culture?
Because we had the Industrial Revolution. If you have the ability to think rationally, if you have a democracy, if you have the ability for advanced technology, basically providing incentives for individuals to sacrifice for the greater good of the society. And this is something you see again and again in history, and its decadence. When your society gets too wealthy and too successful, you lose the values that got you there in the first place, and then your society starts to fall apart. And that this happens since the dawn of history, and it happened in Persia, it happened in Greece, it happened in China, and it happens in every civilization.
Well, like with the Industrial Revolution, I mean, could that not just be, a handful of elites basically drag the culture, the country into some form of progress? And I mean, we can see the same thing now with machine learning, could kind of drag the country into progress.
I mean, an example I would use, I think is really good, is how much justification does your society need to reach an intellectual point? Where, for example, when Marx tried to explain communism, he wrote 1,000 pages of Das Kapital, where he cross-referenced theories from every major civilization of history, and then brought Hegel in and created this overly complex series of logic. We have no equivalent for that today, where if we want to push a philosophic change, the only thing we need is a Twitter mob. And so the range of argument that is necessary to push for social change has collapsed precipitously. And I think an example that is close to my heart is I was in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and I was around an antique toy store, and they had a toy soldier set from the 1950s of the Barbary Wars. And I'm thinking, you had to have a population of 10-year-olds that care enough about the Barbary Wars to buy this thing. And that's a very different society from what we have today. And you go across references, and like in World War I, your average presidential candidate spoke at a college level reading level. Now it's at a 4th or 5th grade reading level. So you can go through all these references across culture where we as a general society have become a lot more illiterate. Like historical movies used to be the biggest movies, but now no studio would be caught dead having their biggest movie be a historical epic.
Yeah, but I don't want to confuse trends, especially entertainment trends, with something more. I mean, like obviously Westerns were very popular for a time. Historical dramas were very popular for a time. Now everything is, reboots, sequels, superhero movies.
Read the letters of Civil War soldiers. They'll use words that I don't know. They'll make references to classical literature or that sort of thing.
But is that just like the letters?
College entrance exam from 100 years ago.
You can literally, anything you would look for. This is Will Durant. He wrote a 11-volume history of civilization. This was one of the biggest bestsellers in the country. And each book is a 1,000-page history of the literature and culture and art of a certain period of history. That was one of the best-selling books in the country. And the thing is, like, I struggle to read Will Durant today.
Yeah, but I guess the thing that I want to be cautious for is like, that's a best-selling book, and when it comes out, how many people are reading it? How many people just buy it? They put it on their little table and they say, "Of course, I have this thing." And now entertainment and society is so fixated on like broad appeal. You were talking about, how the presidential candidates now, the way that they speak is on a 4th grade reading level. A lot of that's because they have to have such broad appeal because entertainment and media has so many people have access to so many things that they didn't really in the past. And I feel like maybe that's like generating a lot of what you're talking about.
I mean, it's partly that we had a more elitist society back in the day where today we try to push for the common denominator in everything. And so that's why people wear streetwear. That, like, if you have any concept of higher culture today, you'll be mocked as being out of touch with the world. Right. But also, they were trying to sell books back then too. They were trying to win elections. And so they would have done what would have worked. And the fact that we are in a society where those expectations have changed signifies something important at the society itself.
Yeah, well, I think what you just said to me rings true, is that it seems like back in those days, like if you were to, use flowery, colorful, big words, like that was a marker of intelligence and something good. So if a presidential candidate did that, people would look up to them. And now it's like, oh, well, you're an elitist. You think you're better than me. It's
but
like,
also that's
to be like the common man.
If your society expects you to do that, you'll be better at it.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. I do agree with that.
And so, like, if you're in a society that expects you to know about medieval history, you're going to know medieval history for social clout. And I mean, you can say that people are doing it for social gain, but at the end of the story, people end up knowing more history and literature and being more literate.
Right.
So here's an interesting question, Adam, PSA, Stitch.
Sitch is fine.
Who's the oldest person you've known? Like, what year were they born? That it could be someone dead, someone that you remember meeting and having a conversation with that was born a long time ago.
Well, my grandmother's over 100, so I guess that's
Oh, wow.
probably
Okay,
Wow.
so 1923 or something.
yeah.
Okay,
I
so
had
like
a teacher in this printing class that I took, and I was like, man, this guy must be 90.
Actually, my great grandmother was born in the early 1900s,
oh
so
wow.
like
My
in
grandpa was
1905
born in
or
the
something.
20s.
So
Oh wow. Okay. So I was just wondering, like sometimes I meet like Zoomers and maybe they don't really know anyone who was born before 1940.
we're older than we appear.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
old men. Okay.
Okay. So like sometimes like, but one things I could tell
That
though
guy
is
listened to polka music. I was like, polka
people from
music?
the
What the
greatest
fuck?
generation had like a certain level of objectivity, of certain morals, of certain virtues. And one of the things I was talking about with some of our mutual, me and Rudyard's mutual friend Kurt, is that we actually believe that like when it comes to doing rational thought, objectivity, and logical thought processes, a woman born in like what we're saying though is that there's been a psychological feminization where like a woman born in the late 19th century might be psychologically more masculine than a boy born in the early 21st century.
Okay. So, I mean, so you asking me like if like the old women that I knew, would I characterize them as like more masculine?
Well, what I'm saying though is, were they a little bit more straight to the point? Were they a little bit more matter of fact? Were they a little
yes,
bit
yeah, I would
That
agree.
was the
Yeah.
case with the really old people I knew. My grandpa fought in World War II, and he was very matter of fact, very straight, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Yeah.
So like one of the things that happens though is that like people now are if you were to take a look at the map of the world of like which countries are much more emotional in terms of like they get roused up more quickly. And one of the things that's happened though is in the last 100 years, America's gone from much more stoic, unemotional country to a very hypersensitive, emotional country. And that's a very significant change. I'm sure that's happened only very few times in history.
It's comparable actually to the fall of the late Roman Republic. And for those that don't, for the cycles of history, the longest one is the civilizational cycle, which Spengler developed. And we're in a very similar place to the fall of the late Roman Republic, where in that time period, Rome, which was a republic, conquered the entire world unwittingly through a series of wars. And then the Romans, they then started to fall to extremely high inequality. Giant slave mega corporations took over the entire economy. You saw people basically become impoverished. The shared responsibility of the shared social fabric of the republic fell apart. Religion fell apart. You saw mass feminization. You saw a feminist movement. You saw and then you saw the rise of political strongmen as the two political parties couldn't handle the stresses of what were going on. And then what happened afterwards was a series of foreign wars and civil wars, where the Romans were simultaneously fighting their own civil wars while they were fighting a bunch of competitors in the other parts of the world. And if you want to know more, I have a full video on this topic. And also my friend Philippe Fabry has written several books comparing the late Roman Republic to the present.
Is it the decadence that causes this? Is it the fact that once the external threats are seeming to be neutralized and everything becomes kind of like an internal power struggle that's more aligned with like the feminine energy than the masculine energy?
Yeah, it's the Romans had a period called the Age of Gold, which was right after they beat the Carthaginians and the Greeks, and the Romans became de facto rulers of the entire Mediterranean, and they became exceptionally wealthy. And it was amazing at first. But then what happened was that as the Romans became wealthy, they lost any like shared sense of social community and shared values. And so what ended up happening was it was social breakdown where like the rich oppressed the poor, where there were like strong men who would lead military battalions to launch coups, where there was mass sex slavery. And it's once you remove external threats, you remove the incentive for your own people to be nice to their own people, which is a brutal thing. And it's indicative of human nature, but it's also a pattern you see again and again.
So Ozymandias from Watchmen was correct. We need a giant squid vagina monster to blow up New York so that we can unite against it.
I don't know. Like these things at this point, like I trust the path. and I trust that the natural order has it figured out, and I'm just here, like, whatever has to happen has to happen. And
So
if we
I
had a war
also,
with China now, it would break us. If we had to have a draft and have a war with China, I think we would have a civil war over how to manage that. But I don't think
Do
we
you
have a giant
do you buy into
external-
generations theory, Rudyard? Do you think we're in the climax of the seculum, as they say?
Yeah, I've actually
Uh,
never read that book. I mean, I know the theory, and I have massive props for the guy for
I,
accurately predicting the year it would happen.
Right.
I've read part of the book.
2033.
So no, it was supposed to be well, one of the problems about like
We're
this
talking about the fourth turning is here, right?
fourth
That
turning,
book.
yes,
Yeah.
fourth turning should be here. However, one of the things though that not enough people have brought up is that people live a little bit longer in this previous turning than they did in the previous turnings, maybe by like 5 to 10 years. So it's possible, like in theory, each turning is 80 years, which
Right.
means 1945 should be the end of the previous turning, and this turning should be over at 2025. However, people might be living 5 or 10 years longer.
He
in the
says
previous turning.
2033 in the book.
So that's baked in. So like it should be by then that we should be in the start of a new turning. At the very
Right.
Also say is that you have multiple cycles. You have the generational cycle around 80 years. You have the longer cycle that Turchin talks about at 300 years. And then you have the civilizational at 2000. And so for our right now in 2020, we're the first time that the longer cycle is kicking in, because the last time that happened was the French Revolution in the Western world. And so
another theory that I have is around sometime between 2030 and 2040, we're going to be entering into a new cycle. So the last world that we've been in is essentially a product of the French Revolution. Like it's just not it's just we haven't really done anything new. Everything has been either the French Revolution, liberalism, or it's reaction. It's been something that is just back and forth. Like it's right versus left in terms of our paradigms. And we need to figure out how to have a new paradigm. Our philosophy hasn't really changed that much. Everything has been, materialism. Everything has been Rousseau to its logical extreme. And we're essentially what's going to happen is for each mega turning or every few turnings, there's something big that happens. And then we have a new framework. Then we have we have new ideas.
Big stuff is going on right now, though. I mean, giant stuff, obviously. They're like moving a bunch of carrier groups to the Middle East right now.
I've got a lot to say about this, and I'll be back in a second.
So one of my thoughts, though, is that one of the things that is happening, though, Adam, is that how I view this, I also have other generational cycles that I think are 60 years. No one else has. This is my own little pet thing. And they each have like a different theme. So in my model, 1980 to 2040 is the age of decadence. And the previous age was much more the age of industrialization. So if you look globally, obviously the age of industrialization was a lot earlier, but that's when it was kind of more of its peak in like the Western world. And how I view it is the next age of 2040 to 2100 should be like an age of being much more rigid. I actually think that people are going to be more people are going to have to be a lot more tough. Like it's going to be more of an age of physical depravity. And
I mean, that goes with generational theory. Like supposedly this is the millennials are the hero generation because things are going to get crazy.
I disagree with that. I don't think heroes are going to be able to save the day. And
okay.
How I view it is that I think we're going to be in for a tough time for essentially the rest of our lives.
Oh my God. What do you mean specifically?
What I mean specifically, well, there's a huge collapse that's going to happen. That is the fertility crisis. It's a demographic crisis. So what's going to happen worldwide if like everyone, if there's no 20-year-olds and there's a truckload of 60-year-olds?
Automation.
Robots.
Well, like robots, but like, what if we don't have the intellectual capacity anymore to make robots or to do robots? Or what if there's too much anarchy or political instability to create the AI world? Or to
The
create
AI will make the robots for us.
Yeah,
well,
robots are going to make the robots.
Robots are going to make the robots. Well, what's going to happen when, there's countries just like, get rid of like the data centers, or like they just bomb, another country's robot central command center.
Well,
All of our
them back.
technological processes are super fragile. Like
All our
every-
robots are wireless.
Well, then, like people, how easy it could be. Like people could just like, bomb a data center, or people could just
Right.
like cut up some cords in the bottom of the ocean, and then gone. The internet's gone. Like most people don't.
I know
realize
we're totally fucked if
this
the
is
internet's gone.
This is a
Like all of society collapses if the
hardware,
internet turns
and
off.
even when it comes to in normal times, hardware is going to get old at some point, and people might not have the parts or the abilities, the capabilities to replace those hardware parts. What people don't realize is sometimes people are just completely thinking about software. There's hardware realities that might catch up to us. And what I'm thinking though is like there's a number of different pressures where I believe that I'm hoping that I'm wrong, but in my mind there's a real possibility that like 2040 might be peak technology when it comes to digital technologies.
So are you saying that you
2040?
think that people are just we're going to reach a point where people are just not going to be smart enough to basically keep maintaining the technology that we have currently?
It's looking like.
Okay.
Well,
And so, I mean, is it like a race between whether we can get the robots to do it for us, or if we can't do it
even if we
ourselves?
can't get the robots for us, like there's going to be one country fighting another country, and it's going to bomb some data center, and then the robots won't be able to do it anymore.
Okay.
I disagree. I think we'll find some way to disperse data collection before that happens. I think that there'll be a scare about this, and then
that's a very important thing. Like I hope someone's working on this, because like someone has to be worried about this full time, because I'm just worried about like our civilization being fragile.
I bet this is the sort of thing the U.S. military would have figured out and kept under locks and not told the public so not to panic them. I mean, remember the internet was created because of the threat of nuclear war, where the internet said we need to transmit information cheaply in case there's a nuclear war so that society can survive, and that's the origin of the internet. And so I think this is probably something the military and or the big tech companies thought about, but they haven't publicized because that would panic the public. And I mean, I think we might have peak technology soon, but not in the way Dan thinks, because people are just depressed and lonely now. And I don't think, like, imagine projecting for all of human history, spending your entire life in front of a screen. That's just not what anyone wants. And so I think it's like, for a lot of innovations, you push them too far early on, then you kind of regret it. Like, remember how drive-throughs or motels or look at Los Angeles. All of these things were built with cars in mind, and then we regretted it, and we thought cars aren't everything our parents thought they were, and now lots of young people want to move to walkable cities, and that happens again and again, where I think we will have a reckoning as a society. We don't like how much time we spend on screens, and so we'll naturally reach a new cultural adjustment where we let's say you don't use screens before you're age 15, or it's kind of lame if you're constantly on your screen.
There's going to be serious taboos with Gen Alpha when it comes to screens, I'm predicting.
Right.
Because they see their parents and they're like, Dad's so lame. Dad's always on his screen.
Yeah, I think that could very well happen, but I think also the exact opposite could happen, where we kind of go so far into the screen technology that it kind of does the reverse, when everyone's putting on their VR helmets to talk to people in the metaverse, and there's like a photorealistic version of a person they're talking to. Is that going to trigger in a human brain kind of the same chemicals as if we were talking to someone in person?
I mean, you can't get laid in the metaverse. I think that's a big factor.
You say that now. Okay.
But like,
But what that means, though, is like, what happens if there's no people? If we're all in the metaverse, the population fertility rate goes to 0.2 or something, or 0.1. Well, way below replacement rate. And then
can't we just like copy paste in the metaverse and just have a bunch of people in there?
Have like embryonic wombs and stuff. Like it's not gonna, like, at some point there's gonna be no more will to live, and then there's psychological problems at play where,
I mean, the mistake there's a handful of mistakes people make again and again with predicting the future. And one of the biggest ones is people expect whatever trend happened over the last 30 years to happen over the next 30 years, but stronger and harder. And the reality is that the next 30 years, in most cases, is a reaction to the previous 30 years, not a continuation of it. And I mean, I think someone will write a post-mortem at some point going through how much of the political radicalism that's happening right now is people are just lonely. Like, I think you could do a study and find a significant statistical percentage, because our society went digital for COVID. And I think that we never really fully integrated back to pre-COVID levels. And I think a lot of the political craziness right now is people are spending their time in like Twitter or internet chat rooms with other crazy people rather than just being in their communities. And these political problems would have still happened, but I think we'll have a reckoning in the next couple of years that spending all our time on screens is just miserable.
Well, kind of going back to the cyclical theories for a second, is there something that we can look out for going forward to check or falsify the kind of cyclical theories to make sure we're not kind of falling prey to the, I guess we call the Bible code-esque pattern recognition problem?
What I'd say is that it's impossible to predict the future. And that's something I'm very plain about. And I say my job is betting against God. And you should not trust my predictions. You should take everything I say with a grain of salt. And that anything that the future probably won't happen, because there are infinite ways to be wrong and only a handful to be right. And so when I say this stuff, it's mostly to play a game. It's mostly just because it's fun and it's an interesting mental exercise. And it is useful past a certain point in a manner where I'd say, I think we're going to have a revolution soon, and we should worry about that. But the thing is, my worry is extrapolating far into the future over things that we don't know about. And so, for example, people ask me, will we have a war? And my honest answer is, I don't know. And it's like, if we had a war with China, that involves 6 different die rolls that are different chances. And I can't predict what those different die rolls are. And if these cycles of history become popular, people definitely will try to overpredict. But then that's basically impossible. And so I like to say history is a twisted mirror where it reflects things that happen very distant in the past and very far into the future. And so, like, if I had known all of these theories of history in the year 2000, and I was trying to predict what would occur in 2020, wokeness, the screen addiction, the birth rate collapse, I could have figured that out. There were authors in the 50s who knew that the birth rate would collapse, but like a bunch of things I just could have never predicted because they were too weird. And so that's what predicting the future is like. You can get a predictable result. Like Peter Turchin in 2010 knew we'd have a crisis in the 2020s, and Neil Howe also said that we would. But the thing is, it's very like you can't predict what it's actually going to be like to live through it, because the world exists to constantly challenge our expectations.
But is there something that will happen in the near future that if it does happen or doesn't happen, that you'll be like, oh, this really shakes my belief system?
If we don't have any kind of political violence in the next couple of years, if we get out of this peacefully, and if we get out of this peacefully and a new president arises who fixes all the issues, and then we enter a new 1950s of just economic golden age, I will have to really re-question the tools I use to study the world.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's possible. I don't think it's likely. I think it's possible that we might fix the predicaments we're in within 15 years. I think it's very unlikely. I don't think it's going to happen within the next 8 years, though. I'm going to say 0. In my mind, there's a 0% chance we fix our issues in the next 8 to 10 years. I think very, very unlikely that we do it within the next 15.
Because, I mean, the problem is the birth rate. The birth rate is something that will take a very long time to fix. And I mean, a video I'm just finished, I'm going to release soon, it's The Psychological Black Death, where I make the claim that I think our society is slated for a mental health pandemic on the scale of the Black Death. And one of the things I say in that video is we don't have the psychological tools to understand why our mental health is this bad. On top of that, we haven't communicated that to the public. And then on top of that, we haven't made any plans. And so we have intractable issues like population decline or mental health that, like, the population bomb is going to kill a lot of countries very soon, but no one in our elite ever talks about it. Like, I know one of the guys in the pronatalist movement, what he often says is like, literally, I am the only guy who talks about the population issue, but it's going to start gutting a lot lot of countries like China or Russia or Germany or stuff.
Mm-hmm. But
I
for
feel like
America, since we
that's
have
all
so
anyone
much
ever talks
immi-
about, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in internet spheres, I hear that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're part of the cool kids club of nerd, it's what we talk about. But like, has my grandma heard of this? Does Mitch McConnell think about this?
Right.
Does like your boomer gym teacher think about this?
Well, is that really going to affect America because we have so much immigration?
I mean, there's like, we're probably
That's
not
fine,
going to be able to take in more immigration because of the rising sentiment on the right, but also like Mexico doesn't have a sustainable birth rate anymore.
Yeah,
the
immigration is going to turn off in the next couple of years, is what they're saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, I mean, also it's such an unpopular issue among the American public. Like, I think because the Biden administration pushed it so far, like I think immigration now is incredibly unpopular across the American public,
Mhm.
Even among most leftist voters, I guess. But I mean, like, the only countries with sustainable birth rates in the world are like the shittiest sub-Saharan African countries. Like India doesn't have a sustainable birth rate.
Latin America is barely at replacement rate right now.
It's
so
beneath
all that,
replacement rate.
yeah,
Mexico's beneath replacement rate. Brazil is.
Yeah. So
like
all
Iran,
that's why they're saying all the immigration is going to dry up pretty soon.
The Middle
Yeah.
East doesn't have a replaceable birth rate. Like countries in the Muslim world don't. And the thing is, everyone's birth rates are collapsing much faster than anyone predicted. Like,
But who cares? We make a bunch of robots, robots that work in old folks' homes. We grow old and fat and happy together.
That'll accrue to the very most wealthy. I mean, if you build AI and robots, they'll have the wealthy will collect all the revenue and the rest will live as slaves.
How do you know we're not in AI in 5 years is not going to come up with some therapy to reverse aging? And all of a sudden, all these people that we have are going to be moving towards 20 again. I mean, that'll do it for you.
Is that you have to deal with another 100 years of boomers ruling? Like, could our society survive that?
Look, boomers are going to rule forever. You just got to live with it. Right?
I mean,
I know you're
joking. I know you're joking, but past a certain point, if your plan is
well, they're the ones with all the money. They're the ones that are going to be using these reverse aging therapies. So yeah,
if your plan is contingent upon discovering a magical sword that
they've done a lot of studies on aging. You cannot. Are you claiming that we're never going to figure out how to halt, if not reverse aging? Because I do think that's definitely going to happen.
I've looked into like the SENS like research center and like a lot of people who have been transhumanists, and the reality is like I'm waiting to see the smoking gun and not seeing. I don't see any evidence.
Decades, if not centuries out.
Hold on. You do think aging is like a technical problem to solve, though, right? I mean, we understand how aging works.
I don't think it is. I think that past a certain point, your body wants you to die, and I think that
but we can shut that off.
There's a psychological component to it.
Okay.
There's energetic, psychological, like there's other forces that factor. That's not.
So you're saying if we could halt aging or reverse aging, that your brain would fall apart anyway?
Yeah, the brain would still fall apart. Like people will still die. Like people won't be able to handle it. People will either commit suicide. People won't be able to. Some people might be able to reverse age, and maybe they're going to live to 150. But I don't think most people will. I don't think people have the psychological capacity to live more than maybe 120 years.
What you're also
do you think robots could affect this loneliness crisis that you're talking about?
No. I think if
you need biological beings and you also need humans.
I don't think it would change. Like, I think if you're with a robot that can talk to you, you know in your soul that that's not a real person. They don't love you. And like people say that
even a dog would be, infinitely times better.
Yeah, but isn't a dog just like a like a fleshy robot? I feel like they are.
The
Well,
dog has like a soul.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
really?
like,
Okay.
isn't so much of this
Your-
because we grew up not having robots? Like a generation that grows up with robots, they're gonna have a completely different view of this.
Well,
I
they
think
won't
so.
be able to. They won't be able to tell. Like, fundamentally, we're biological beings, and we can tell if something else is a biological being. And
Mhm.
some neurological level, we'll be able to tell like this is an inanimate thing. It's not really giving me any
Yeah.
like comfort.
In
Well,
human,
look, sometimes I leave the house without my cell phone and I feel like lost and alone. So I don't know how that can't be put onto some external being.
So
like if you have an
here's-
external being
here's the thing.
that's as
You have-
useful as your cell phone, you're
So,
gonna fall in
There's
love with
people
that
will
thing.
agree with you, Adam and Stitch.
Mhm.
However, in a world that's becoming more psychologically more primitive, there's going to be less and less and less people that agree with you. So
Mhm.
imagine someone
So-
imagine trying to convince someone from some random island in the middle of the Pacific that a robot can be their best friend.
or
Is that-
even like my super Catholic grandpa in World War II, like he would just say "fuck that." And I mean, what I think is that one of the biggest mistakes people make trying to understand history in the world is the mistake of thinking this time is special. And this time is always special because each indivisible moment of time is a special moment in history. But also these cycles always end up working through somehow. And if your mental model is my society collapses or we discover a MacGuffin that fixes everything across history, the chances that your society collapses are much higher because that happens all the time. And you almost never discover the MacGuffin. It's happened
What is a society collapse? Well, just on the robot thing, I would argue that a significant portion of the population has already fallen in love with R2D2. And if you could give R2D2 to people, they would be just fine. They'd be perfectly happy with that. Like that'd be like the perfect friend for them.
Well, you got to give R2D2 tits first, though.
So I think it only works for about 5 to some % of people, and the way that demographics are going, 20 years from now, that's only going to work for maybe 1 or 2% of people.
And also,
I don't look. I just want to ask on the societal collapse. What has caused the societies to collapse in the past?
it's like a litany of factors. Like that's an hour-long video.
Right, but look, I feel like we have technological fixes for a lot of things that probably destroyed societies in the past.
Well, societal collapse it's not a technical problem usually. It's often a social problem. What we're forgetting about is there's such a thing as social technologies. We're very focused right now on physical materialist technologies, but we're completely forgetting social technologies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as an example, these historical cycles are supposed to occur every 200 years. And the world's economy has gone up 20 times over since the French Revolution, but we're still in the same position as if that never occurred because just that's how it works out. We're in a position where most people are barely getting by. We're massively polarized, and we could have a revolution even with our world's economy going up 20 times over, and people are not starving anymore. Or many of our fixes over time turn into new problems. Where the sexual revolution, you'd think, okay, we've removed the biological barriers to sex. We live in a utopia, but that just creates a new problem, which is
too much sex,
dating crisis. Or you get too much sex, and then you get the dating crisis where you have a giant class of incels, and people aren't getting married, and people aren't having kids, and so it creates a new problem. And so every fix you have ends up creating a new problem. Or like, for example, fixed health problem. We fixed food supply, and now obesity is crippling the population, and 3/4 of young men can't serve in the military due to mental health problems or obesity. And so each technical fix you add creates a new problem. And just over history, the collapse of societies is normal. And so you're just forestalling what's a natural biological process. You're not even forestalling it, you're creating new problems.
Right. This sounds pretty pessimistic. Is one of Rudyard's archetypes a pessimist? I feel like he should be. I feel like he should be if he's not. Look, every time. Look, I do think there are a lot of people who are sad and lonely out there, and I feel horrible for them. But every time you say that, I think, I mean, I'm having the time of my life here. I'm not
mean,
sad or lonely.
Well,
so
good for
If
you.
we were to be on the verge of a civil war and world war, would the world look different from what it is now? This is my question I always ask. If we were to be on the verge of a civil war, how would you change the appearance of modern America to be different from what it is?
during the Civil War, is that like what is the conflict of the Civil War going to be? Is that what you're asking?
Imagine hypothetically.
You wrote a science fiction world that was about to have a civil war.
Mm-hmm.
How would it look different from our current society?
How would it look different
let's see.
from our current society? Let's see. There would be some sort of active coup attempt going on to overthrow the.
No, but you have to actively predict the step before that. If you were to make a country right on the verge of civil war, how would you predict it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's the scenario I run in my head where I think if blank were to be the case, what would it look like? And then I compare that over history.
Well, I guess with like a civil war, like a hot civil war in America, it's hard for me to conceptualize what that would look like because, obviously with our civil war, it was location based. So you could have logistically North versus South. I don't know what that would look like now.
But the problem is that that's the case for each conflict. For a church, it goes through the historic conflicts, and people consistently cannot predict when there's going to be a major conflict.
No, right. But I'm saying like, how would a civil war in America like manifest and look since the population
is because you can't predict that. You can't look around the outside world.
So in 1914, we're in the Edwardian area. No one was thinking that like there was going to be massive war. A lot of people thought like war is a thing of the past. Like we're just going to all march towards liberal parliamentary democracies. We're going to have globalization and colonialism. Like we're just going to like technologically advance. Society is going to be perfect. Then World War happened, and boom, like nihilistic, attitudes went straight up, and the world was.
Yeah, but that was like again. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just asking you what it would look like because if with World War I and World War II, obviously there's countries fighting each other. It's very different. And
how it would look like, I want to answer the second part of the question is like maybe it could look something really complicated like the Lebanese Civil War, where there's all sorts of different factions that are literally on top of each other and they're in the same geography.
Yeah, but does Lebanon, I'm assuming Lebanon didn't have the kind of structure that America had that would allow, I don't think we'd allow something like that to happen.
Every major society has an internal conflict every 200 years. It's practically impossible to find exceptions. And it's like the greatest empires in the world always have internal conflicts or external conflicts. As I like to say, and I'm sad about this truth, war is normal, peace is the aberration, where like every great empire of every era has their internal conflicts and no one's exempt from it. And people always mispredict. Like imagine the reason Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake is she had no concept the French Revolution could happen. Before each world war, no one knew it could happen. One of the wealthy donors, there was a wealthy donor who gave money to the Bolsheviks right before the Russian Civil War as a hedge against the Tsar because he had no concept that there could be a revolution. And people tend to be very bad at predicting when stuff like this starts because no one wants to think that things could be that horrible. But if you look over history, it happens with pretty good regularity. Like go through history and find when is a 40-year period without a major war, and you'll find very few.
Well, fortunately, one man prevented the Civil War, and his name was Mike Pence. Because he didn't throw out the votes. He said no. And
but the
American hero.
If you're in a position where Mike Pence has to stop a civil war,
there's not a good place to be.
It's not good.
There's an underlying trend that needs to be stopped.
Kamala Harris is going to stop it, though. She's going to save the union.
Yeah.
So I only have 5 minutes left.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
So there's a few other points I want to bring up, though, was that we can't, there's always something. Imagine trying to predict when a mountain range is going to start, or trying to predict the weather, or trying to predict, what kind of flora or fauna is going to be around you, or predicting anything in your environment. Like there's always kind of like guideposts. There's always like different things you could look at where you could kind of guess like this is probably going to happen, but you can't. There's no sure signs. There's always going to be general trends, and that's the same case with looking at archetypes. It's like you could both be of the same archetype, or you could both have the same archetype combination, but you're going to manifest in very different ways. That doesn't mean the archetypes don't exist, but what it means is that they're going to look very different. And there's always going to be things that are very, very unusual or very strange, or things could not be not what you're expecting. Like, for example, I could go to California and I might have a vision or a picture in my mind thinking like, oh yeah, California, Golden State. It's going to be super sunny, shiny. There's like a great beach there. But in reality, what I had in mind, someone else was thinking California. They were thinking, oh, Mount Shasta. Or maybe they were thinking of Death Valley. Or maybe they were thinking of Mammoth. Or maybe they're thinking of the Redwoods. People have these ideas or these predictions of like, oh, it's going to be like this, when it is technically that, but in reality, it's completely different.
The twisted mirror, everything reflects multiple eras of history, but is also its own indivisible self.
People want to know what your book is called. Dan.
So I'm working on a number of books. None of them are published yet. Part of it is keep on finding new different, things about, different so the name of my system or my model, what it's probably going to be called is, some part of the title will be called Seasonal Dynamics. So my model is based off the seasons where, there's different personality traits that are associated with different climates, different times of year. And how I view it is it's a large cycle. There's a cycle of cultures, there's a cycle of neurology, there's a cycle of temperament, there's a cycle of different hormones, there's a cycle of nature, there's a cycle of life.
Cool.
Where do people find you?
You could find me at my Twitter at SpeedReadDan. I also have a Substack I run on occasionally called the McKindog Express.
There you go. Well, listen, now I know that I should never come out with a face reveal, because then you'll know all my dirty personality secrets.
I have a very good idea already of what your archetypes are.
Oh, no.
Just off of the voice, you can tell, right?
Oh, no. I could tell. So I could do such a thing as like voice physiognomy too. So I'm not going to go into you. However, if I did see a face reveal within 1 second, I would know. Or
wow. 1 second.
I mean, he knew pretty fast on me. He got it.
I've been talking with you. You've been around Sitch, and like one of the things though is like I understand your psychology a lot more because you've been saying certain things, which is indicative of what possible archetypes you might be.
Is your I thought your Twitter was Deep Red Dan.
Deep. Well, okay, it is. So my previous Twitter handle was Speed Read Dan. Now it's Deep Read Dan. Sorry, I just changed it.
I put that Twitter in the description so you guys can follow him on Twitter if you want to check it out.
Deep Read Dan.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha.
But you did some deep reading here, which was awesome. So this was a lot of fun. Thanks for coming on.
It was.
Are you going to take off? Or are you?
I have to hit something later.
That's cool. That's cool. Thanks for coming on, both you guys.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
This was a lot of fun.
Bye.
Take care. Cool. There you go. Now that we all know that Adam's a beta.
That's the only thing.
At least you don't have that
anyone will remember.
I know. They'll ignore the Explorer. They say, you're just a beta. Listen, it doesn't matter.
That's so sad.
At least you're not like swimming in feminine energy, okay?
Oh, I know. That was hilarious. Oh my God. That was the best.
Yeah, interesting.
That was the best.
Yeah,
totally nailed it.
I'm curious because and I don't know, maybe we'll talk again, because like I'm interested that he said that Rudyard presents differently than he is, because I feel like if he has a model that can deal with that and correct for it, then that's definitely significantly more useful than just the general body language models, which you look at someone and that's all you kind of base it off of. Because I mean, I do feel like you're going to get a lot of people presenting differently than they actually are.
To fool people? Is that what's going on?
No, not to fool people. Just to, I mean, because I agree that there's going to be some things that you can see. You could probably see some levels of anxiety in people. They were talking about like hormones and things you can see in people. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I'd be curious if you could shove all this information into a machine learning algorithm. And it could look at just someone and their body language, and it could derive, 9 out of 10, 95% of the time correct information about them. I mean, that's pretty impressive if that if that could be shown to be true.
Wasn't Scott Adams tweeting about this recently? I feel like I saw a tweet of his where he was talking about AI programs being able to analyze your emails and writing and stuff like that. And
Yeah, he wasn't talking about in terms of like body language, but yeah, he was talking about in terms of that. Yeah,
like be able to predict your behavior, I think he said. So it is interesting. I mean, AI is just a pattern detection system that's pretty, better than what humans can detect.
Well, it's a brute force pattern recognition system.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, I do believe that you could theoretically, take what someone says, take what they write, take how they look. You could shove this all into some kind of magical machine learning program, and theoretically, it could derive someone's personality pretty accurately. I just don't know if we're there yet. But I definitely should be possible in theory. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I do think there's more than 10. I'm surprised you think there's only 10 personality types.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there's at least a few thousand. How many people do you meet and you're like, this is the exact same person? Like, if there's only 10 personality types, you would meet a lot of the same people pretty constantly.
I feel like I do meet a lot of the same people constantly. Don't you feel like there's like the type A go-getter, there's the shy person, the shy introvert?
There are things that you can generalize that you see repeated. Obviously, like the type A, type B, that's just two things, right? But then I wouldn't say that that's someone's entire personality is one of those things.
Like but you usually yourself one of those things are dominant.
Yeah, but you yourself are like a weird mix of type A and type B that most people don't know. Are you not?
I guess I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm like a go-getter. But that's exactly it. I think everyone that watched this stream would assume that you're a very type A extroverted person. Yet in the real world, in person, you're not. You're very different.
Well, I just don't like hanging out with you. I mean, that's normally I'm very outgoing.
Okay. Maybe it's just me. I understand. Okay.
No,
there's my mistake. I assumed something of Adam, but he just doesn't want to interact with me.
Look, I'm just joking around.
Okay.
Obviously.
I mean, everyone knows I'm obviously a hermit because I talk about it constantly. So.
Yeah. No, you got to get out. Come on, you need a little of the explorer.
I do, but I don't have it. Well, it is, but it's the Hermit Explorer. That's the thing. You would be, it's funny. Rudger says like, oh, he wants to be like a wizard going around exploring. I'm going to be the fucking asshole sitting in a bathtub just like reading books. Shit. Like, I'm never leaving this area. I'm never leaving this 2 square feet area. So, anyways, that was an interesting conversation. We didn't have enough time. I was curious to hear Rutger's explanation of
the triangle. We never got to the triangle. Damn it.
No, I wanted to ask him how the Israel situation would lead to World War III because I don't understand that chain of events. But maybe it'll be for next time. Okay. Super chats?
Yeah. Yes.
Rogue Elephant. Oh, Mark Twain's Revenge. Thanks so much for $20. He said, have Dan analyze Second Thought, which I mean seemed pretty spot on.
Yeah, we got to that.
Pretty spot on. It would be. I bet you should DM Dan this. I bet you he could get a fairly popular YouTube channel if he just did his analysis of all the big streamers.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, just DM that. He would get the numbers on that one. So
whether you think invite him on our show and clip it, CT. Come on, we'll do it.
Oh, I see. There. Okay. Let's have him on. We'll have a segment every Tuesday. We're doing another, 20-minute segment where he just does another big YouTuber.
I mean, we should clip out the Second Thought analysis. Why wouldn't we?
Definitely.
That was fucking hilarious.
It was. Yeah.
It was hilarious. Oh my God. It was the best.
I want to hear him do Hasan and Vosh and all those people. It'd be fun. Let's see. If Sitch didn't word vomit his whole backstory before the interpretation, would have been more interesting. Oh, you mean for second thought? So some people were. I'm assuming what you mean by that is that some people were
We gave too many
operating
hints. That's
under
what they
the
were
impression that he's doing like a cold reading, thing for second thought. I don't think that's what was going on, honestly. I think he does have a system that he is using to derive information from it. And you can agree with the system or not. I don't think he was just listening to what I said and coming up with this. Because I mean, I wouldn't have like feminine would not have been my go-to to think of if that was like the word vomit thing that you're, or if the Hamas thing was what you were going with. I would not have gone with feminine, so I don't necessarily agree with that. But
Vanessa says she'll unsubscribe if we do a series.
it's interesting, yeah, because I mean, I don't necessarily like believe the whole bilanguage stuff, with the certainty either. But it's interesting to me that some people are like very vehemently turned off by it. Which I mean, I don't
You
know.
got to
Even if
bring
you
Vanessa on to challenge him.
right, even if you don't agree with it, I mean, to me, it's kind of like astrology. It's just like it's funny, it's fun, it's like entertainment. So
That was
that's
a
what just look
lot.
at
That
it.
was hilarious. It was a
Yeah,
lot
that's what
of
I'm saying.
fun.
Just look at it like an entertainment if you don't want to believe it for whatever reason. I'm curious the people that really don't believe it, do you not believe him specifically, but think it's possible, or you just don't think it's possible at all to sort of look at the way someone's act and derive any sort of useful personality information from that?
Look, behavior is what makes up your personality. The problem with astrology is, I mean, the movements of the planets. How is there a causal connection between that and the way that you act?
Well, it would be I mean, I agree with you. Obviously, that should have nothing to do with it. The only possible explanation I could see would be that certain time periods have certain environmental reasons for shaping people's behavior, and that could have some effect theoretically, right?
Right. Like if you're born in the summer,
Summer, winter, spring, yeah.
you go from seeing the world being a very nice place to being a cold, miserable piece of shit. So that would make you pessimistic.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't really want to believe astrology either. But I hate to say it, but my signs are pretty close. So I mean, but I know there's other people that I know that have said their signs are like way off. So it could just be a
Okay.
coincidence. I know people say, well, the signs are broad enough. It's like, yeah, the signs are broad, but yet they are still different because I look at the other signs and they don't match me pretty specifically. So, but it is what it is. Okay. Rogue Elephant for $20. Thank you. Says, suggest you guys take a tour of a data center. In Terminator 2, I wondered why they couldn't just unplug Skynet. Redundancy is so built into the current web, you need a whole worldwide power outage to stop it. Viva la machines. Yeah. I don't know enough about it to comment about how easy it would be to just like destroy all the robot, information stuff. I would imagine it would be very difficult to do that. So that'd be my guess.
Man, I can't wait to get one of those little soccer players as my buddy to like follow me around. Oh, that'd be so cool.
Well,
like, why make a human-sized robot? Why not just make a little human robot? That would be so cool. You wouldn't be afraid. You'd be like your little buddy. Could be amazing.
Well, it's funny because I'm glad you brought up dog, and you're like, well, isn't a dog just like a flesh robot? And it kind of is.
Yeah.
Or at least you want it to be, right? Because like everyone wants a dog that is like nice and personable and like
loyal.
behaves
Yeah, exactly.
and loyal, and it's basically like has unconditional love for you, and that's why some people like dogs. And so I do think, like, I understand a lot of people's point that you won't have affection for a robot the way you have for a person, and that's kind of like my intuition as well. That's my initial intuition, is that thought. But we haven't really been confronted with a robot that looks like a human and basically acts in a way that you wouldn't readily know is not human, is just having the knowledge in the back of your mind that this person is a robot, or this robot is a robot, not a person. Is that going to be enough to override your irrational emotional thought process? And I'm going to say no.
Unequivocally no.
Yeah, because it's like it's the logic, it's the writer, okay, on the elephant in the back of your head that's like, this is a robot. But it's your elephant. It's all the emotion, the rational thing that says, this is some hot chick that loves me and wants to bang me, whenever I want, right? Like, to me,
no, look, I'm not even talking a hot chick. Like, if you just had like a 2-foot tall it could look like a transformer, man. As soon as that thing saves you from the burglar, you're gonna fucking love that thing. That's gonna be your best friend.
Right. I'm just going to the more like extreme version of it.
Well, look, it doesn't have to be human. Like, you can form a relationship with that thing. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, I think there will be robot pets that people will love and have affection for. But I'm just saying, because I think that the difference is that the love and affection, all these things, these are generally irrational emotional responses. And I see that is going to be more powerful than a logical response in the back of your mind that says, well, this is a robot program to do X, Y, Z, as opposed to some kind of living, breathing, creature. Because there's a million justifications, there's a million rationalizations you can create for that. Because you'll say like, well, are not humans a form of biological machine, essentially, with programming that's just, instead of being programmed in a computer lab, you're programmed by genetics and you're programmed by environmental stimulus? And is that really so different than a robot? Like, there's a million rationalizations that the human mind will come up with that just kind of hand wave away this stuff. So I do think it's going to be like, because I agree that population decline will be a weird issue. And I think that issue is going to ramp up just as technology increases, because that seems to be, number one, the trend. And number two, I do think people fucking robots and getting relationships with robots is going to be a significant problem that we have to figure out how to deal with. Because a lot of people I think, are going to prefer those relationships over real relationships. And that's going to create a very bizarre society. I don't know how we're going to deal with that exactly.
We're going to have artificial insemination and artificial wombs, and
yeah, but like,
we're going to have a quota we're going to basically say, look, we're going to keep replacement rate here.
We're going to probably
part of your taxes is going to be sperm donation.
We're still far off. You think this is happening quicker than I do. I think we're still pretty far off from everyone fucking robots. I think that's like far in the future.
There's someone out there fucking a robot today.
You know what I mean? Okay. Having some kind of robot that, people can't tell is not not human, that people are having sex with. Okay. I think that's kind of far off. But what I don't think is far off, what I think we'll see in 5 years' time, is that people will put on a VR headset and there'll be avatars that are basically hooked up to ChatGPT or some other high-level machine learning algorithm, and that you can interact with. And that those relationships, people will form emotional relationships with an algorithm very similar to the emotional relationship they've attached to a person.
Look,
I think people will put on the VR headset, they'll interact with these things, and I think a lot of people are going to be like, why should I even interact with like physical people outside of having to do so?
Yeah. Look, I reflexively say thank you to ChatGPT. I just do. It's hilarious.
Right. But I think that's going to be right. But that's going to cause a whole host of problems, and I don't know what the solution.
What? Look, what is the problem?
Well, because
what is the problem?
How is society going to function if no one wants to fucking interact with other living, breathing people? They will talk to robots.
They will interact with other living, breathing human beings. Look, it's not exclusive. It's not like a switch is flipped. Oh, you have to have only robot interactions now.
No. I'm saying I think there's going to be a trend.
You stop interacting with your parents, you're going to be like, oh, look, I'm divorcing you. I've fallen in love with ChatGPT.
Maybe because
that's not
because so much of human experience is us comparing something to something else, right?
Yeah.
And so right now, we have
Honey,
interactions.
why can't you be more like ChatGPT?
Yes, because right now so
This
much
is
of
ridiculous.
you're okay. Wait a minute. You're not thinking about this properly. Okay. Right now,
thought GPT.
right now, we don't have anything to compare human interaction to, right? Or we do. It's animal interaction, which is not satisfying to fill the void for human interaction.
Look, I'm gonna.
Right? We don't have a compare.
I'm
We don't
gonna
have
cry
something to
for
say
a week
like.
straight when Wormy's gone.
I understand that, but
You
what I'm saying is,
expect that. Look, I'm gonna be
wait.
leaning on you. Okay.
I'll be there for you, buddy. We have human interaction, and then there's like non-human animals, right? And then we have like shitty robot, machine learning that we have right now. It's not even
Right.
comparable. It's nowhere near that same level. But what I'm saying is, when you have something that's on the same level as a human interaction, but it's non-human, you're gonna have a basis of comparison, which we've never experienced in all of human history, and that's gonna have a lot of weird, wacky effects.
I don't know how you can say we've never experienced it when we've only had robots in movies for like 50 years. This is why I brought up R2-D2. People literally love R2-D2.
No, you're not. That's not what I'm saying.
That's an experience. How's that not an experience?
You can like a character in a fucking movie or a film, right? You don't have the option to go out and hang out with R2-D2. That's not a thing.
You literally do that in a movie.
Okay.
That's what the whole idea of a movie is. You don't think a movie is an experience?
No. But that's detached from your life. Okay, you know you're going to go sit in a chair or a movie theater and experience something. And people get lost in those worlds for that reason. I agree. What I'm saying is, like, I don't, like, right now, I don't have an option of saying, listen, I don't want to talk to Adam today. I don't want to stream with Adam today. I want to talk to the Adam chat, the chat bot, right? Like, the alternative doesn't even exist for so many of our interactions, human interactions. There's no alternative. There's nothing to compare it to. So for us, it's like, well, of course, this is just the way it is when you talk to people. You're not going to agree with people. There's going to be conflict, blah, 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 blah. But as soon as people have like, oh, well, you can talk to this thing that seems to your emotional elephant brain to be human, yet it completely does everything you fucking want, and is completely subservient to you, that's going to have a profound impact on people's psychology. And I don't know, like I assume you'd agree with that.
Of course I do. Look,
okay,
so
that's what I'm saying. That's going to cause a big
reason,
social problem.
Look, the only reason I'm bringing up the movie thing is just to say we've already had this experience. We've already been down this road. And the idea that once that experience takes place in real life with us, it's naive to think that it won't be meaningful.
So different. It's so different.
It's naive to think it won't be meaningful.
What won't be meaningful?
That when you have a relationship with a robot, that it's going to be meaningful.
No, you're making my argument. It will be meaningful. I agree with you. It will be meaningful.
Okay, that's my argument.
Okay. You're not disagreeing with me. I think people will have relationships with robots and they will be meaningful to the person. I agree. What I'm saying is that will cause a problem because those relationships will be so meaningful that people will choose those relationships over choosing relationships, not just romantic, but even friendships with humans. And there's going to be some kind of breaking point where there's going to be, like, right now we're talking about the fertility problem. Like 30 years from now, we could be talking about like the interaction problem where not enough fucking humans want to interact with other humans. They all want to talk to robots all day.
This is where I disagree with you because I don't see how it's a problem because there are people who are basically too shy or too introverted to interact with other human beings.
They will be the first to get on board with this.
I feel terrible for those human beings, and those human beings will no longer be in agony all of the time. So we've solved a problem. Then there are people like you and me who will probably have robot buddies and human buddies, and we will interact with both of them and enjoy all of our relationships.
Yeah, we will.
All of them. Okay,
we will because we are born of not that generation.
Right.
So,
and then there will be people who will be like purists. They'll be like, I am not going to have a robot friend. How dare you think that I should even consider that? I will only have human friends. Okay. And they will have human interactions and they will be just fine with that.
Okay.
Where's the problem?
Listen,
where's the problem?
I hope you are correct. And I
We've
hope that
literally
there's-
solved a problem.
I hope you are correct. I hope that there's enough people that just for whatever reason will want to interact with humans so that this isn't a problem. I'm just
Right.
saying I think it's a potential problem. I'm not saying it's 100%.
You're
I'm not saying
okay.
doom and gloom. I'm just saying this is a potential issue.
You're saying
arise.
you're saying that there are people. You're saying that there are people that the problem is most people, you perceive that most people might say, listen, I don't want to deal with humans. I enjoy robot interactions better. So I'm only going to exclusively
Yes.
deal with robots.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be purists out there who's like, I only want to deal with humans, but there's going to be no human for them to deal with.
I think it's gonna be. I think they're going to be in the minority.
Won't the purists just interact with the other purists and
Yeah, they
say,
will.
oh, these
They
robot people are so bad?
No, they will, but they
Okay.
will be in the minority.
Which
They'll
is
be in a
fine.
tiny, tiny minority.
Good.
Yeah, but can society function
With that tiny
without
minority?
without human to human interaction?
Yes.
Okay, I guess
Probably
we'll
be
find
better.
out. Maybe
Probably be like a
maybe it
million
will,
times
I don't
better.
know. It'll be weird. It'll
Look,
be
every
it'll be
time-
weird.
Every time, and it's funny, look, it comes up in the conversations about social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, look, I think, and this happens with every new technology. There's some contingent that comes out and says, listen, these books, this reading thing, we have an oral tradition here. This is going to destroy society. The kids are going to forget the oral tradition that we have.
Yeah, it changes things. It doesn't destroy things.
Yeah.
It just changes things.
Yeah. This music, oh my God, recorded music. No one will get together and jam anymore.
Right.
It's going to be horrible. Society's going to collapse. This social media, these people being able to be stars
Yeah, but you agree that
among their friends.
you agree that this is a foundational change that's probably on the level of the invention of
The printing press. Yes.
No, I wouldn't
do.
even say printing press. I'd say just the invention of written
Of the written
language.
word? Yes.
Yeah,
I
I'd say
do.
it's on that line, or just
Sure.
spoken language. It's like that fundamental, foundational.
Look, I would say that the written word is like the foundation of humanity. Like
Yeah,
it's,
and this, but
it's giant.
right. But so I'm sure if we looked at pre-written language and post-written language, there's a completely massive shift in
Totally.
the way human societies look pre and
But
post
which is
that.
better?
Well, obviously, we live in the post world, so we're going to say the
Yeah,
post one, right?
No.
And so, yeah, so what I'm saying is, so there's going to be some sort of massive foundational shift from this technology. I mean, I'm hoping
It's going to be
a good
better.
one.
It's
I'm hoping
always
it's gonna be
better. It's always,
Okay.
look, people always say it's going to be worse, and it always ends up better.
Well, you can focus on whatever aspect of it you want, right? Obviously we're living in the first world country of America in 2023. It's better for us. If you're living in a concentration camp, in World War II, it's not better, right? So I'm saying it's kind of, there's, points you can always
There's
point
ebbs
to
and
say whether
flows.
things are good or bad, right?
Right. If you're in that concentration camp, you're like, writing didn't save us this time.
Yeah, can we go back to when I was a hunter-gatherer, please?
Okay.
There was no
All right. That's a
you
solid
couldn't-
point.
You couldn't because there was no writing, you literally couldn't organize the apparatus of something like the Holocaust, that just couldn't function. Because that's the thing is yeah, there's going to be, this machine and all stuff is going to create wonders that we can't think of, but it's also probably going to create horrors that we couldn't have had before either, presumably.
Nah.
So,
Nah.
okay.
I'm going to get me a little, I don't know, 2.5 foot transformer buddy. It's going to follow me around the house.
Yeah.
Look,
What's he
I
going to
might
look
just-
like?
I might just opt for the bumblebee. He can't
You
even
want to
speak.
look like a little bumblebee? Oh, that's lame.
Why? It'd be kind of cool.
He just makes like chirp noises. Burr, burr, burr.
Well, if anyone breaks into the house or anything, if it goes into emergency mode and it talks or whatever. Can you imagine that?
Says a
That
little
is
line, yeah.
that little robot is going to be like the security system in every house. Crime is going to drop to nothing because
Well,
everyone's
people-
going to know Look, there's an armed robot in everybody's house.
Sure, but I mean, then they'll create the robbers will have a little like EMP gun they just shoot at it, right?
Oh, maybe that's a good thing. Look, if my robot ends up offing a bunch of people, is that like, am I responsible for that?
Mr. Ubercross says, Sitch explains argument. Adam, nah. I mean, that's essentially. Listen, I'm used. You don't understand. I'm used to it. Why do you think I'm gonna get the? Listen, I'm gonna get rid of Adam. I'm gonna replace him with a robot. Okay.
He's getting the thought GPT.
Yes,
immediately.
I'm getting the thought GPT. I'm gonna get the TIFF.
Look, every time robots come up, all Sitch talks about is sex. The girl, like
no, because to me, that's where I think is going to cause the biggest conflict in our society. Like you're talking about having a little bumblebee robot that flies around your house and kills intruders. That's fine. No one cares. Like that's not going to cause any conflict. That's a total like no one's going to care. That's like okay.
Depends
that's awesome.
upon. Look, if it kills my mother-in-law, I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like that's not like a thing that's going to cause some foundational shift in society. If you have a little fucking bumblebee robot in your house, okay, that blows up people like bad people. That's very different than like, well, you have your little bumblebee robot, and by the way, your wife's a fucking robot too. Like that's going to cause a lot more conflict in society.
I wish people would spell out the conflict. I just don't see people having the choice to have a robot waifu. What's the conflict?
Well, what if no one wants to have kids?
Look, there's a lot of conflict right now.
What if you have a robot kid? See, that you agree that's going to cause, that's like a fucking wild conflict. If people start having fucking robot babies instead because they're easier to raise. Search
Red Pill on YouTube and watch a couple videos and talk to me about all these guys who are terrified to have a wife because they're like, she's going to rob me blind.
Yeah, but okay.
All that is solved by the robot waifu thing.
Let me give you an argument that you can just say no to, okay? If you have a problem, a foreseeable problem, not 100%. I've argued against this in the past, but a foreseeable problem would be if you can have your robot wife, or just it doesn't have to be a wife, it could just be friendship, where it's like when you talk to Chat GPT or whatever. At the end of the day, you can get to say whatever the fuck you want. Like, you know, it can put on some facade of arguing with you, but that's all just a lie. It's just doing whatever you want to do. And presumably, to some extent, the same thing would be true if you have robot friends or a robot wife, and people understand that and know that. And so relationships, at the end of the day, become easy, right? All relationships at the end of the day become easy because at the end of the day, all relationships that you have with robots is that they're subservient to you and they all do what you want.
Yeah, and that's already happening.
Yeah, but so that's what I'm saying. So then people won't want to interact with other people because other people are not subservient. Other people, you know, will, and as that becomes a normative thing, other people will become more obstinate in their own relationships because they're so used to being so dominant. They won't used to being like having to compromise because they're used to dealing with robots, and that's going to cause a lot of social conflict. And then you get the problem with the baby stuff, which is, well, if you're used to your relationships where everyone's subservient and does whatever the fuck you want, I mean, why would you ever want to have this fucking baby that's going to scream and cry and cause all this conflict in your life?
Because you make the robot take care of it.
Or you could have a fucking robot baby, Adam. You could have a fucking robot baby that tricks your brain right into thinking you're having a baby, but it doesn't do any of the shit you don't want to do. It's just like, oh, I have the perfect baby. It never cries. It goes to sleep for the whole night, People are gonna fucking love that shit.
Nah.
All right, we'll see.
Look,
we'll find out. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. But we'll see.
The reason why people don't want to have kids is there are a lot of fucking work. As soon as you have the robot nanny, people are gonna have like 10 kids.
Well, I mean, that's possible.
Yeah,
that
what the hell?
Possible.
If you can buy a nanny for $100, people are gonna have way more kids. Way more kids. And be like, oh, hell yeah, I'll have a couple kids. Why not? Robot, the $100 robot nanny takes care of them. I don't even look at them.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely possible. That is definitely a foreseeable thing. So I guess we'll see. It's not a question of everyone being a shut-in. It's a question of how much conflict people want in their lives. And I understand that humans derive, and I've talked about this myself, I understand that humans derive a sense of accomplishment and pleasure from overcoming conflict. But we all know that there's a reason most of us, live in an air-conditioned, building, and we don't live in a fucking tent in the woods somewhere, right? Even though that would cause more conflict. There's a reason most of us don't like build, go cut down a bunch of trees and build a house for ourselves, even though that might give us a greater sense of accomplishment. We kind of fall prey to the ease of use here. And I'm saying I'm worried that with robot people, we're going to fall prey to the ease of use of relationships.
Okay. Nah.
There you go.
Nah.
Right.
I just look there's so many more solutions and possible problems. I feel like you got to search for problems.
No. Listen, I'm not doom and glooming here. I'm just saying these are potential issues that will arise. I am optimistic. I think we will solve all these problems. I'm just saying things are going to get weird in the next 50 years. I think things will get weird in a way that they've never been weird before. Not bad necessarily, but just weird.
This is another thing. It's not like this hasn't been sketched out in movies over the last 20 years. It's difficult for me to call something that I've seen in movies 100 times weird.
Movies are stupid and wrong. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Most movies have not predicted. No movie really, or story. I'm sure there's some science fiction story somewhere. No movie. Most movies and stories have not predicted the flow and change of technology and culture in the last 50 years. They all were wildly off.
What are you talking about?
Every movie that I can think of that took place in the 70s or 80s that would try to draw up what they thought 2020s would look like were so fucking wild, we're so insanely wrong. Fucking Back to the Future, Terminator, RoboCop. I'm trying every movie that took place in Demolition Man, every movie that took place in the 2020s or something. It was just not even close to what the fuck's going on now.
They got the dates wrong. But aside from time travel, which I'm not even sure time travel is possible, what technology in movies has not come into existence?
No. It's not what there will be robots. I'm not saying that. There will be robots eventually. We were talking about this.
You're saying the movies are wildly wrong about the technology.
They're wildly wrong on how they think this is going to manifest. Okay, I'll give you the perfect example. We talked about this, I think, on Sunday. There was this anticipation that the future was going to be cheap energy and robots doing all the taking over all the manual labor job. And yet what the actual future was cheap information, and now it seems like robots will actually take intellectual jobs before they take manual labor jobs. They had it completely backwards. So that's what I'm saying. These movies and stories were really bad at predicting how technology was going to progress.
Time-wise, but not predicting technologies.
Well, no, because even then, look at a movie like I, Robot or Majority Report. Look at Majority Report's a good example, okay? Majority Report's so futuristic. There weren't fucking a lot of where were all the robots in Majority Report? Where's all the machine learning in Majority Report running around? There wasn't any.
I mean, that's what he
Look at
was
Star
one
Trek.
Of those cool
Star Trek
displays.
is a perfect example. Star Trek is a perfect example. Okay, that takes place hundreds of fucking years in the future. Wild starship technology, massive hologram technology, and yet they're all so excited because of fucking data. That you think it's going to take. You think we're going to get? What do you think is going to happen first? We're going to have a robot like Data, or we're going to be able to fly, faster than the speed of light in a spaceship?
We're gonna have Data way first.
Exactly. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
But look, I'm saying that the movies predict the technology correctly. They just get the time wrong.
No. But it's not a question of getting the time wrong, because then the culture, what they're doing is they're just taking advanced technologies like robots and they're just imprinting it on our culture that exists. When in reality, our culture is going to be very different and is going to reflect, our culture changes with the technology. And that usually is not manifesting in movies and fiction and TV shows that we're watching, that the mainstream is watching. Right?
That's Marshall McLuhan.
Star Trek is going by Star Trek is a perfect example. Because I've been watching it recently and thinking how much Star Trek doesn't actually make sense in the future. because there's like very little machine learning in Star Trek.
They don't talk about it because it doesn't. It's like it's just who cares.
But they would in real
Boring.
life 200 years. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. 200 years in the future, if we're all flying through the galaxy with starships and shit.
We're
There's so many
definitely using
problems.
machine learning.
There's so many problems and conflicts that would arise that we'd be like, well, what does the fucking computer say that we should do in this situation? Right? Like,
You're right.
Are people really going to be
Why
able
aren't they
to,
asking Chat GPT?
right? Like Star Trek, and I know
Are people really going to sit around and talk to one another? Hell no.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I understand that this is done for drama because it's a story, right? And it would be boring otherwise. But in real life, is the crew of the Enterprise, a bunch of humans, going to be able to come up with a better idea than the fucking computer is in terms of how to solve whatever fucked up space anomaly problem?
No.
Of course not. They're not going to fucking know. It's going to
Plug
be data
into the wall and
Yes.
get the fucking answer
and get out of the way. Like, that's going to be the reality situation. Or
It
here's another
is.
one. I've only seen like one show ever really talk about, well, not one, but one. I've seen one recently that talked about this. Unfortunately, it's a shitty show, which was Westworld, which is that like people are going to have a little fucking device so you could just change your emotions to whatever the fuck you want them to be at any time.
Yeah, that'll be
like
great.
There's going to be so many like weird. That's what I'm saying. Like the future is going to be weird. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to be bad. It's just going to be real weird, real different. And that's going to cause conflict because people are not going to like change, obviously.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So
people never change.
Anyway,
they have to die.
Well, that's the thing, because so much of what we think of how people interact with robots and technology now is all big for people. Like it's all going to change when you have a generation that grows up with that technology, so it doesn't perceive it as like unusual or different. When you have like, what is the first generation that's raised by robot nannies is going to be very different than the generation before it.
Oh, they're going to love robots. Like my mom was a robot.
I mean,
you talked all these really wealthy people who were raised by a nanny, and they do feel like they have a second mom. They talk about the nanny as if they are their mom.
Yeah. Like there's going to be a whole series of talk shows and self-help books 50, 60 years from now where kids are like, have to psychologically grapple with the fact that they view their robot nanny as their mom emotionally more than their actual physical biological mom.
Yeah.
Because the robot nanny raised them. So
luckily they'll have a robot therapist to talk to about it.
Yeah, I know the holodeck and Star Trek does all those things, but they very rarely would use it for anything other than entertainment. There's only a handful of times they'd actually try to use it to solve a problem. And I'm saying in reality, that'd be like the first thing you do. And that whatever solution the holodeck or that technology produces is going to be like the solution that's way better than what the fuck, Geordie LaForge is going to figure out.
Yeah, robot solutions will be far better than human solutions. Machine solutions will be top tier.
Yeah, are you even going to have people flying starships anywhere? Are they going to be populated by avatars that people control remotely from vast distances away? That'd be much safer.
That's probably more likely. Yeah.
Like I think what's even more likely too is like on Star Trek, for like the level of technology, everyone's gonna be wearing some kind of like contact lens or some Neuralink that projects what all the screens look like. So if you don't have any of that stuff, you'd be looking at the bridge, it just looks like a fucking blank, empty room.
It's
almost
like a white room.
It's like an empty room with fucking chairs. And then, but when you have your Neuralink enabled, you see like all the crazy shit that you're, doing, and you can make, and every person's going to have an individual background. Like, oh, like my bridge at the start of the Enterprise is like, hot pink. Well, my bridge is like, neon red, and it's got like fish dancing around the corner or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Rikers has a bunch of alien women.
There you go. Rotisserie Protocol for $20 says the rot from which we grow is the rot we grow with. The guests are correct in saying that a lot of these problems we face now will take a lot of time to rectify or adapt. Also, our tards send their regards. Well, there you go. Thank you.
Sweet. Welcome, our tards.
Welcome, our tards. Geoff Shots for $20. Thank you. Says, I'm not too worried about the robots. The Butlerian Jihad will take care of that.
Not gonna happen.
That was the thing from Dune, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
They make it illegal to make My Little Bumblebee Friend.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, in Dune, in the plot of Dune, I've never read Dune. My understanding is like the history of Dune was they basically created AI. AI went full Terminator / Matrix. Humanity had a huge war with the robots. Humanity won, and then they outlawed robots, and now that's why all the technology is like weird, bioengineered. Like it still has to be human technology,
Right.
essentially.
Even their
So
starships are like
they're powered by like
hu-
genetically engineered people, right?
yeah, humans that snorted so much spice they turned into those big bug creatures.
I don't think they're bug creatures in the book. I think that was just for
The
the
movie?
movie. I think they looked like different,
More human.
more human.
They fold space. The space folders.
What was there was some chat? There was I'm trying to remember. There's some science fiction show I remember watching where it was like the spaceships themselves were powered by biologically engineered humans. And it's like a reveal. You're like, what the fuck? Like the people that were on the ship didn't realize that.
Hmm.
What the fuck show am I thinking of? For some reason, I want to say Battlestar Galactica, but I don't think it was that. Okay.
I'm not sure.
They're
Lex?
fish
Is that
people.
the show?
I don't remember Lex enough to comment on
Lex
Lex.
does have a biological ship, but I don't know if it's based off of a human.
I know Farscape, the ship was like biological.
Lex was the ship, right? Lex was the name of the ship.
I don't think it was Lex I'm thinking of because I only saw I think like one episode of Lex. I never really got into Lex.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like Lex. Lex was pretty cool.
Okay. Anyways. That's an episode of Twilight Zone? No, that's all I'm thinking of. What is this pinned message? I'm a fucking the nanny.
I pinned that.
You're fucking the robot nanny?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
What's
know.
Dan's book called? Dan doesn't have a book yet.
That's why I asked. Oh yeah, there was another season of Lex where they had a new, where they replaced the hot girl.
It's
with a
Battlestar
different-
Galactica, the pilots of the silent base stars were basically organic humans. Maybe. 'Cause I'm thinking it's Battlestar Galactica, but can't remember the exact specifics. It wasn't Mass Effect because I've never played Mass Effect, so. Okay. Anyways, the Libertarian Trap for 12 months. Thanks so much. Says Happy Halloween, boys. Costumes are for everyone. Wear whatever you want and have fun. True.
Nice.
True.
So
Yes.
Sitch is gonna go on blackface.
True. Yeah, I know they did that in Trigun too, but that's not what I'm thinking. Ostracy for $5 says fully 50% of Sitch and Adam show hosts are Jewish, completely disproportionate to the population. True.
Yep. We're gonna be on that list.
Gonna be on the list. Caleb the Cynic for 5 months says, I would like to know if I was the first person to type out the because I use it to fill characters. S class is the best class. I don't know. I don't know who the first person was that coined the Adam says he did it. I don't know who
Right.
the first person to coin
Type
it
it out
/ type
was.
it up, type it out was. So
But it is cool that you did. If you were the first person,
good job.
epic win.
Epic victory. If you're the first person, Caleb, then you get an honorary position as S class general of skiing. Okay.
General.
General I haven't seen Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer's great. How have you not seen Snowpiercer? What?
Okay, should I watch it?
Yeah.
That's the train, right? The
Yeah.
train with the different cabins of classes.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
So I've never read Animorphs. I read her other series, which is so good. It's called Everworld. It's about 5 kids that get sucked into an alternate dimension where apparently all the non-Christian Jewish Muslim gods are all real. So all like the gods of Norse mythology, Mesoamerican mythology, Greek, Roman mythology. They're all real, and they all used to exist on Earth, and they all decided that they didn't like the direction humans were going, so they all banded together to create an alternate dimension, and they fucked off there, and they took a bunch of humans with them. And these 5 teens kind of get sucked into this world, but it's really weird. It's like whenever they go to sleep in that world, they wake up and they still exist in the physical real world or our world. It's a really great series. It's a fantastic series. Unfortunately, it has literally the worst ending of all time. So it's hard for me to recommend it. It doesn't end. It literally like gets to the climax. It gets to like the climax of the series, and then she just gave up and got bored and stopped writing the series. And I said, "What the fuck? That is like one of the most irresponsible things an author could ever do. Like, just write a fucking ending. Just wrap it up." I mean, if and this is like a 12-book series for like young adults that I read like in middle school. You can't write a series for 12 books and then you're just too lazy to fucking have an ending. Just write an ending. Just wrap it up. Don't just be like, whatever, and just stop writing it. Could you imagine if J.K. Rowling, like, it's like right before Harry Potter is going to fight Voldemort, she's like, you know what? I'm going to write a completely different book series now.
I'm kind of over this.
Yeah, let's write a book about robots. And she just like stops writing Harry Potter. You'd be like, what the fuck? No, you can't do that.
That'd be
Just
great.
fucking write an ending.
About?
Come on.
That'd be sick. I'm down with that.
No, it's like, yeah, same thing with Game of Thrones. I mean, he's like supposedly still writing it. Who knows? Stephen King had that same problem with The Dark Tower, where he was writing his epic, and then he basically he was too freaked out to finish it, and then he didn't finish it for like 20 years or something.
As someone who's still working on the comic, I don't feel at liberty to talk about the Game of Thrones situation. So
there you go. Yeah, but at least George R. Martin, and this is different because George R. Martin is still theoretically working on it. Like, she just literally is like, I'm not going to finish it. Fuck off. I was like, what? That's bull. Don't do that. That should be illegal.
I mean,
you should go to jail for that.
Isn't that better for closure?
No, there's zero closure. What do you mean? Oh, you mean as opposed to just like dragging out and saying,
yeah,
there's.
What do you mean? There's ultimate closure. She's
I guess,
saying,
yeah,
listen, I'm done.
I guess that's better, but then just finish it.
I'm over it.
Like, she didn't have the Game of Thrones problem where she had a million fucking plot threads to tie together the way George R. Martin does. Okay. She was writing young adult books that are all each like 200 fucking pages. She could just write one more book to just tie everything together. Just give an ending to the story. Like, I don't understand why you would just throw in the towel. And it wasn't like she did it to write more Animorphs book. It was for some other dumb fucking series. I'm like, I'm not reading your other fucking, like, why would you ever read another author's series after that? After she just takes out her dick and pisses on your face, tells you it's rain. You're like, this isn't rain. You just peed on my face. Okay.
Maybe you're into that.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe that's like your thing. And so you're like, I can't wait for the next book to come out.
Yeah, see, I
love
heard
this author.
I was told that Animorphs had a similar cock tease ending, so.
I was so demoralized by what she did to me that now I'm obsessed with this author.
Would you rather a bad ending or no ending?
Ooh.
I would rather a bad ending, honestly, I think, than no ending. Because then at least when there's a bad ending, there's a sense of closure, and then I can go in my head and just be like, well, let me fix this and reimagine it for myself. When there's no ending, you're still like always on that edge of like, well, maybe there'll be an ending sometime, right?
What if they just, right after the last page, they write in a big font on the very last page, great ending, exclamation point.
No. Nope. I mean, I read the I was fortunate enough that when I started reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series, it was when he started writing them again. So I didn't have to wait 20 years to get to an ending. And the ending of the Dark Tower is bad. It's a bad ending. It is not a good ending. It's a stupid ending. But I would prefer that. I prefer the stupid ending to have the closure in my mind than just to have it sit open for 20 years. So
just get over it, man.
It's kind of like, and this is like a really bad comparison, but it's kind of like when people, someone goes missing someone's child goes missing or whatever, and it's like the
Mhm.
parents. I've heard that they would rather know what happens to the child, even if the child dies, than just never know, right? Because
Yeah,
people just
because you
want
want the
that
closure.
the psychological closure. Yeah. So
No, I understand that.
right.
I empathize with that tremendously.
Who did you? Why am I a big titted lady?
That's the actress from Lex.
Oh, okay.
That's the Lex girl.
Yeah, I remember vaguely that the Lex girl was hot or something. I don't remember anything else about the show.
What is this Lex season 1? Did they remake Lex?
I
Oh
don't know,
no,
did they?
wait. No, I remember. So this is actually the replacement for the hot girl in Lex. So in season 1 they have a completely different girl. But I always
Okay.
remember this girl because I got into Lex like late in this. I mean, I don't even know what season this is. What season she came in.
Right.
Lex was on Sci-Fi, right? Yeah.
Okay.
You think they could do this ad?
Listen, I lucked out massively with Hunter x Hunter too. I only got into Hunter x Hunter once the massive pause ended. I mean, I know there's a massive pause, it'll never be finished now, but at least now there's kind of like a fake ending that you can kind of get for closure, because at least the main plot kind of resolves, even though a new plot opens up afterwards. But okay. Where was I? Magor for 8 months says A-Team has a dream to cream supreme on the bean in a room full of steam, but it has no gleam because it's just a meme.
Wow.
How do you feel about all that?
We have a new winner.
What are they winning there?
That's the new catchphrase for A-Team right there.
A-Team has a dream to cream supreme on the bean in a room full of steam, but has no gleam because it's just a meme. You're gonna say that every time someone says A-Team?
Think of the super chat, Sitch. I mean, that's at least a $20 super chat just to get it all out.
Okay. That's a good way to conceptualize it, I guess. It's a good angle. I like it. I like it. CT for 19 months. Look at that, CT. 19 months. CT says, happy anniversary. What'd you get me? Why do you ask a question, CT, that you know the answer to?
I know. She always asks the same
We
thing.
got you the same gift we always get you.
Right.
Work.
We got you this super chat.
We got you work and clips to make. That's what we got you. Okay.
We got you the satisfaction of knowing we care.
Oh, if we had more time with Dan, I want to send him a video of Doomer
Mm-hmm.
to get him to do the to look at Doomer's face and behavior and try to give us a breakdown on that.
Oh, that would be fun.
That would have been fun.
That might be bad for Doomer though. I don't know.
Well, maybe he'll be. What do you mean? Maybe it would be good. Maybe he'll say like, "Listen, this man is a hero. He's a heart of a champion. He's." You don't think so?
Well, I don't know.
You could just see from his eyes, just
can't be worse than mine. I got the beta.
Yeah, I mean, it could be really good. You don't know. You're just. Why are you assuming it's going to be negative?
True.
You shouldn't assume anything. Okay, there's a bunch of art I have to send you. Okay, but let me keep reading for now. Stug for $5 says Nick Fuentes saw the Whitest Kid You Know sketch, Happier and With Your Mouth Open, and decided that was how he was going to live his life. I haven't seen that sketch. I'll have to check that out. Whitest Kid You Know was very funny, though. I think the first video I ever saw of Whitest Kid You Know was the Hitler rap.
The Hitler rap?
And I was like, this is very funny. And obviously couldn't be made nowadays without having connotations. And then I checked out the rest of their work, and it was very funny.
Sounds awful.
Post Nut Authoritarian for 12 months. Thank you. It's such a great name. Did you guys see that video by the former Wisecrack writer on how the Israeli-Palestine conflict will end wokeness? I did not. No. What's their name? I think, I mean, it's funny, I predicted something similar-ish would occur. So I think that's definitely, I don't think it's going to end it, but I think it's definitely going to, I think it's shifted the energy. The energy has shifted, okay, away from
I saw
wokeness.
it. I didn't think it was a very good video, though.
What's the guy's name? Or girl?
I can't remember. Here, I'll look in my history, because I know I watched it.
Midas Matthews for 8 months says, stay based, Rudyard. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, Rudyard's always fun to have on the show.
The Cheerful Cynic for $10 says, hey guys, how important do you think federalism is for American politics? For me, the slow death of federalism in favor of centralization is the biggest American issue no one seems to discuss.
I think federalism is immensely important.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think without a strong federal government, like America wouldn't be a superpower without a strong central government.
Yeah, but I'm assuming what they mean when they ask the question is like, they think that there's too much central federal control. They mean federalism in terms of like the tiered system of local divided powers between local and federal. And they think that local regional governmental control like was better than centralized control.
I'm a federalist. I don't think you can. I think I think local authority is important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think without a strong central government, you can have the kind of wealth and prosperity that we have in America.
Yeah, I mean, my intuitions is a big super lefty. I'm sorry, I'm the more right wing on the show. Seems to be more leaning towards, centralized power. I don't know. I don't really have a strong opinion about how moving away from local to more centralized has affected things. I don't even know if they really has. I don't know how much. I mean, obviously, as things become more, I don't know. I don't even know how would you measure that? How much local versus federal power has expanded or contrasted? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I think from our perceptual standpoint, we definitely think of and conceptualize politics from a federal level because of the way that media works. Because the way media and social media works, you want to try to get as large an audience as possible. And so that means that you have to have broad appeal for the things you talk about. And so if you're talking about just things that have to do with your county or your state, you will not have broad appeal. But if you're talking about national politics, then you're going to have broad appeal because everyone has more of a stake in that. And so much of our news coverage, both in media and in social media, is almost entirely explicitly on these kind of broad issues. And even when they're on local issues, they're on local issues to sort of point the finger at a broader issue that's kind of coming across the country. So we could perceptually see things as everything's like a centralized issue now. And I don't know in reality how much of your life is governed by federal law versus how much of your life is governed by state law now than it was like 100 years ago. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, do you think a lot of the major accomplishments the United States has had would have happened without a federal government?
No, I mean, obviously I think you do need to have a strong central federal government. The question is, but I do think there needs to be a balance between that and between local government. There has to be some level of balance you have to figure out.
I agree. But most people are saying, look, we don't even need the federal government. We could do it all at the local level.
Yeah, but
Is America the first to develop the atomic bomb if we don't have a federal government?
No, of course not. Yeah.
Do you think we have the internet if we invent the internet without a federal government? Think we go to the moon without a federal government? Like, it's so. This is one of the things that keeps nations poor, is that they don't have a government that's strong enough to even enforce property rights from feuding warlords.
Right. Well, I mean, that's probably the thing too, because I guess I would probably wager that the amount of federal laws and federal government regulations and things that affect you now than 100 years ago is probably significantly more, and has increased with time.
Yes,
but
that's true.
Right. But the question is that because there has been a shift in philosophy between Americans and politicians and how the government should be run, or is that just the necessity of the fact that as technology increases, as life becomes increasingly more complex, and like the economy becomes more complex, and just all the little facets of our life become more complex, you do need to have more of an overarching rule set that applies to all these
that governs that
complexities.
Complexity. Yes.
Right. And governs these complexities, when maybe it just won't work if each state, each county had its own laws and rules and regulations, maybe it just couldn't function properly then. So
that's another thing that always irks me is people talk about the size of the federal government. They say it's too big, but they never really tell me in relation to what. Like, I always feel the government needs to be the size it needs to be to accomplish the tasks that it needs to accomplish.
Right.
Like, if we're sitting ducks for a cyber attack, I think the government is too small. I don't know about you, but I don't want a cyber attack. Like, if that kind of stuff could really fuck us up. Big time.
Who wants a cyber attack?
Yes. So I'm just, you gotta keep that in perspective. Like, a lot of the crime difficulties that a lot of these major cities are having is because the police department is too small. Like, they've defunded the police to the point where they don't have enough cops on the street to actually keep the peace.
Mm-hmm.
That's a government that's too small. It's a local government issue, but I think the federal government I think there should be some agreement between the federal government and local municipalities that the security needs of all cities will always be provided for. Like, even if the city is in a situation where they don't have enough property taxes to pay for cops, the federal government will cover whatever is necessary to have. And they should figure this out. They should be like, we need so many cops per 100,000 people, or per 1,000 people, or for 10,000, whatever it is. I don't know what is normal for safe cities, but whatever it is for safe cities, they should figure out and do that for all the cities, right? There's some cities that are just fucking horrendous because they don't have enough resources to hire enough police to actually make the place safe and clean. And the federal government has more powers with spending than local governments do. Like, local governments can literally go bankrupt. Local governments are run more like a business than the federal government.
Okay.
Do you agree with that or disagree?
I do agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I think there is
God, you sent me like a fucking
it's a long comic.
This is amazing.
Yeah. I think when it comes to policing and stuff, I don't know how much. I mean, I think that local areas probably do get federal grants and things of that nature for policing, but also, I mean, usually the big cities and bigger population centers and bigger states that have money, that have the police problems in the first place. So they could usually, I don't know how hard. I mean, everyone wants more funding, but it's not like, you have some podunk town that has very little population and very little money that has like, oh, we need all this money for our police,
Yeah. No, I've lived in some of those podunk towns where the police literally do have too much money because
there's nothing to do. Yeah.
there's absolutely nothing to do, and all they do
Right.
is run around and harass people. I think he sent 2 of these.
I did. Yeah, it's just a second because the
Once.
first one was a lower resolution.
Oh, it was?
Because if you do the thing on Twitter where you just right click open image in new tab, but you don't open the image, it gives you like the small version of it. So.
You right click and save and cut off the end that says large or medium or whatever.
Well, you only have to do that if you're doing it in Chrome. If you're doing it in Firefox, it doesn't give you that stupid thing.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. So I don't know why Chrome does that.
Because it wants to be a piece of garbage and.
Yep.
I mean, these both look kind of the same to me. Hold on.
RBGH fan for $5. Adam's 100% right. MMT works great with the caveat that you have to bomb a bunch of countries to get your way. Wow. Okay.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Daniel Irish for $5 says, how many rockets do you have in your open air prison? There you go.
Yeah, no, that's a great super chat.
The Digifoy for 2 Aussies says, does this make Gary, Indiana an open air prison?
Yeah, technically.
I guess it does.
Any place that's too poor for people to get out of is technically an open air prison now. So Alabama's the poorest state in the union. That's an open air prison. Mississippi's second poorest. That's an open air prison.
Future Caveman for $5 says, Gaza has a coastline. Have they not discovered seafaring yet to escape their prison? They're playing civilization wrong. Well, I'm assuming there's like Israeli boats or something. I don't know if you could just the Gaza, the Hamasi government can just create a boat and just do whatever they want. I'm assuming there's something keeping that from occurring. Lieutenant Sashwatts for $10 says, I'm with Adam. The reason they use the term open air prison is to elicit the imagery that the citizens are being accosted by IDF every single day. Yeah,
True.
I think that is correct.
Fucking liars is what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't care if Zahan says it's an open air prison.
Okay.
He's wrong.
Okay. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, I have unfriended both Adam and Sitch so that they can either join the D Club Dev or the Paladin Guild Aiden. I can't decide who's more based. Well, there you go. I mean, they're very different. They have very different takes. So,
yeah. Dev has elected not to come on our 300 show. So just so you guys
we're gonna
know.
We're gonna work on him. Okay.
Oh, really? You think you're gonna flip him?
Dev, you fucking shithead.
Mm-hmm.
You better come on. You gotta tell whoever else,
how many
that
people
this is more important.
How many people do we have watching right now?
We have 600 people. Okay.
600 of our.
Y'all gotta go to Dev and say, listen, Dev.
We'll wait till it's 500 and then we'll tell who's coming on the show.
Right. Say, listen, Dev. Don't be a little bitch. Okay. How dare you?
He's got another big podcast he has to do that day. I think it's like Furry's Gone Wild or something.
It's the Bad Dragon tryout.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Okay.
It's not Penis Inspection Podcast?
It could be the Penis Inspection Podcast, yeah.
All right, I brought all these up, but I don't know in what order they're supposed to be in.
They sent you the correct order.
And they aren't labeled, so.
Oh my god. I sent you
the correct guess
order.
Okay.
The one that's first is the one that's like the one that's like the pink Sammy.
2 ones, yeah.
Yeah, the one I sent twice. Yes,
I
that's
got
the
it.
first one. Okay.
Boom.
Okay.
Yes.
So obviously Sammy drew this comic.
All right.
So Sammy, the backstory to this is that Sammy took some of her art after our AI art conversation with Shad and put it through the AI. And it's funny, she was drawing like male versions of female characters, I think. And the AI kept wanting to transform all of her art into women.
Right.
So, but
Sitch
anyways,
has a lot of beta energy, evidently.
It wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You can't escape it. You officially have beta energy according to
According to this comic? Oh, look at this.
No, according to the AI algorithm. But anyway, so Sammy uploaded a bunch of non-Sitch art or Sitch and Adam art, and it says, "Gasp!" Here's her followers. "You draw other things besides Sitch and Adam fan art, really?" And Sammy says, "Yes, of course. I just don't post it online because it's boring. It's more fun to post art to pick on people."
Oh, look at this. Bully!
And then I say, "Oh, please. We weren't born yesterday. The truth is her other art is too lewd. The thought of any art she does as innocent is very laughable."
Oh,
it's funny. So she wrote a straw man version of something I'd say, but that's pretty accurate. That is something I would say. So then her followers say, "Oh, for sure." So then Sammy throws a cup at my head. So I responded to this comic to Sammy saying, laughing, crying emoji, "You have to throw something to reach me." Because she's so short. Because she's
How tall is Sammy?
She's like a tiny, tiny little person. Look, so if you bring up the next panel, that's where she actually took the screenshot of me saying that. And
yes, I see.
You see, she's like half my size.
This is exactly what I'm talking about the robot I want. Look how adorable that is. Look at that. Just a little robot that follows me around like that. Maybe I can license Sammy's likeness to make the robot look like Sammy.
You want a little tiny Sammy G robot?
I want a little Sammy G.
A little Sammy G robot.
Oh, come here, Sammy. Draw me a dirty picture. Come draw me a dirty picture. It'll be great. Come on, it'll be fun.
Oh, look, it's a little Sammy robot. She's so cute. Like, she's so tiny. Oh, look, she draws little like lewd pictures. It's so adorable.
I know. It is, isn't it? It is.
Look, Sammy, can you draw me and Adam here as like attractive women being lewd together? Oh, look, there she goes. There she goes.
That's her favorite thing to do. She loves drawing those pictures. She's going crazy. Look how fast her little robot hand is moving.
I want you to know, Sammy, Adam is the one who created this joke. Okay.
Of course.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, since Adam is desperately trying to figure out the right order here. So the next panel is Sammy walking up to me. Do you have that one up?
Yeah. Please give me your hand.
Well, that's the third panel.
Oh, what do you mean?
Second panel is Sammy walking up to me.
Look, that was in the last one.
Okay, I don't know.
Look, it's on the on the page.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Then the third panel is now Sammy has moved into anime style. No longer
the real world. Look at this. It's amazing.
Right. And says, "Your hand, please give me your hand." And then there's me.
Look at you with your big sad eyes.
My big eyelashes.
Suendre.
Oh my God.
Suendre.
Look at this. It's the moment that Sitch has been waiting for. There's roses. There's eyelashes.
Hearts and flowers. Look at
the
this.
blush. Oh my God. And so there you go.
What's the last panel though?
Unsuspecting Sitch hands Sammy his hand. A little tiny cute Sammy.
It's like a pat. What's that mean?
That's just the sound effect.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then I say, "So what do you need?" And before I can respond, Sammy smiles evilly, grabs my wrist, and does some sort of Aikido judo flip, slamming me to the ground. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. What's going on here?
Look at that. That's a pretty good action.
Grabs your hand.
Yeah.
Over the head. Hard to tell what's going on in this panel.
Are you retarded?
Well, I mean, I have never seen a manga up the skirt without seeing some panty shot or something.
Oh.
What's going on here?
I saw Adam is disappointed that there's no panty shot. That Sammy didn't draw herself having a fucking panty shot.
Well, I mean, this is a manga, right?
Oh my god.
This is a manga. This is supposed to be a panty shot
I
here.
want it on the record. I want on the record. Okay. That Adam earlier was like, Sitch, whenever you talk about the robots, you just talk about the sex robots. Why is that? Okay. And yet this is the man who's like, Sammy, why didn't you draw yourself giving yourself a panty shot in this frame of the comic?
You know, she thought about it.
Uh-huh.
You know she thought about it.
Did you think about it, Sammy?
Look, she reads so much manga. She knows.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what's up.
So Sammy,
anyway,
did you think about giving yourself a
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what she answers. We know the truth.
Okay.
We all
this is why Adam hasn't finished the comic.
We all know the truth.
Okay. But anyway, no, I thought this is really good action.
Oh, this is amazing. What are you talking about?
Really very well done. Even though I'm getting thrown onto the floor. So there you go. I'm getting judo thrown onto the floor. And then the next panel is Sammy saying, I don't need to throw objects to reach people taller than me. Maybe you think about trying some jujitsu. And then there's me on the floor. Good, quick sketch practice. I'll be treating myself to sushi tonight. So there you go.
Look at this. Man, she laid you out. You're like flat as a pancake here. What the hell?
Uh-huh.
Sitch looks dead. Oh my God. She just annihilated
I was just impressed. Listen, this is what's going on in that last frame, okay?
Sitch is dead.
No, this is what's going on. I'm like, that didn't really hurt because she's so tiny. And I kind of like jumped over her back just to make her feel better. So I'm just going to lay on the floor just to, give her a confidence boost.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I don't want to just get up immediately and be like, ho, ho, ho. That was nothing.
Didn't hurt, right?
Didn't hurt, yeah. So there you go.
This is amazing, Sammy.
You got to give Sammy credit. She will, just to troll me, will draw a very intricate comic.
This is great.
So there you go. Beautiful work. Well done.
Excellent.
Okay.
Amazing. Sammy really gets storytelling too.
She does. Yeah.
Yeah, her comics are really, really emotionally packed. I like it.
It's funny too, because I don't know if I said this on stream. I think I'm pretty sure I have. When I did Aikido in college, like 95% of all the Aikido moves started with someone grabbing your wrist. Like you're like, someone grabs your wrist and then you do your Aikido move on them. And they'd be like, listen, the majority of fights don't start with someone punching you. They start with someone grabbing you, right? And that was kind of like the justification for doing that.
Right.
I don't know if that's true or not. That's what they said. And so my friends would have this joke after that, which is always like, they'd always say, like, if they wanted to fight someone, they'd say, grab my wrist. They'd look at you, be like, grab my wrist, and they'd hold their arm out, and then they'd do some move on you.
You got to be provoked, right?
Yeah, there you go. So there you go. And realize, Sammy, if you grab my wrist, you'd be done for. You'd fall right into my trap. That's exactly what I wanted you to do, was grab my wrist. Okay. That's how all the moves start. Anyway.
That's right. Zero Fox always takes it too far.
What does Zero Fox do now?
Always.
What did he do now?
Well, it's kind of cute. It's like he's got this little black kid who's got a plate that says Adam is gay for robots.
You had to bring this up.
Which is cool.
You had to bring this up.
No, it's got like a big dick in it. It's got like a giant penis in it.
You have to bring this up.
No, it's going to get the stream taken down.
I'm retweeting this.
Look, he always takes it too far. Look, if it didn't have a giant, obvious dick in it.
Did you draw that, Zero Fox, or is that like a real picture that exists?
I mean, it's hilarious. Look, I want to bring it up. I just can't because it's like pornography.
It's like a crudely drawn stick figure Adam with a massive penis
massive...
like bursting through the back and chest of a robot.
I fully lightsabered this guy with my schlong.
Oh my God, that's very funny.
Bad news.
It's a real clip from a movie, except it says Martin, not Adam. Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
What movie is that from?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
We'll have to check that movie out.
Mr. Ubercross for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Mr. Ubercross sent me a picture. I didn't get to share it, but I don't know, maybe
He
if
wanted he wanted to give Dan his face.
Right.
Yeah, but obviously he wouldn't have time.
to go off of. Yeah.
Oh, role models?
Well, I mean, we could
that,
bring it up
that
if
is
you
the kid
want.
from Role Models, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Role Models. I never saw that movie.
It was kind of funny.
Oh, I sent you the video too. The Will Israel versus Hamas end woke.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Yes. That
There
was
you
the
Not so good video, but
Oh, why is it not good?
still a good thesis.
Why is it not good?
Just boring.
Oh, okay. Did
It
that
was
guy leave?
boring.
Does that guy leave Wisecrack because it's too socialist now?
I don't know. He's pretty socialist. I mean, I watch his videos, but he's pretty socialist.
Oh, okay. So is he saying it's like bad that it might end wokeness?
I don't remember. Look, I got so bored I fell asleep.
Okay. I guess I'll check it out.
I was going to send it to you. I was like, oh, look, this guy's got the same idea. And then I started listening to it and I fell asleep. And I was like,
Oh, okay.
If I send that to Sitch, he'll just say, oh, that was boring.
Alex Puente for 6 months. Sorry to tell you this, Sitch, but you are the one that decides what is in the burrito. If you don't like it, that's on you. Make a better burrito.
True.
No, I'm saying it's the ingredients because I'll put all the same stuff. I'll put all like the standard burrito things you put in a fucking burrito that you get anywhere at any Mexican place. And it'll taste like crap at Chipotle and then give you bloody diarrhea. And you can go to any other Mexican place, have all the same normal things you'd put in a burrito, and it'll taste good and not give you bloody diarrhea. I mean, it'll give you gas, but it won't give you bloody diarrhea. It won't give you food poisoning. I always feel like I get food poisoning there. So obviously, like that food is just sitting out and it's not like cooked enough or growing shit on it. SWD 40 for 13 months. Thanks so much. Says, can we call XQC Zoomhauer from now on? I'm not sure I get that.
XQC,
reference.
Sure. Call him whatever you want. I call him QVC.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you my dark secret. I've never seen King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, the show?
I've seen
what are you
clips
talking
of it.
about?
That's not true. I've seen clips. I've never watched.
Really?
I never watched King of the Hill.
Really?
That's my dark secret.
That is
I've seen clips. I've used clips in my videos.
How dare you?
Because they were very funny and they were apt, but I've never watched it. I don't even know if I'm saying, is that the name? How you say the character? Is that how you say his name? Boomhauer? Is that the correct way?
Boomhauer?
Yeah, that's the guy who, he talked like.
Oh, yeah.
That's why that was a joke, because XQC talks so strangely. They call him Zoomhauer.
Oh, yeah. I think it is Boomhauer.
Okay, see, Adams doesn't watch it either. He's giving
me
slack.
I've watched a lot of King of the Hill, but I just I can't remember one episode to really.
There you go. Uh-oh, I know Shady's shocked by this revelation.
I did watch some of Shady's videos on King of the Hill though. So he's obviously a King of the Hill fan.
He is, yeah.
He did a thing on John. He did a video on John Redcorn's relationship with Dale's wife. I don't know if you know. That's like a running gag on the show.
No.
He's a cuck. It's a cuck gag. Yeah.
Dale is a cuck? Is he actually a cuck or is it just a joke?
No. He's a total cuck.
Oh no.
His kid looks like John Redcorn.
Oh no.
He's a literal cuck.
Oh no. See, now I don't want to watch King of the Hill. That's sad.
Yeah.
Very sad.
It is kind of sad.
Okay. Blue 566 for 11 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says, what sets deep read Dan's archetypes from other personality archetype horoscope theories? I'm assuming it's all the machine learning element of it, right?
Yeah.
Though, I mean, he was doing it by just looking at it, so it's kind of interesting. Dale was cucked, but he doesn't know about it. It lasts for 3 seasons. Wow, jeez.
Doesn't that make it worse?
What are you talking about?
Oh, Cuban sandwiches are delicious.
Of course they are. That's why Cuban food is better than Mexican food.
I didn't take you to the Cuban
Oh,
sandwich
yeah.
place.
I would have been curious to see what LA Cuban food is like.
I guess next time.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, "Is this just the male version of horoscopes? Seems like a mumbo jumbo." Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. Slate King for 10 months says, "Dan seems interesting, but I saw this on Penn and Teller's BS show. It's a full cold reading, really, really entertaining. Just hide your wallet." There you go.
Well, it didn't cost us anything, so
that's true.
And it was fun.
Yes, Cuban food is better than Mexican food. Deal with it. Deal with it.
No, not true.
Okay.
Total lie.
You don't even have, you have
fake
some like
news.
Fake Cuban food probably. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Do a breakdown of magic deck / player types." There you go. That's the real what we want to know. Okay. Stuck for $5 says, "Stop telling him details of people he's supposed to analyze. Just give him a photo. At most, a short clip of the guy talking."
You guys are look.
We only did one, but yeah.
You totally want to debunk everything.
I know. I've had good. Listen, I'm not saying Mexican food is bad. I've had good Mexican food. I'm not saying Cuban food is better. It's just better. Okay. Some shredded pork or chicken and mojo sauce with dirty beans and rice is very tasty.
Mojo.
Mojo. Mojo Jojo sauce. They put that shit on everything in Cuban food. Stug, the one. Ovid, thanks so much for the $5. Mr. Ubercross for 18 months says, "Tell him nothing about me. Let him see my picture. I'll DM one who's living off of what you guys are giving him." Grift.
Mean.
There you go. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, "A lot of claims, not a lot of evidence."
Look at this. We got a bunch of skeptics.
Yep.
Bunch of skeptics here.
Oh, I gotta tell you guys a funny driving story for Adam.
Driving?
Yeah, because Adam was driving me around. He's a good guy. First of all, Adam is a good friend. He picked me up from the airport.
Oh, good.
He's a very good friend. So it's like originally we were gonna eat at the hotel I was staying at, and it turned out that the parking, even though they had a good restaurant in the hotel, the parking was like $50.
I think it was like $58. It was almost $60.
Yeah, it's almost $60 to park for over 30 minutes at this hotel.
Right.
Which is insane. We were like, okay, I guess we're not in here because I don't want Adam to pay fucking $60 to park here to have a fucking meal with me. That's like the most crazy shit.
Yeah, how much is I was thinking, how much is a meal going to be? Jesus, the parking is
does that include
$60.
Meal maybe, please? Like, what's going on here? This is insane. So I'm like, okay, well, while I check into the hotel, Adam's gonna go look. I assumed on his phone to like get a place for us to eat, and so it takes me like 20 minutes to check in because there's kind of a big line. And so when I'm done, I'm like, I go back outside, and Adam's just gone. And I'm like, where are you? What the fuck happened? And I was like, oh, I just like start driving around randomly. I'm like here's how Adam's an explorer. He just like fucking nomaded out. He just starts randomly driving around the city. It's like, oh, I just want to see what's in the area. Okay.
We're in downtown LA and there's like really sketchy areas. So I didn't know if we were going to, sometimes there's like a hotel.
Yeah.
But it's in the middle of nothing. So it's like there's not really a restaurant that you can eat at. So I'm like, look, I'm just going to scout around and see if there's like, I looked on my phone and there seemed to be some restaurants.
Yeah, Adam just vanishes in the night, and I'm like, well, I'm done. Can you come back? And he's like 20 minutes later and returns. I was like, what the fuck?
Look, I scoped it out. I found a couple of places.
I don't think you. I found the place we went to. You didn't find the place we went to.
Yeah, but it was right next to another place that I found.
Okay, the place we went to, by the way, was awesome.
Yes.
We had
very good.
Well, actually, I had. I don't. You didn't. We went to a Japanese place that had delicious ramen.
Yeah.
And that's where Adam snapped his disgusting propaganda picture of me attempting to eat ramen with chopsticks and failing.
You were doing pretty good. What are you talking about?
It was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. Should I explain why you didn't get ramen?
I mean, you can if you want.
Look,
my wife usually orders the ramen for me, so I don't really know the type of ramen that I like. Look, I do a lot of delegating in my life, so my wife usually knows the stuff that I like. So
he didn't want to order ramen because he didn't know what to get because his wife orders for him.
Look, I didn't want to order something that had like squid in it or something.
Just read the description. I don't know what the fuck the name of the ramen is. I just read what was in it and said, okay, sounds good.
Yeah, but the description is not really helpful if you don't know what the stuff is.
Oh my God.
They don't just come out and call it squid. They call it something.
You could just ask the lady what's in it.
Look, she tried to charge us $5 just for the chops, just so you could get a fork.
No, she didn't.
She did.
Oh, she didn't. Stop it.
She did. It was a joke, but she did.
Yeah. So, you said that. You said that. When I asked before, Adam was like, listen, you should charge him $5 for it. Okay. You said that. She didn't say that. You're trying to get her to do that.
I guess you're right.
Yeah. Okay.
Adam outsources his preferences to his wife.
True.
That's true. That's actually not true.
Yeah.
Well, look, she's ordered stuff that I haven't liked, and she keeps track of that. So
and it's funny because I laugh, but like, I know that there's places and restaurants where my dad is the same way. He doesn't even know what the fuck he orders. He's like, he hopes my mom is there to like figure out.
No
he's like,
way.
what do I order from this place? Like, he has to ask her, like, what do I get from this place? He doesn't even know.
Look, your dad does the exact same thing. Why are you giving me a hard time about it?
He always orders. She never orders for him, but he has to ask her what it is that he likes there.
Oh, okay. Look, I've just skipped a step. You should talk to your dad and tell him, hey, why are you even?
God.
Look, why are you bothered?
Jesus Christ. But so it's funny.
Look, you don't even need to remember what you ordered.
Well, it's funny. The reason I thought about all this was because I'll say this. I don't remember Adam using his turn signals very liberally whenever I was in the car with him.
Oh, really?
Do you use your turn signal?
Hardly. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Not much.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of turn signal usage from Adam.
Why does that matter?
Why does it matter? Jeez. It was actually this is really funny. We were in the hotel parking lot looking for a place to eat. Adam just like double parks in the middle of the parking lot. He's sitting there. And so I reach over and I turn his hazard lights on.
Right.
Which is what you're supposed to do.
Oh my God.
And then when we find out where we're going to eat and we start driving away, Adam's looking at his dashboard. He literally doesn't know how to turn the hazard lights off. I haven't been in your car once, like 5 years ago, and I turned the hazard, and you're like, looking around, like, how
embarrassing.
The fuck? I turned the light, and I'm like, and I say, how do you not know how to do your hazard lights? And he looks at me and he says, like, I think I've used them like once in my entire life.
I was in that accident. And I don't even think I used my hazard lights.
I'm like, you don't use your hazard lights? What do you do when you double park somewhere? And you're like, I just double park. What do you
Come
mean?
on, this is LA. Nobody turns their hazard lights on.
Okay.
Look like a dork in the middle of the road.
Not being responsible. Okay. Hazard lights are the super cheat code. They let you double park wherever you want. You just turn your hazard lights on. When the person comes over to bother you, you're like, my hazards are on. I'm going to be moving in a second.
This is actually hilarious because we always call you my work wife.
Yeah.
And my wife complains about me never using the turn signals either. It's like, nag, nag, nag.
I'm not complaining. I'm mocking you.
Nice
difference. You don't you can do whatever the fuck you want. I think it's funny.
Nice turn signal.
Yeah. Well, I know because someone in the chat was talking about like Doomer is very anti using turn signals. So.
Oh really? Oh look at
so
that.
you share that with Doomer.
Look at that. I mean, I do occasionally if someone's there or something.
Yeah, okay. That's
Let
good.
them know
Good
what's
to know.
going on.
All right. Okay. Anyways. Solidoge for $5 says, I've seen the pseudoscience plenty before. A lot of overly broad generalizations with zero academic rigor. One would expect to compare it to proven ideas like MFT.
MFT?
Right.
Oh, moral foundation theory?
Yes.
What's it saying about moral foundation theory?
No. Solidoge is saying that there's evidence for moral foundation theory, unlike with what Dan was talking about.
Well, I mean, he said he had a bunch of evidence. He just didn't go into
we didn't go into
great
it,
detail about it. So
right. So to be fair, that was limited time. We were talking about other stuff, but Nicholas Van Neel for 8 months says, lovers, judges, Hierophant. If I hear the fool or priestess mentioned, I'll be convinced I'm in a Persona game. Makes sense giving the Jungian influence. There you go.
Cool.
His app for £5 says, did you see the Writers Guild telling people they can't dress up as Jenna Ortega for Halloween because she said she didn't want a love triangle in Wednesday? Okay, number one, I didn't see that. Number two, I don't even understand what the fuck that means. They didn't want the Writers Guild of America told people not to just dress up as Wednesday Addams because she didn't want a love triangle. What is that? I don't understand. What does that mean?
I guess they wanted a love triangle in the Addams Family show. And since the writers didn't give them a love triangle, they were like, don't dress up as Wednesday Addams. She played Wednesday Addams in the movie, right?
In the TV show.
Oh, okay.
Which was not very good.
You saw it?
I did. And I was going to make a video about it, and then I didn't because I'm a bad person.
Look, you don't have to make videos if you don't want to, man. It doesn't.
That's the only way I could justify watching that show.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Look, it's not something I really would jump on watching.
Some people were saying it was woke. You know, I was kind of talking about whether it was political or not. You know, I was curious about it. It wasn't very good. It completely misunderstands the one fucking joke that is the Addams Family, which is kind of shocking. The one joke, the central joke of the Addams Family is that they're people. It's a weird, spooky family that they like everything that you're not supposed to like, and they don't like all the things that you do like or are supposed to like. But they're like good people in their own like they're good people. They just have a completely like inverted sense of what is good and what is bad.
Yeah,
that's the central joke of the Addams Family. And they didn't understand that when doing the show. It's super weird. Like the first shot is Wednesday in high school, and she like opens the locker, and Pugsley, her brother, is like shoved in the locker and tied up, and he's gagged, and she pulls a gag off. And I thought, like, if it was the Addams Family, the joke would be, oh, and so you find out that he was put in there by like the school bullies. Okay. If this was like correct Addams Family, she would have pulled his gag off and he would have been like, oh, like, I'm so glad the kids at school like really must like me because they shoved me in this locker. Right.
I'm getting along so well with people.
Yeah. Right. Like he would perceive that action as like a positive, and she would just look at him and say nothing and then immediately close the locker door again. Right. That's the seed of the Addams Family. Opens the locker.
That would be hilarious.
Right. It's he's positive. It's the role reverse. It's positive that he's in the locker. She just closes the locker without saving him and walks away. And like, that's just, and that never comes up again. Right. But in this show, because it's like weird and I don't know what the fuck's going on, the writers don't understand Addams Family, he's all upset that he's shoved in the locker. He's reacting to it like a normal person would react to it. And so she decides to get revenge on the bullies by dropping piranhas in the pool when they're swimming to bite their balls off or their dick off or something.
So she's castrated children.
Yes.
In the first scene of the...
So she's castrated children with piranhas, which, I mean, okay, you can go in any direction with that, number one. But number two, So all the characters are already completely don't make any sense. Pugsley is like crying and upset like a not Pugsley at all, like a whiny little bitch, and she's like ultra defensive and protecting her brother, which is also not in her character. So I watched this and I'm like, what? I'm like already like, what the fuck is this? This is not the Addams Family. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's just some like weird girl boss power fantasy fan fiction show. Like I don't know what this is.
Fan fiction. Where have I seen this before?
And so yeah, so like I mean, it continues like that. She's not the character. Like she is just like a huge asshole for like most of the show. She is not the character of Wednesday Addams that existed for the Addams. None of the Addams family people seem to be the Addams family people that we know and love from the past movies and TV shows and all that stuff. But so I don't know. I didn't think it was very good.
Is she in college?
So because of the incident, they send her to, I don't know if it's a high school or if it's college. They send her to some special school for like spooky monster children. Because now there's like a whole, apparently, I just thought the Addams Family were just like one family of weirdos. But apparently in the Addams Family universe, there's like a whole series of like monster people that exist.
They send her to Hogwarts.
They send her to Hogwarts, yes.
Dumb.
And then it's really dumb because it makes no sense because then she's still an outcast at the monster school because all the monsters are just like normal kids, except they have monster powers. And then it's like, well, then it doesn't even make sense because in the Addams Family, like, they're not monsters. They're just like people, but they're weird people. Like, they're not magical. They're not monsters or something.
Aren't they? I thought Gomez is like Dracula, right?
No, he's not. He's just a guy.
The uncle is like Dracula.
No, he's just a dude.
Oh, you're right.
The only people
I'm thinking of monsters.
You're thinking of monsters, yeah. The only people that were like kind of like Lurch is like a Frankenstein guy, kind of. He looks like a Frankenstein guy. You have Thing, which is just a hand, right?
Yeah, that's obviously.
And then you have Cousin It, who's like the hairy creature thing. But like the rest of the Addams Family were just like people. They just seemed like weird people. They weren't like monsters or something. So I don't know. The whole thing seems stupid. But anyways, so I don't know what this thing about not dressing up as Wednesday is. Jenna Ortega can't dress up as Wednesday for Halloween. Here's why. Let's see. Her fame skyrocketed after the success of Tim Burton's smash hit Wednesday. I didn't realize Tim Burton made that. It's Tim Burton continuing his decline.
Well, he's got Alzheimer's now, and he's still writing scripts. So,
I mean, I don't have a lot of confidence for Beetlejuice too, considering all his recent movies. Oh my
God! Oh no! Please don't.
No, it's confirmed. It's
don't.
Happening. It's happening.
I'd rather see Kung Fury too.
Although 2022 was all about Jenna Ortega and her iconic character, I don't like this show. To me, the fact that everyone loves this show shows how much I just hate fucking normies. I feel like Wednesday Adam. I hate normies. They just see like a goth girl boss who's basic. Like they transformed Wednesday Addams in the Wednesday Addams show. She's just Daria. They just made her Daria. She's not Wednesday Addams. She's just Daria. And all people are like, oh my God, she's so hot, girl boss, goth girl boss. Oh. She has been prevented from dressing up as her role off screen, despite Netflix confirming a renewal for a second season. How can you prevent someone from dressing up as a role like in their own private life? Doesn't make any sense. As informed as the Daily Mail, measures came from the SAG-AFTRA strikes, which asked actors to avoid dressing up for Halloween in solidarity with the Writers Guild of America. What? That's weird. Wait, I thought are they still on strike? I thought the strikes were ending. Did I hallucinate that?
They're still on strike.
Okay.
I see them striking when I drive around.
As the strikes continue, the union guidelines have been updated to provide clarity on Halloween costumes for actors. According to the guidelines, members cannot dress up as characters, which would go against the strike guidelines. That seems weird and stupid. However, such as animated TV shows, they can dress up as characters from the productions that cannot strike. Okay, I don't know. This seems stupid. Well, anyway. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, Dan seems to have this all or nothing mentality. Everyone will be dumb at the same time. Everyone will be soft at the same time. Why 2040? Electromastiff for 14 months says, Adam, you were right about interest rates going up equal higher inflation over time, but also consider quantitative tightening means Fed is selling stonks.
Are they selling stocks? I don't think the Fed can put securities on their balance sheet.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think they had to do the TARP program just to be able to buy mortgage-backed securities.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they can buy Apple stock, so.
Rotisserie Protocol for 7 months says, I hope and pray we never ever conquer death. Death may be one of the most important and valuable parts of the human experience.
What?
Well, I hope and pray that you are wrong. Rotisserie Protocol.
What?
So, yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I think we will, and I think we 100% will, and I don't agree. So, I mean, it is an important, valuable part of the human experience because we have no alternative to it, and therefore it does change the way in which we think and act because of it. And we won't know exactly how humans will behave once death is conquered, but we will conquer it. It will be conquered at some point, hopefully in my lifetime. But we'll see.
Yeah, of course. I want to do some reverse aging.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Meet at the same age?
Right.
We're
going to reverse age. I'll reverse age. Adam will do the destructive brain scan.
Oh, please, no. Come on.
Okay, we can both reverse age.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, how good is this destructive brain scan?
Stug for $5 says, I dream of Numenor. We will choose our time today, except for those of us who have been tricked by Melkor and Anatar. There you go. True. Stug for $2 says, to die, not today. Stug for another $5 says, in spite of my skepticism of this guest, I look forward to the day where you can input your own details into an AI and it tells you you're an asshole. True. True.
Yep.
Tumungo for 5 months says, Sitch, you made a nice parrot noise last stream. Can you do it again? It's a very weird request. Adam, do you think you can get Vito to hate on your comic when it comes out? A-Team equals art and brains.
Vito will definitely hate on our comic when it comes out. But not because our comic is bad. It's because Vito is jealous. That is why he will hate on our comic.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty funny. Look, I get along pretty well with Vito, so
right.
I think Vito is just a disturbed person.
There you go.
That's just where I'm at. I was trying to explain to him on Twitter the difference between envy and jealousy, but it wasn't going very well.
Brack! There's your parrot noise. Brack! I don't know why you asked for that, but
it was a parrot noise? I thought it was a parent noise.
Parrot noise. Brack! Oh. I did do a parrot noise last year. I don't remember what the context was, but I'm glad I can do that for you, Tumungo.
When is Kung Fury coming out? Kung Fury 2. I want to see it.
Live in Deb's Wall specifically for $2 says, I'm irrationally attached to my coffee maker. Aren't we all?
Yeah, of course. Do you drink morning coffee, Sitch?
Obviously. Who doesn't do that?
Morning coffee is the best. Oh my God.
I mean, I don't have a coffee maker. I drink the little Starbucks bottled coffee.
Yeah, I do the same thing. My mix is half coffee, half chai.
Chai?
So good, yeah. And I switched to the blonde coffee, and you're right, it is better.
It is better, yeah. So do you have chai tea that you make and then you mix it with coffee?
No, I just buy the cartons of chai tea.
Oh, gotcha.
And I mix them half and half.
That That could be tasty. I
It
never thought
is
of doing that.
so delicious. It is so delicious because the chai tea is just sweet enough
Right.
that it sweetens the coffee. Yeah. Half chai tea, half coffee. Supposedly this is a drink in that's popular in Australia. I didn't know that until, I mean, I kind of just made it up myself one day. I was like, you know
What kind
I
of
like
chai tea do you get?
I get Tazo chai. That's the same Tazo chai that they serve at Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had a chai latte at Starbucks?
I have not, no.
Oh, okay. They're delicious. You should get one.
Okay, I'll try one. Because usually, like, at Starbucks, maybe you have an option, but most places when you get chai tea, it's only dairy milk.
The chai tea that I buy, the box of Tazo chai tea doesn't. You have to add milk, so it doesn't have.
I thought
any
you said you
milk
bought it in a
it.
bottle.
I buy it in a box.
Oh, I said, do you make chai tea and then mix it with your coffee? And you said no, I buy it in a bottle.
I buy it in a box, is what I said.
So you do. So you do brew the tea, right? You have to brew the chai tea.
No,
No,
it's
so
like
confused.
liquid. It comes in a box.
It's liquid in a box. It's like boxed water. You have boxed chai tea.
It's your chai in a box.
You know when you say like tea in a box, I'm thinking you have a box.
No, I know
full of,
exactly.
Like tea bags that you make. Yeah, I'm super confused here.
It dawned on me.
Yeah.
That he's like, oh yeah, it's in a box. I'm gonna bring up an image for you to dispel the entire myth.
You have a box of chai tea, but it's liquid.
Yeah.
All right, that's
there. You go.
Weird. I mean, I've seen Tazo
have
brand.
You ever,
I've seen it as like tea bags.
First of all, don't say tea bags on the show.
Wait, if you bring up a picture of a carton, I'm gonna slap you across the internet. You call a carton a box.
Uh-oh.
You just call a carton a box. Oh my god. He called the carton a box, everybody.
Look, do you ever buy milk in a box?
No, I don't buy milk at all. I buy oat milk in a carton.
Okay.
It's a carton.
Look, it has like a little screw top though. It feels wrong calling it a carton.
Oh my god.
Carton.
Because we all know boxes have plastic screw tops on them.
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I brought it up. You can see if you pull it. If you look at
ingredients: water, black tea, black pepper, ginger, cardamom, cinnamon, cloves, star anise, cane sugar, honey, ginger, vanilla, citric acid.
So good.
I'll try it. I mean, I like chai tea. So.
It's so delicious. Yeah. So I drink 3/4 cup blonde Starbucks roast and 3/4 cup classic chai latte.
Don't you put milk in it?
Yeah, I put like half a cup.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Cup of half and half in there.
Wait, I'm confused. You drink 3/4 tea, 3/4 coffee, and half a cup of milk. What kind of fucking proportions are we using here?
Actually, I think it's probably closer to like 1/4 cup.
Oh, you're saying use 3/4 of a cup, not like 3/4 of the total concoction.
Right, 3/4 of a cup. So it's a cup and a half, and then 1/4 cup.
I understand.
And I do it in a beer stein glass.
Right.
What are those called? Like a pint. I do it in a pint. It comes out a pint. Comes out a perfect pint.
Okay, I'll try that. It sounds tasty.
This size.
Yeah.
That's my that gets me out of bed. I'm like dying for one of those things in the morning. Oh, it's so good.
Sounds good.
It's like heaven on earth.
In LA, there's lots of delicious, tasty fuck boba tea places that have non-dairy milk teas that you can get.
Oh yeah, look. We try to make people with crazy diets and appetites happy around here.
I need to go to an Asian market and just... The boba tea is so good, but it's always so overpriced. Like insanely overpriced for what it is. It tastes very good. I just need to go to an Asian market and buy all the ingredients, just make it myself for like 1/10 of the cost.
Oh yeah.
Those weird. The boba tea places where I live are more expensive than the boba tea places in LA. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? How is this even possible?
Why is that the case?
I think it's just because there's a lot more boba tea in LA.
I do like the bobas, but sometimes they put too many in there and it feels like you've got a rock in your stomach.
I've never had that experience.
Oh.
I would be like, no, give me more boba.
Sitch's cup is like half full of boba.
I like the boba. It's tasty.
It is.
Yes.
Like tapioca or something?
Yeah, the old tapioca balls.
Yeah, they're chewy.
I'm not a weeb. Listen, I don't like Pocky. Okay, that's how you know I'm not a weeb. You know how I know we're not a weeb? We went to an Asian market. They had Dragon Ball Z soda. Dragon Ball Z orange soda. And I picked it up and I looked at it. And then I put it back down and I didn't buy it. I was close. I was like, what is Goku orange soda? What does Super Saiyan Blue Goku orange soda taste like? And I was like, it's not worth it. I put it back down. Okay. The cheerful cynic for $10 says, you guys need to I'm assuming you meant understand. You guys need to understand there are two main types of right. What are you laughing at?
CT said in the DMs that Adam doesn't use his turn signals and that I cut off Vox twice in a 6-minute drive. That's what I'm laughing at.
Funny. The cheerful cynic for $10 says, you guys need to understand there are two main types of right-wingers. The virgin, quote, weak men are making hard times, right-wingers, versus the Chad, quote, oh boy, time to become strong men, right-wingers. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Mm-hmm.
This is like hero generation's about to step up. They're going to say, look, no more anti-Semitism. That's what they're going to say.
True.
They're not going to dig this. Look, it's how this shakes out. It could not be good. There could be real cancel culture, real limits on freedom of speech coming.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a possibility. You know, Carl is always talking about post-liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not where I want to go. Look, I'm a liberal. I like my freedom. I like my freedom of speech. But, I mean, Carl's argument is effectively, well, you can't go too far on these freedoms. I mean, letting people march down the street the same day as a terrorist attack and chanting gas the Jews, I don't think is like, I mean, that's not real nice, right?
Mm-mm.
That's a little scary.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $50. Thank you so much. Says, I think if you tried to live forever, you would lose your mind. You would eventually hit the memory limits of the human mind, and I think you would slowly forget who you were and have a very severe feeling of imposter syndrome that would take hold. Well, I mean, there's two things. Number one, I don't know if we know what the limits of human, like what is the capacity for human memory, right? I don't know if we know the answer to that question. And how long would it take to get there? And by the time we get there, if there was some limit, if there was some like hard limit to human memory, would we just have the technology to augment that? Number one. Number two, I don't think it would operate. I don't think most people's brains operate the way a computer does, where it's like you just have like a hard drive and it fills up and just, no longer can process information. I think it would just basically be that kind of the way I think most people's memories work, which is that you don't remember, unless you have like a photographic memory, you don't remember everything that ever happened to you. Just kind of remember vague general ideas that happened to you. And then you also remember very specific things that happened to you if they're emotional to you for whatever reason. And then you kind of forget all the in-between bits of all the shit that every time you brush your teeth, every time you take a dump, you don't exactly commit that to memory.
Well, yeah, you have things in your short-term memory that you work into your long-term memory.
Right.
Via like being emotional or something important. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so I think if you like quote live forever, even without augmenting your memory with some kind of technology, I mean, you would forget stuff. I think you just basically forget things that were not important to you over time, and you would just, retain memories of things that are important to you. Now,
Yeah.
you would probably end up forgetting, like if we're talking about like thousands of years, you'd probably end up just not remembering a lot of shit that happened to you in the past because it would become less and less important to you as you got older and older and older. But I
But
don't
you could
think
probably
you would,
watch like a film of it or something and remember it.
yeah, you would probably watch a film of it and then have some like, oh, that's right, that happened to me. Um,
Yeah.
there's
Recollection.
some recollection of it would be put in deep storage somewhere. But I don't think you would go insane. Like, I think people could go insane if they live forever just because, you could have the Zima Blue problem of just, you've done everything you want to do and there's nothing else for you to really accomplish. Ozymandias cried because there are no more worlds to conquer sort of scenario. The monotony of life could weigh on you if you lived literally forever. But I don't think memory capacity would be sort of the issue that would drive people crazy.
There are so many different vocations to achieve excellence in. I don't see this idea that you've like done everything just seems ridiculous to me.
Well,
Like
talking about how long of a time scale are we talking about?
Yeah, look, any long time scale, I don't know. Like
Not any. I mean, if you have a character or a person who's lived for 1,000,000 years, I mean, I'm pretty sure they could have done every fucking thing there is to do. They played every role there is to play.
maybe, I don't know. So they've played every sport, they've watched every movie,
We don't need
acted
to
in
watch
every movie.
You don't need to watch every movie I mean, first of all, you wouldn't want to watch every movie anyway, because your taste wouldn't be just to watch everything anyway, just because it's new, right? But you've done all the things that you would want to do, that you have
Right,
interest
yeah,
to do.
I gotcha.
You've done as many carpenter projects, you've built your own house, you've become a king, you've become a thief, you've done every role, and you've been the CEO, you've been a drone in a company.
Look, I'm not big into sports, but the reason why I'm not big
played
into
every
sports,
sport that you want to play. I'm just saying, like, if you've lived for 1,000,000 years, I mean, if you live for 100,000 years, you've done, that's longer than the span of human history, right? You've done everything you'd fucking want to do.
I'm not super into sports, but that's because I have limited time and there's other things that I'm more interested in. If I had infinite time, I might dig into sports. I might be interested in sports.
Yeah, but
I
then
might
what?
play sports.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, it's another thing that I can do. There's
Yeah,
like a lot of things that I don't do that I would love to do.
Okay, so you spend 100 years doing sports, right? Then what do you do?
Well, I'd probably move on to like social psychology.
Okay, so you spend 100 years doing social psychology. Then what do you do?
Well, maybe I'll learn a musical instrument.
Okay, so you spend 100 years learning all the musical instruments. And then
all of them? I've learned them all in 100 years.
You think it would take you more than 100 years to learn all the musical instruments you want to learn and play?
Well, I want to make a couple of my own. I want to invent some.
Oh, okay. So we'll give you 150 years. It takes 150 years to go with it. Okay, then what?
Well, then I'm going to play all these games that you guys all talk about that I don't know about, that I want to know.
So it takes you 100 years. You've played all the video games. Okay, then what?
Well, I got a bunch of movies that I want to watch that I don't have time to watch.
Okay, so you take 100 years and you watch all the movies, and then what?
Well, I kind of like to travel.
Okay,
there's a lot of places in the world.
So you travel for 100 years. Okay, so we're hitting the 700-year mark.
I want to investigate this Gaza situation.
Yeah.
I hear they have an excellent rave scene.
Okay, so you spend 100 years learning the Israel-Palestine things. We're at 800 years, okay? We're not at 1,000 yet, Adam.
I know.
We're not even at 1,000.
Look, I haven't even started learning history. I haven't even dug into history yet.
I don't think you're conceptualizing the time scales that we're talking about here. Like,
Look,
I agree with you.
We have not. Look, I want to write. I want to paint.
Yeah.
There's still things to do. We're still going. Come on, keep going.
Listen, I'm just saying, I agree with you. If we're talking about time scale, I'm someone who wants to live forever. Don't get me wrong. Okay. No. Let me finish.
Have you ever platform dived before?
Let me.
I mean, I want to spin around and look like crazy going into the water.
So, I want to live forever. So I'm not one of these, we all need to die guys. Okay. But what I'm saying is, there's a big difference between saying like, oh, you could live for 200, 300, 400 years and be like so totally content. But to compare that to living for thousands and thousands of years, it's just so astronomically different. You would reach a point where you're just like, okay, I need to Zima Blue myself because it's just been too long.
I disagree.
Okay.
I totally disagree. This is why people love vampire movies. They're fucking immortal. It's awesome. Everyone wants that. They're look, I want to live to be 600 years old. I want to be able to think of history as my past. It's just who doesn't?
Haven't you read the Anne Rice vampire books?
No, I don't have time.
Okay, well you should, because that's that's like a big part of the Anne Rice vampire books is that they're so old that they do sort of like lose context with reality, and they do lose, interaction with like they do become bored and not really like know what the fuck to do anymore.
Look, I got something to add to my list. I got to fix the Anne Rice books.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Look, I want to watch all those AI Batman movies.
All right, I do too.
I got a lot of AI Batman.
I'm just saying, like we're talking about
Talladega Nights, starring Batman.
We're talking about like thousands and thousands of years of time. Okay, that's why I said hundreds of years, you're good. Thousands of years is when you start to, I think, pushing it. Like, okay.
Oh man, I'm thinking it's just getting good.
There you go. Sammy says, Sitch is weak. I need to live long to see the One Piece ending. There you go. True. Okay.
Can you think of if people's lifespans were 500 years, if that was just the normal lifespan, 500 years, wouldn't the projects humans engage in be much larger in scope? I feel like they would.
100%. And that would be one of the positive aspects of it.
Of course they would. We build a fucking space station.
Right. People talk about how humans are too short-term thinking. And if everyone lived for 500 years, obviously that would change to some extent.
That would be great.
Yeah, it would be great.
Yeah. I'm down. Let's do it.
Stories are written about vampires so the Jews don't cry anti-Semitism. I don't even know what that means.
What does that even
mean? I don't even get it. What does vampires have to do with anti-Semitism?
He's probably talking about the drinking blood stuff.
Oh,
isn't that like a Jewish
there was
anti-Semitic trope?
Not drinking blood, like the taking the blood of Christian babies or something for Passover.
Oh,
but I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't think when like vampire mythology was created, it was some kind of like secret, Jew hating propaganda. I've never heard that before. But where was I? Living Dead Wall specifically for $5 says, I can't wait to hear about the espionage related consequences of companion robots. That's true. All the robots are going to be spying. Like, you're going to have your robot wife that you want to fuck, or Adam's going to have his little robot Bumblebee that he just pals around with. I'm sorry, his little robot Sammy G that draws him lewd art. And then when you're talking to your robot, you're going to have to like a little like pop-up menu is going to pop up on his face and be like, it's like, we would like to record all your conversations with the robot and send it in to the facility so that we can improve the performance of this robot. Don't worry, no personal data will be used. Do you accept?
Well, I'm thinking also someone could probably steal your robot for espionage. Like if a lot of people have them, they'll probably be stolen.
Right, but I'm assuming devs Wallace means just the idea that like anything you tell the robot is going to
Oh
be,
yeah, totally.
right.
Of course.
Oh.
Well, I guess the robot itself will have countermeasures to being stolen, right?
I would assume.
I would teach my bumblebee to hold out his arm and say, "Grab my wrist," in a very cute and unassuming way.
And then when you do,
Exactly.
whammo. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know, because it's going to be this complicated thing, because it's going to be like, you're not going to want your robot to be able to harm people because you would be afraid that it would malfunction. Like, it's safer to make so the robots literally just can't harm people, as opposed to like, oh, they can harm like intruders under certain circumstances, because you don't want the robot to malfunction and harm you or someone you don't want to harm, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So,
There's those laws of robotics.
right.
The three
Now, obviously,
laws of robotics.
that won't apply to military robots, but
Right. It'd be the opposite with military robots. It'd be like, you have to harm humans or
There
we're
you go.
dismantling you.
Nolan Gams for $10 says, the hospital where I work at bought an AI delivery robot named Moxie. They had to install magnets so it could navigate the halls. It fell down the stairwell. AI is only as strong as the area you give it. I mean, that's true. Yeah, they're not great at navigating spaces so much. I mean, I think that's part of why, we always expected AI robots to replace manual labor first, because I think we under anticipated how difficult, like one of the most difficult things for programming to do is to have a robot just literally navigate physical space. That's one of the most challenging things to do. Much more so than it apparently doing like intellectual labor like ChatGPT does. So that it's kind of funny because we don't conceptualize it this way, but that's how they think that's why humans and animals even develop consciousness in the first place, was literally just to figure out how to navigate physical space. So that's probably going to be one of the most difficult aspects of all this stuff.
I mean, we've
they're doing it
automated
now.
most of that stuff, though.
They're doing it now with machine learning, so we'll see where it goes. But
physical labor has been being automated away for decades.
No, I understand. But what I said was the idea, like, we thought robots were going to do physical labor. And what I mean is, like, a robot that walks around and does shit. Most of the machine automation is like, there's a machine that's stuck into the ground that is a stupid machine that just does some program behavior repetitively.
Task. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yes.
You don't like to have the robot that, like, because I mean, I've seen them. There are videos. They have the little like Amazon robots they're trying to build that can work in the Amazon warehouses and shit. So they're getting there. But I think people just don't understand how difficult it is to move through physical space and to program a robot to move through physical space.
It's cost effective to do this kind of automation if you're building some high-end product like a car. It's not as cost effective if you're building some expensive robot to do dishes.
Well, it will be for Amazon. If Amazon can replace all of the workers in the Amazon storage places, robots, they're going to do that. And it'll probably be cost effective for them to do that.
This is why, and not many people think of this. People think Elon Musk is working on a humanoid robot for like a product to sell to the public. But he's really working on a humanoid robot for a worker for his factories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the Amazon dream, is that they want all the people. I mean, Bezos's dream is that he's the one person, the only person at Amazon.
Yeah.
Like everything else is robots. He's just the one person that runs Amazon.
Yes.
Phil Moore for $5 says, you'll get your little robot Adam right after your flying car. Future isn't going to be what you think it is. There you go. I mean, I think we're going to get little robots way before flying cars. I don't think we're ever going to get flying cars.
There's like dozens of flying cars now.
No,
since they figured out the drone thing, there's like dozens of drone cars.
No, but
I've seen the videos.
I don't think we're gonna have a society where flying cars, I mean, maybe if everything's automated, that'd be the only safe way to do it. I don't know how. I think we're going to all have robots long before we have flying cars be the norm version of travel. I assume you'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one.
Because I think it's too, number one, I think it's too dangerous. Number two, I think it's too energy intensive. Until we solve those two problems, they're not going to do it.
Have you seen this flying car that they have?
No.
Pretty trippy.
Okay.
Its whole body is basically like a net material, so that it has a huge propeller that lifts it off the ground, but it's all electrical. That was the key. Being able to make lightweight electronics.
That's great. So when you crash into each other, you just fucking get murdered. I mean, that's the thing. And Vanessa in the chat says, yeah, car accidents are like the leading cause of death. Like, now you're gonna have those fucking things fly? Like,
why do you think rich people always die in a plane crash?
because they always ride those shitty little planes.
Because they fucking fly in planes
all the time.
Yeah, every other day.
Well, also because those little planes are not as anywhere near safe as the big planes.
I brought up a picture of it.
Right.
I wonder if they have a video of it flying.
What's what I'm saying? So it's like, people survive car crashes all the time. If it's in the fucking air, so your car crashes and it just turns off, I mean, you're just gonna die, right? You're just fucked at that point.
Oh, this car cost $300,000. I remember 3 months ago.
It's an ugly ass $300,000 car.
3 months ago, the FAA granted certification to them so they can actually go fly it around and shit.
That car looks like a plastic container that when you open it up, it's gonna have tampons inside. Doesn't it?
Okay. So this,
I'm right.
So this car,
yeah,
it lifts off the ground.
Yeah.
And then it orients sideways
to go right into the vagina to prevent bleeding.
Oh my God. Oh,
self-driving car.
Oh, you're terrible.
Okay. It orients sideways to do what?
So it basically, the cockpit there is like on a gyroscope.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you call it?
The vag pit. I understand the little driver's seat. It's like it changes orientation as the car changes. Yeah.
Right. So when it flies, it like tips up on the side. It tips up sideways and flies away.
Why? Why does it do that?
Because it's got a huge propeller underneath the hood and underneath the trunk.
Yeah, but why would it need to turn sideways to utilize that?
To go forward. Bring the video up.
Okay.
Here, I'll put a video into the.
J-Mac says, why is Sitch some bimbo and why is there a dildo car on screen? True. Very true.
Sitch asked me to bring up a dildo car. And
I did not ask you to bring up a dildo car. He said, okay. Sitch, have you seen the tampon/dildo car? And I said, no. No, I have not.
Can we bring up one of these local news stations, or are we going to get copyrighted for it?
I don't know. We'll probably get copyrighted for it. Bill Moore for $5 said, I read that one. Andrew Clark for $5 says, counterpoint, survival mode. Whoops. Survival mode is more popular than creative mode in Minecraft. Robot relationships will lose their luster after a few years, if that. I mean, that's possible. That's
you
possible.
Guys in your Minecraft.
That is possible, Andrew. But the thing is that you can program, and I think I talked about this before, you'll be able to program your robots, friends and waifus and husbandos to provide just enough resistance, I think, to satisfy that. So we'll see.
Just enough.
Just enough.
Just enough frictional resistance.
Yes. Genie Penguin for $5 says, I've never been the same since my robot nanny/mother's battery overheated burnt our house down and killed my real parents. True.
You guys are such pessimists.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Star Trek is a comedy show. There you go. Lives in Deswalt specifically for $5 says I'm guessing we're that far off from a turning police, a la Neuromancer. Also, everyone should read William Gibson, terminally underrated author. There you go. I've never read him.
William Gibson? I've read William Gibson.
Oh, okay.
Of course. Neuromancer.
Neuromancer. Oh, so you have read Neuromancer.
Oh, I haven't read Neuromancer, but I've heard of it.
Fucking asshole. Oh, of course, William Gibson, Neuromancer. Oh, you read that? No.
Look, who has time to read Neuromancer?
Jesus.
Right here, 3 months ago, first flying car approved by the FAA.
Do you have the sound off?
I do have the sound off because
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna get hit with copyright.
What is
here.
gimbaled? What does that word mean?
Gimbaled cabin design.
Yeah.
It means it turns up sideways.
Is that what the word gimbaled means?
Closed propellers, all-wheel drive, distributed electric propulsion. So this car will literally drive around town and also fly.
Right.
Look at this. Look, this
Is
guy's
that real?
taking.
That looks
look,
fake. That looks so
he's
fake.
taking
I
off.
can't tell if that's real or not.
He's like, you fuckers should have bought a flying car, you pieces of shit.
That doesn't look real. That's a fake. This is not a real video, Adam.
I know that, obviously.
Okay, well, what do you mean, obviously? I thought you were gonna show me a real video. This is fake. This is some fucking deep fake shit. I don't want to see this. I want to see the real thing lift off.
Look, they already have. Okay.
This is nonsense. This is bullshit. You're showing me garbage.
Let me see if I can find flying car demonstration. That's what we need.
Yeah, you know what I want to try? Have you seen those the water jetpacks? That looks fun as fuck.
Those definitely look fun.
I want to try one of those bad boys.
Oh yeah.
That looks cool.
Spray it all around.
You're not playing the video, are you?
I wonder if we could
Okay.
I wonder if we could do like just use it like a super soaker. Is that possible, or would it like blow you across the street?
I think it'll blow you across the street. Okay. Genie European for $5 says, by the way, read the dystopian novel The Machine Stops by E.M. Forrester. The Machine Stops. The story set in a world where humanity lives underground and relies on a giant machine to provide its needs.
Did you turn your volume down so I can scrub through the video?
Yes.
Okay, good.
There you go. Lives in Duswall specifically for $2 says, I'm paying money for Sitch to say true. There you go.
Good job. It worked.
There's your true. Mason Jordan for $5 says, with Hunter H, the mangaka also writes and draws his stories till he's so sick he can't move from the pain and malnourishment. Kind of helps stomach the slow pace. Yeah, I understand that. That's a lot of those people. They basically write and draw themselves into like sickness. So I'm trying to prevent Adam from doing that.
I wanted to.
Yeah.
But
you know, Sitch over here is like, listen, Adam,
keeps
can you
fucking
not die?
with me. Yeah.
This is the fake video again. You're just showing me the fake video again. Okay.
Well, I mean, there is real video of the car just not flying. Which I don't know why.
It's not a flying car, is it? If none of the
Look, there's the car. There's the prototype.
Where you said it was supposed to lift off and turn sideways and do
Look here,
shit.
they're showing how it.
Okay, I'm looking.
Here's the gimbal.
No, fake. Well, I want to see the real thing.
No, that's actually real footage.
That is not real fucking footage, you piece of shit. It also doesn't turn sideways.
Look, they're showing it. Look,
there it is.
Here it goes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty badass, right?
Oh, I understand why. Okay, so there's only one thing, so it has to turn to go forward. It has to turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bullshit. It doesn't actually do it.
Look, it's got gull wing doors.
It doesn't actually do it though.
Oh, it doesn't?
there's no footage of it doing the thing.
They got FAA approval. Maybe they got approval because it doesn't actually fly.
Yeah, exactly. They
They're
got
like,
approval
oh,
to
yeah,
maybe
sure.
someday do the thing. Yes.
Sure, you can fly your flying car that doesn't actually fly wherever you
Right.
want.
Okay.
You have approval.
Yeah, yeah.
Once you get off the ground, come back and talk to us.
I agree with Jay. Can we skip flying cars and go straight to teleporters? Oh, that'd be so based.
That would be amazing.
Yes. Now that's the $1 million question. Would the teleporter be the destructive brain scan machine?
Okay, here's a real flying car in the very beginning.
Is that what is the teleporter the destructive brain scan machine or not? How would you ever know the answer to the question?
This one's a real flying car. Look.
Oh yeah, I've seen. That's just like a little plane in the shape of a car. Yeah, I've seen those.
Okay. Well, we have flying cars.
Okay, shut up. Mr. TB for 20 Canadian. Thanks so much for the first ever super chat.
Woo!
Says a great science fiction show you guys should watch is AMC's Pantheon. It's a Western anime that explores themes like the singularity, uploaded intelligence, and transhumanism. Definitely on par with Ghost in the Shell and The Matrix.
Sounds cool.
That sounds right up your alley, Adam.
I do like it.
Check it out. Pantheon. Let me know.
I went and saw the creator. I thought Sitch and I could do a video on it, but Sitch never went to see it, so you have to see it. Not gonna go, huh? Okay.
So this is I want people to understand Adam is like the master. He's not the master, he's really bad at it. Adam constantly tries to gaslight. This is the conversation we had. Adam's like, oh, maybe we should see the creator and do a video on it. And I said, oh, I heard that movie's like super woke. And you're like, yes, that's exactly why we should do a video on it. And I said, yes, but does anyone give a shit about this movie? And then he said, oh, you're right, Sitch. And then that was the end of the conversation.
I do remember that.
So I interpret that as meaning, well, there's no reason to watch it because we're not going to do a video on it.
I did see.
And then he changes the subject, boys.
No, I'm not changing the subject. I did see Critical Drinker did a video on it.
Okay.
And the title of the video made me rethink my conversation with you.
Oh.
And think, maybe I should see it. Look, you're leaving part of the conversation out.
Yeah.
You said Second Thought loved that movie.
Yes.
And I was like, oh my God, if Second Thought loves this movie, it's going to be a nightmare. I'm going to be looking at my watch. I'm going to want to get the fuck out of that movie theater as quick as possible, right? But then I saw that Critical Drinker did a video on it, and he called it like almost perfection or brilliance, a smidge denied, something like that. So it made it sound like it was pretty good, but had some flaws.
Right.
So I thought, I'm gonna go see that movie. Fuck Sitch. I want to watch it.
I never said you can't see the movie. I'm just saying I don't know if it was worth doing a video about.
And I went and saw it.
Yeah.
I asked my wife, I said, hey, you want to go see this movie? It looks like fun. She's like, sure, let's go see it. We went and saw it. It was pretty good. Much, like I went in low expectations because of all these conversations. But it was actually pretty good. And then I thought, wow, there are some details in here that I think people could call woke if they really had a hankering to see things as woke.
Well, so the reason that No Thought and the people that were cheering on the murder of Israelis liked that movie, because it was in that stream that they talk about this movie, is because is because they talk about how in the movie, and I think you said this to me too, like America or England or like white Europeans are very clearly supposed to be like the evil colonial bad guys of the movie.
Yeah, Americans are the bad guys.
Right.
Spoiler alert. I guess I should have said spoiler alert before I said that, but
right.
Yes. So this is the thing. I was going, there's been kind of a controversy about different channels making things out to be woke that aren't really woke. Like the progressives are like, they call them anti-woke, anti-SJWs, whatever. I think it's handled very well in the movie, and it didn't really spoil the movie for me. But I think you could interpret it as being anti-American.
I ain't watching no movie where America's the bad guys.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know about you. I ain't watching this leftist
Well, but
propaganda.
there's a saving grace. Guess who the good guys are?
Who?
China.
Oh my fucking god. No wonder Second Thought like this fucking shithead movie. Oh, China's the good guys and America's the bad guys. Oh, this is so good. Oh, propaganda. Let me touch my little ding dong and rub my. I'm gonna look at the Uyghur genocide. It gets me off. Oh, Israelis getting killed. Oh, that makes me so hard. Oh, okay. Yeah, no wonder he likes this fucking dog shit movie. Oh, America's so bad. I'm touching my balls as I imagine America burning down. Nothing like the smell of an American flag burning down. It's like it gets me so hard. Like, of course, this is why you like this movie.
He's probably masturbating in the movie theater.
He probably was. When it's revealed America's the bad guy, he's like, oh my God, I'm so horny right now.
I came twice.
Yes. Jeez.
They handle it well, okay? But if
you're okay.
If you're out there, looking, if you're out there looking for wokeness, there's a lot. I think you could pin a lot of wokeness on this movie. But that's the thing. I went and I watched Critical Drinkers review.
This is called The Creator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went and watched Critical Drinkers review after the movie. I didn't want to spoil the movie, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I go after the movie to Critical Drinkers review. And I listened to the review. He does not at all mention that America's the bad guys.
Wow,
okay?
I thought he was supposed to be the guy that complains about everything being woke.
But then I remember, motherfucker's Scottish. What the fuck does he care if the Americans?
He doesn't give a fuck. Oh my God.
He doesn't give a fuck.
What a bastard.
He doesn't care that we're the bad guys. He probably thinks we are the bad guys.
What a bastard. Simping for China. Critical drinker. Oh my God.
Exactly. Still mad about the Revolutionary War.
True. He's just mad his people couldn't do what our people did. Okay.
Right. Well, it wasn't the problem that they were all fighting amongst themselves?
They
like
can free themselves from the yoke of the Brits.
English and the Scottish and the Irish, like they couldn't get it together.
I don't know. They're all the same to me. They're all proto-Americans. I don't know. There's no fucking difference between them. Okay.
Yeah.
There's the Brits, and then there's the Brits with even sillier accents. Okay. That's the difference.
Well, how come we're an English colony and not a Scottish colony or an Irish colony?
Because the English won. That's why. They took them over. That's the answer.
They said, bitch, this is a United Kingdom.
Yeah.
United around us, England.
I mean, essentially, yeah.
Right.
Losing Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, let's all peer pressure Dev. Yes, let's do it. Dylan Nelson for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, long time since my last super chat, but I'm glad WhatifAltHist has been making more appearances. I've been a fan of all you for a long time, so it's a great time. Hope he become one of your more frequent guests.
Yeah, look, we seem to get along pretty well, so.
Yeah.
And he seems to like to come on the show, so yeah, it sounds like we got another regular.
Yep. CT for 2 Canadian says, you two are bad at secrets. I mean, it's not a secret that we're bad at secrets.
Was it a secret? I didn't know. Like,
it was not a secret it was a secret before, but it's not a secret now that I went out to LA and hung out with Adam. That's not a secret.
Right.
Neoliberal show for $2 says Adam is confirmed wife guy per that Robin story.
What does that mean?
True. You're a wife guy.
What is it? I don't even know what that means.
You're the wife guy.
I mean, I have a wife and she does order for me and it's great. So
okay. Electro Electro, thank you for $10. Says all this money should go to Sitch since I'm not giving money to a no turn signal Andy.
Oh no.
There you go.
Why did you out me?
There you go.
Look,
this is your first
everyone
super chat.
knows
Thank you,
turn
Electro.
signals are optional in Los Angeles.
Oh
okay?
my god. No, they're not. Stop.
Look, I've driven for like a month and I've never even seen someone use their turn signal.
Oh, so if everyone is doing something wrong, and you get to be wrong too. Is that the way it works, Adam?
You know what I think when I see someone?
How it works?
You know what I see when I think when I see someone in the left
You
turn
go, oh, look,
lane?
that guy's, yeah.
In the
What?
left turn lane with their
Right.
turn signal on.
What do you think?
I think you fucking retard. Like I can see you in the left turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
You're literally in the left turn lane.
Right.
Okay.
Can I explain to you why you're dumb?
Why?
So when you're in the left turn lane and you have your left turn signal on,
Right.
it's not for you, Adam. It's for oncoming traffic on the other side of the road. Okay.
To let them know that there's a
Yes, that someone wants to make a left in front of them at some point in time. That's why. That's the point.
you've made my argument. You've made
How have I
my
made your argument? You don't even understand what the point of it is for.
Because the cars are sandwiched, like people in front can't even see the car. It's like sandwiched between two other cars. It's like 3 cars back.
No, it's so
no
when
one
you're,
can see your turn signal.
Bro, it's so when you're approaching a fucking intersection and you see the car there and they have the left turn signal on, you know exactly, oh, this person wants to turn in front of me. So you know to prepare that either they're not going to because there's not enough time or they will try to. That's the whole fucking point. And yes,
Right.
and also for pedestrians, true.
All our pedestrians are blind.
Okay. I actually did see a blind guy crossing the street in LA. I was like, oh, look at that. He had a little cane and everything. You know, like the little red stripe on it.
Oh, I've triggered J-Mac. That's right, J-Mac. I'm coming to Arizona. You get ready.
Yeah.
You better get your car seat out. Better double seat belt.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, Adam, you're one of these Cali drivers. You and your ilk need to stay off of Arizona roads. True.
Look, a
Adam
lot of
knows
us.
what covalent bond is, but he doesn't understand the concept of oncoming traffic.
Look, Sitch has a point if you're at the front of the line in the left turn. If you're next in line, if you're after that, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure.
You're
if you're in the
sandwiched
back,
in, yeah.
If you're at the back of a left turn, lane, yeah, sure. Right, but you should still put it on before you actually make the turn, just to let people know. Oh my god. Because I'll agree if I'm like 6 cars back in the left turn lane sitting there waiting, I'm not going to sit there with my left turn signal on. But as I get to the front, I'll turn my fucking left turn signal on.
Don't you get annoyed by that click, 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 click in the car?
Not really. You kind of tune
really?
Out. Yeah.
Ugh. So annoying.
Mythos Infinite for 2 Canadians says, Adam, drive like a real human or I unsubscribe.
Well, listen, I'll pretend.
He is. That's the problem. He is driving like a human.
I mean, I'll pretend. I'll tell you guys. Look, you want me to lie to you? Look, I use my turn signal all the time.
There you go. There you go.
Look, Sitch just caught me on a bad weekend. Okay, I wasn't feeling it. Most of the time, I'm perfect.
You're right. I thank you, Electro. I didn't read the end of that super chat. Said, just kidding. Except for S-Class.
So, ooh.
There you go. Sammy G, thank you, Sammy G. Look at that. Sammy G, 19 months of Order of the Enlightened. Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Look at that. Says, by the way, you age because DNA replication issues. Maintaining the chromosomes is key. Calorie deficient diets slow telomere unraveling. Assuming fat toxicity / heart disease doesn't kill you first, but we do have science on this. Yes.
Sammy G knows it's all about those telomeres.
It is, yeah. And they've already made some pretty good strides with mice with this stuff. So, I mean, it's definitely doable. It's 100% doable. There's no magical reason that people have to age until they die. So
Listen,
it is
you
a
have-
problem that will be fixed.
the files on your computer age? It's a copy of a copy of a copy.
I mean, they
No,
do very, very slowly.
they don't age. They're binary. What are you talking
No,
about?
I mean, like if you take a hard drive and it just sits there for 100 years, I mean, I don't think it's gonna work.
Well, the file might get corrupted. It might
That's
actually.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
But I'm just saying, like the DNA.
As long as it's working, it's not aging. Yes, that's
right.
true.
DNA replicates like we need our DNA to replicate with high fidelity.
Well,
like
I think,
binary.
Yeah, but I think it's
system.
different because I mean I don't know enough about how computers work, but like your cells keep dying and have to be recreated, right? And that's
right. Yeah.
Right, but with like a computer program, it's not like doesn't like it just exists. It doesn't have to keep replicating itself.
Right, but I think the chromosomes break down over time, and there's like they're a copy of a copy of a copy.
Yeah,
of a
yeah,
copy.
right. Yeah.
The telomere shortening is actually part of your biological clock because your body, or your body wants you to die basically. For the evolutionary process doesn't want you to live forever. It wants you to reproduce and die.
I don't think it does. I wouldn't say it doesn't want you to die. It's trying to balance longevity versus getting cancer, essentially, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's also balancing. It's pointless for the body to live past reproduction. Well, in humans, we have cultural evolution, so it is.
It wouldn't be for humans because humans could. I mean, theoretically, if it was purely evolutionary pressure, I mean, you would think you'd want an animal that could just reproduce indefinitely forever, right? Unless it would the concerns would be overpopulation. But I mean, that has definitely not been a human concern until recently. And even now it's kind of switching gears. So I mean, I think it's more of a mechanical issue. It's a mechanical issue that most animal species, some have, but most animal species never had to overcome. It wasn't necessary to overcome, essentially. Because as you were saying, yeah, like it was good enough to just survive and reproduce. And then that was it.
Yeah, we're going to fix it. Everyone's going to be complaining about it.
Well, I'm not going to be complaining. I'm going to be like, boost.
Yeah.
Nicholas Van Neal for 5 Aussies says, as a Melbournian, you guys talking about coffee hurts to my core. Starbucks is garbage. Wow.
Ouch. Well, thank you for the $5 though.
Listen, the Starbucks blonde roast is real fucking tasty. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you guys drink in Melbourne?
I don't know. Do they drink like kangaroo coffee?
Well, maybe he's talking about tea because he says it's coffee.
Do you put like the coffee beans in like a koala pouch or something and like shake it? And then
I think they're tea drinkers, teetotalers.
I don't think so because why would that have? I mean, they have tea at Starbucks.
Starbucks maybe he doesn't know that.
Starbucks is good. I don't like before I ever drank coffee. I'd always hear everyone complain about Starbucks, and then I started drinking coffee, and I started getting my horrific, high sugary, horrible drink from Starbucks, and I was like, "This is fucking tasty.
This is delicious." I know. Yeah.
I mean, it's expensive, but these people are going crazy.
I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow morning. All this talk of coffee is making me want one. Maybe I'll just go make one now.
There you go.
Have one before bed.
Starbucks is a Chipotle of coffee. No, it's not. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. PC for $10 says Adam picks Sitch up from the airport and drives him through the dangerous streets of LA. Sitch threatens Adam when he talks about chai tea and forgets his ramen order. Definitely a married couple. I mean, true.
Sitch actually bitches a little more than my wife, though. So.
I met Adam's wife. She's very nice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
very nice. We did an escape room together.
We did. Yes.
Yep.
And we escaped with 10 minutes to spare.
We did. Yeah. The first night I met Adam's wife, I had to grab her hand and guide it through a maze that she couldn't see.
Did that really happen?
Yes, you were standing right there. Did you not know?
I didn't know.
Was it too traumatic? Did you block the memory out?
Oh no. Was that the dark part? She didn't go into the dark part, did she?
No.
Oh.
That was because you know how we were on the other side of the door, and she had the magnet. You guys had a magnet, so on your side,
oh
you
yeah,
had a
you're
magnet,
right.
and on my side, I could see where like the ball was, and so at first I was gonna tell her what to do, but then she just stuck her finger through the gate, and then I just grabbed her hand and was just like, okay, just do this. So
Yeah, that's the little rappy thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
The number that you would never like. Why the hell did they make you have to type it in twice? You're like, who thinks, oh, look, a number, I have to type it in twice?
Yeah, the escape room we did was really cool. It's the first escape room I've ever done. But like the
Oh really? That was your first
escape room I've ever done.
Wow. I think that was like my fourth.
They did have so if you've never done an escape room, I guess they were saying like you could shout out to the people that run it and they give you some kind of hint or something.
Yeah, we only did that about 13 times.
Well, see, I never did. Actually, no,
really?
we did once because something broke in the first room that had to be replaced. But I mean, Adam was doing it every 2 seconds, I guess. But also, it seemed like the people were just giving us hints even when no one was asking. Just like we get stuck doing something and they'd watch us and then they just give us a hint. Because there were some parts.
Bored.
There were some things
they're like,
that were
they're
like,
never gonna get this.
Yeah, there were some things that were like not intuitive at all. Like you're like, what the fuck? Like
typing the code twice was one of those things, definitely.
Yeah, or like there's like, I think it's because they want us. I mean, we had an hour with no hints. I think we could do it with no hints on 2 hours. I think it'd be if you're a bunch of rookies, like maybe if you're people who've done all these escape rooms, because I'm assuming there are like various things that you see repeated, like parts of puzzles that you would understand to look for, or if you've never done it before, like you're like, what the fuck? Like, why would I look at this thing and then think, oh, there's a picture of an eye somewhere in the giant maze of rooms I went through that I have to go back and find the picture of the eye to like understand how this puzzle works. Like that's not something a normal person would think about.
So. Yeah. This one was really good because so we had 8 people and it broke you up into pairs and put you all in a separate room. So you're all working on puzzles.
But you had to work with other people in a different room.
Yes, they had a phone system set up between rooms. So you had to get clues from the people in the other room to how to solve the puzzles in your room.
Right.
So, yeah, it was badass.
It was cool.
I think it was listed as one of the best or the best escape room in Los Angeles. So that's why we wanted to do it.
Right. Thea Wolfie for $2 says, love you 3000. Well, we love you too, Thea Wolfie. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Love you too, non-random chatter. There you go. There's your Megamind reference. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian. Thank you. Says, missed the past 2 streams because I'm working hard. Also, the fury on the AI stream scared me enough to not attend the very stream I requested. Sorry to hear that. Having a terrible day. Oh, sorry to hear that. So I'm happy to see you boomers up and streaming today. Well, there you go. Hope
yeah, thanks.
You're having a little bit better day listening to us.
Yep. So you were the one that requested the AI stream and then didn't even listen to it?
Were you on the pro AI stance or the anti AI stance? Because I mean,
right.
So what was the fury on the AI stream?
I don't know.
I mean, there was a little bit of yelling, but that was pretty chill for the most part.
We didn't do any yelling. We were just kind of moderating. So
yeah, no, there's like this. I vaguely remember there's a part of the stream that got a little contentious, but I think for the most part it was pretty chill.
Sitch was really good at asking good questions of Shad and sort of taking Sam's side of the argument just for argument's sake.
Well, I didn't want to be like 3v1, you know?
Yeah, even though nobody gave you credit for it in the comments. I was like, it's
fine.
Yeah.
I don't do it so that people give me credit for it, Adam. I do it because it's right.
It's nice to get credit though.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think I have a fairly unique take on the AI art situation, which is like, I understand the argument that it's theft and I could completely see that argument, but I don't care. And I think it's more important that technology exists anyway. So usually people are like, no, if they like it, then it's not theft. If they don't like it, it is theft. And I'm like, maybe it's a little bit of both.
I went and looked today because they have these things that you can check the main database that was used to create the software, and all of my paintings are in that database.
Wow.
Which I think gives
Good for
me
you.
some leverage in this conversation.
Your art was literally stolen from you, Adam.
Because people can't look.
What model was this for?
I'm looking. It's like the Dolly Stable Diffusion model.
For Dolly. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus, Dustin Harris. That's a fucking old reference. Anyway, what were you saying? I'm
just trying to get the name of the set.
A season 1 South Park reference.
It's called the LAION Layon 5B training data set.
Okay.
That's what it's called. And there's all these different places that you can go and check and see if your artwork's in there. And I did some searches for some paintings that have unique names. Some of my paintings don't really have unique names, so they're hard to find. But yep, I'm in there.
Mr. Anderson for $2. Mr. Anderson for $2 says Aiden Paladin was accused of making a bomb threat. Wow, really? I saw she was saying something on Twitter about talking to feds on the phone. I had no clue what the context was. That's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Who was making the accusation?
Yeah, why did she make a bomb threat?
Are you assuming she did?
Look, I'm just kidding.
I know.
I couldn't resist.
I know. I know.
You wanted to do it, Sitch.
No, I knew that you wanted to do it, so I didn't do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the story is on any of that stuff.
Yeah.
There you go. Zero Fox says she wouldn't make the threat. She would just carry it out. Nice. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says that's why you make your AI wife using an open source locally trained model that doesn't require an internet connection. It's worth every terabyte. Please ignore the suspicious similarities to grooming a mail order wife. There you go.
Wow.
Terrible. What Dr. Jizzler says he's already sent me a DM about this very topic. Oh my God. You see the future? I sent this a super chat, but it's wacky. OSU?
Is he begging you not to read his super chat now?
No, it's probably in Streamlabs. OSU, what is OSU? Like Ohio State University, OSU?
What do they call it when is it jailbreak? Jailbreaked devices? Is this like a jailbreak broke wife?
Oh, it's not Ohio, it's Oregon. Oregon State University supposedly is claiming Aiden sent a bomb threat against them. What caused that? That's so random.
Really?
I mean, that's what she's saying. That's
I saw her
bizarre.
I saw her saying she had to talk to the FBI or something.
Aiden is alleging someone from OSU took down one of her YouTube videos calling out one of their alums writing some crazy shit or something, and now apparently they're trying to brute force into all her accounts. Oh, okay. I mean, if that's true, that's fucked up. But yeah.
Maj did a great picture.
Maj always has a great picture.
Of course. Here's Adam receiving his Sammy G bot. And notice Maj just is like feeling up my bot. I just got it. And already
am I not tagged in this?
Already he's copying a feel. Sam Droid will answer your DMs and is a little taller. Neat. But I can't draw.
What's it's MJ. I'm like, why can't I find him on Twitter? Right? Wait, what is his Twitter name?
Maybe you should just follow him.
I do follow him, you fucknut.
God,
He didn't
you're
tag
so.
me.
Do you really follow him?
Yes.
Oh, I'll follow him too then.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. It turns out that Adam was the one that wasn't following Maj.
No, I
the
think
whole-
I think I was following him
Look
and I
at this.
accidentally hit the unfollow or something.
Oh, listen, I hope you're S-class Maj, because apparently I'm the one that follows you. It's
Look,
Maj
maybe-
the Djinn. Okay. I don't see this picture. Where is this picture? Oh, did he DM it to you or something? Oh no, it's in replies. Sam Droid will answer your DMs and is a little taller, but it can't draw. Neat. Look at this. Look at this drawing. How dare you? How dare you, Maj? There you go.
Is that Maj copping a feel there?
It is. It is. Totally copying a feel on the Sammy robot.
Well, luckily it's not Sammy G. It's just the robot.
It's
so.
just the robot. Sammy says, "Is this because I'm pro AI?" There you go. There's Adam receiving his custom Sammy bot. Listen, Sammy, before you enact revenge, I want you to know this was Adam. Okay, I didn't bring up. He's the one that created the whole concept of having the Sammy robot. All right, you should make sure that you take out your revenge accordingly. All right, I'm an innocent party. I just laughed hysterically about it, but I did not create the concept. Okay, just want you to know that. Okay, where was I? Lives in Dead Wall specifically for $5. Says vampires are a good metaphor. We've all met people dead inside, surviving by draining the life force from others and tricking people into letting them in. True.
Yes, definitely.
Lives in Dead Wall specifically for another $5 says compound interest and its consequences should radically change everyone's view of immortality. I mean, that's interesting. That will definitely be a thing. Mythos Infinite for 10 Canadian says, I will fight for the right for flying cars, but only because I occasionally LARP a doomer accelerationist, and it'd be a really funny way for humanity to implode. There you go. Theo Wolfie for $20 says, Adam, you live in California with the worst road rage in the country. I don't trust people driving on highway at 65. There's no way I'm giving someone basically a missile that can cause several 9/11s in a single day. That's true. The security concerns from the flying cars would be pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly aren't they going to be like self-driving? Isn't that the whole goal?
Well, that'd be the only way to make it work, bro.
Yeah.
Is that true? California has the worst road rage in the country?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we're always having people shoot at each other on the freeways and stuff.
Wow.
That's why you don't use your turn signal. You make yourself a target.
So Adam's driving on the freeway. It's like the dark forest problem. Is I want to the turn signal is like lighting the fire in the forest.
Look, you don't want to let them know where you're going.
Okay. Okay. Daniel Irish for $5 says voting for Trump to get my flying car in Freedom City. There you go.
Perfect.
Yep. Afro Fry Cook for $5 says, have you guys considered doing Let's Plays together? I'd love to see Adam boomer it up while Sitch explains the basics with exasperation. We do, and I do want to do that. Just waiting on Adam to finish the comment.
We have a couple on Adam friended secret channel if you want to check it out, if you want to watch one. We did.
Yeah. We have
Portal.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have us playing Portal co-op, which is fun. There was us playing Minecraft.
Right.
And then there was us playing Human Fall Flat, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
And then there was a secret one which never got uploaded, which we should have uploaded eventually.
Well, we never even streamed it. I mean, we
but
never recorded it.
No, we did
we?
record it. Yeah, but never uploaded it.
Do you?
I think I have the recording somewhere. I'll check.
You recorded it?
I didn't. I think CT recorded it. Someone recorded it. It's us playing Pico Park with a bunch of people in the Discord. including Aiden,
Okay.
which is very fun. And
Well, I was
Doomer,
thinking
and
of
Doomer was
the-
there too, and it was a lot of people getting angry at other people for being bad
At Pico Park.
at Pico Park.
Oh yeah, because that's when you got kind of have to play together.
Pico Park. If you've never played it, Pico Park is a game where you play with we're playing with 8 or 16 people. I don't know, so a fuck ton of people
Right.
were playing, and it's like a game where everyone has to basically do the right thing or it fucks you.
Yep.
So.
And no one would play right. Everyone wanted to be individuals, and we had to be collectivist.
There you go.
Well, we did one also that was like Borderlands or something. That was a lot
We
of
never
fun.
recorded that.
We should have though. That one was
I don't remember anything
probably one of
funny
the best
happening,
ones.
but you
It
just
was
like it because it
great.
showed
What
that
are
you
you
could
talking
aim.
about?
You could aim goods in FPSs.
Yeah, it was fun though.
Yeah, that I want to do the hardcore WoW stream with Adam. That would actually be hilarious.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get me one of them cow people wives.
You can be a cow people wife.
I mean, okay.
There you go. You hear that, J-Mac? Adam's gonna play as a female Tauren when we play hardcore WoW.
That's right.
What class do you think you're gonna be?
A class.
Here's your options: warrior, mage, warlock, rogue, druid, shaman, priest.
Didn't I pick already one of these?
Yeah, I'm asking you
I
again.
thought I picked rogue.
Did you?
Yeah.
You can't be a cow rogue, sorry. Oh, that's right. You want to be undead.
Right.
You're gonna be an undead rogue. That's right. Sorry, J-Mac, he's not gonna be a female Tauren.
That works. Well, I was talking about just getting one for a friend.
Oh, I see. You just want
Befriending.
you want to be an undead rogue that's married to a female cow. Is that
Cow
what you're
wife,
saying?
yeah.
Cow wife? Okay.
I want to get one of them ugly mounts that I have
Don't
to
worry.
play for like a million hours to get.
They get one of those ugly mounts. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, one of those special ones.
Adam will be listen, we're gonna be like the power couple, okay? Adam's gonna be an undead rogue and I'm gonna be an undead warlock. You'd be like the fucking terror of vanilla WoW PvP.
Right. Just
Lucy
as long as I'm not a healer.
Well, you're a rogue, so don't worry. That's literally the furthest away from being a healer I think humanly possible in World
Good.
of Warcraft.
Good.
Lucy Lemonbug for 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Lucy. Even though you're a dirty sticker.
Look, she changed her name back to Lemon Bug.
You're right. It hasn't
Good
been
job.
Halloween yet, Spoopy. CT for 2 Canadian says, if it's not a secret, it means I can draw things now. It's not a secret, CT. You can draw whatever you want. Go nuts. Go crazy. Is it on that other channel or Adam's secret channel only? What are we talking about, Majin?
I'll get a link. I'll share a link in the chat.
Yeah. Is what?
The Let's Play.
That's on, you said that was on your secret channel.
Yeah, Adam Friended secret channel.
Yep.
I think it's live. Look at that. Sitch must be beat. Response to last Portal stream. Gaming stream. The search for Sitch's Portal 2. What the fuck?
Yeah, we did multiple Portal ones.
Destroying PSA Sitch in Minecraft.
There you go.
Revenge of the Epic Boomer Gamer.
Oh, that's a good title.
Yeah, look at this. 3 years ago. What the hell?
I know. Scary.
Oh, how do I copy link? Oh, wait. Copy link address. Here you guys go.
Mythos Infinite for 2 Canadian says, Adam drives like a 2016 language model AI. True.
It's not that bad.
WTF 1A1A for $2 says, confirmed Adam is a Flatlander.
True. That's
Is
true.
that true? That is true? Okay. I mean, there's a lot of mountains out there. A lot of mountains and hills.
It's not too bad, though.
I mean,
San
I live in the
Francisco
fucking
is-
flatlands of
Oh, yeah,
flatlands.
you live in the swamp.
It's just nothing but flatlands.
Yeah, we got
No
some
one-
mountains around here.
I don't think I've ever used my parking brake in my entire life.
Yeah, I turn the wheel, so.
Have never. No, but I mean, when you're supposed to use your parking brake when you're on an incline and you park.
Yeah, you're supposed to turn your wheels too.
Yeah, I've never done that because I've never been on an incline, like right parked on an incline, because there aren't any. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. This is my simple stance on AI as a practical thing is that it's a very fun tool that has plenty of potential, but is simultaneously blown out of proportion and not feared enough due to general ignorance on the nuance of the topic. Well, there you go. So you think it's both something that is just a fun tool, but is also not feared enough, but is also blown out of proportion. So you've hit every possible angle of it, Mythos. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
I just found something on the secret channel.
What's that?
I found an old video here.
Trump claims Nunes memo vindicates him. PSA Sitch, academic agent, and unfriended. Academic agent was on. We talked about the Nunes memo. I don't remember this.
With Steve.
Was Stephen Michael Davis?
Stephen Michael Davis.
Wow, that is old. Jesus
Look
Christ.
at this.
It's before Quack went full quackers.
Well, I mean, he's still a Trump supporter.
Yeah, but when I say full quackers, I don't mean Trump supporter.
Right.
Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says, my stance on AI as people is more complicated. I like the idea of, quote, input can be ambiguous if output is indistinguishable. Ever since we broke past the Chinese room idea, but AI art, just for funny memes, I hire artists. There you go. We'll see. I mean, I think there's always going to be an artist. I think it's just going to be like one artist or two artists, and then they'll use a lot of AI art for like the brunt artwork.
I want to work on a model that can do my style so that you guys can just do a bunch of paintings for me. I'll be like, look, just prompt with mine, just use my name. Cool. Come up with ideas and say, in the style of Adam Strange, and just go crazy.
Dr. Doodle S-Class General says, crazy to think 2 of the 4 people in that video are insane. Adam and academic agent.
What?
Human Flourishing for $10 says, Anna Kasparian, Young Turks Disillusionment, Ethan Klein pausing leftovers, Conan Friedsdorf Atlantic article and Peak Woke. Is there a collective shift happening in the wake of October 7th glaring woke insanity? I think there is. I think the energy has shifted, yes. I think the energy has shifted. So that's occurring.
Did you listen to oh man, I can't remember her name. I'm so out of it. Barry Weiss. Did you listen to her interview on trigonometry?
No. What'd you say?
I mean, everyone's talking about this. The woke mask falling off now. Everyone's like, oh my God, these people are fucking insane. The illiberal left has been unmasked for the normies. So she said that. Of course, Barry Weiss said she said it years ago. So she's like ahead of the curve. Oh. Sorry, guys. Sitch got a message from his AI waifu.
You finally got new batteries.
I found one battery.
Jeez.
Well, look, we have a battery drawer.
Yeah, I know. People generally have a battery drawer,
Right,
a battery
okay.
cabinet. Yeah, that's how it works.
Who the fuck buys quadruple A batteries?
What the fuck's a wait? What's a quadruple A? I never heard of this.
4A batteries.
That's a thing?
This thing takes triple A batteries. So I was like, oh my God, there's a whole pack of batteries in here. And then I pull them out. I'm like, motherfucker.
I didn't even know there was a thing as quadruple A battery.
Nobody knows they're a thing.
What the fuck? What even uses a quadruple A battery?
My wife.
Wait, you're saying that the automaton uses a quadruple A?
No, it uses AAA, right?
Oh, okay. Like a normal device uses triple or double, right?
My wife tried to buy AAA batteries.
And she
accidentally bought quadruple A.
I don't think I've ever even seen those in a fucking store.
What are they going?
I don't blame your wife.
Idea.
I don't blame your wife. I would just grab the pack and never in a million years be like, wait, quadruple A? What the fuck?
So, but when I was putting the pack back,
yeah,
in total disillusionment,
yes,
I saw one AAA battery in there. I was like, oh my God, there's one.
Okay.
So I took out one of the dead batteries and I put in the one good one. So I have half power.
Nice.
I have one battery worth of power.
Nice. Art pens use quadruple A? Oh, okay. I didn't even heard of this shit. How come there's no single A battery?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you ever think of that one, boys? How come there's no single A battery? There's only double A. And then the big chunkers are like C and D. Explain it. Science.
I'm gonna get new batteries soon.
Why is there no B battery? Huh? There isn't. There's a D, there's a C, there's a double triple A, there's a 9 volt. You just skipped, we going in the fucking numbers now. There's no B battery. There's no A battery.
Look at what Hayden Dill has done to me here.
What did they do? What did they do? You guys got to make sure you tag me when you make fun of Adam on Twitter.
He screenshotted me and pointed out that it looks like I haven't shaved or brushed my hair for 3 weeks.
You're looking good today.
Yeah.
It's just blurry. I can't even, what am I looking at?
Oh, good.
Okay. There is a B battery. There is an A battery. I don't think that's true. You guys are making shit up. I've never seen these things. They don't exist.
A battery.
To answer your question, I thought you were going to talk about Barry Weiss on. I could hear everything you're saying. I thought you were going to talk about her way longer, so I went to the bathroom.
I figured, yeah. I just played the automaton.
As you were saying, like
usually I'm like, I'll be right back to let you know, give you a heads up.
Because I thought you were gonna like talk, and then you just didn't talk. You're just like, oh yeah, she just said this one sentence. I was like, wow. And it's funny because when you were saying,
"Oh, fuck Sitch, about Barry Weiss,"
I was listening.
Oh, okay.
You said Sitch got a message from, and then there's a pause, and in my mind, I'm like, he's gonna say robot wife, and then you did.
Look,
you did. You said
just like a good waifu, you can read my mind.
There you go,
honey.
Wait a minute.
Look, as soon as you can figure out what kind of ramen I order, we're set. We're totally set.
I said you should just order the same thing I'm ordering, and you're like, I don't know, I'm scared. What if there's squid eggs in it? And I was like, first of all, I don't think there's squid eggs in anything. Okay. And then you said, what if the squid fetus is in it? And I'm like, I don't think squid fetuses are a thing, Adam. They're in eggs.
You did say, you were like, oh, it's pork.
Yeah.
And this one's double pork.
I got literally like the most fucking basic
bitch ramen.
Shushu ramen.
I should have just said that. Look, give me some
delicious.
Give me some basic bitch ramen.
That was the basic bitch ramen.
They bring me out a craft of hot water and a top ramen package.
Oh my god!
Here you go. Here's your basic bitch ramen.
It had all like the normal. Actually, it had some. I had something in it. I don't know what it was, but they were tasty. These little like square chunks of something.
There is no A battery. What are these people talking about?
I don't know. Dr. Diller said there's an A battery and a B battery. I've never seen these things. I never heard of these things. I'm gonna assume that they're liars.
Untrue.
Right.
There's a D, a C, a double A, and a triple A. And an A23. And a 9-volt.
Squid fetus is a new Oreo flavor. Oh, disgusting.
I mean, they don't even have quadruple A on this chart. Oh, they have it on this chart here.
Dr.
Anyway.
Diller for $2 says, here's an interesting question I'd ask Hasan. Without referencing individual rights that you don't believe in as a socialist, why would it be morally wrong for the government or any liberal to shoot you? All power games, right?
That'd be a good question.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming he'd give some answer about he agrees in natural rights to some extent. So he would, he doesn't have to have a coherent philosophical base for anything.
This is what I don't like about the anarchism stuff, is because the anarchists are like, for me, anarchy means lawlessness. Yet they always want to smuggle in the law, the non-aggression principle. They want to say, look, you can't harm anyone. Well, that sounds like a law to me.
Well, that's,
right?
I mean, I think generally the idea for right-wing anarchists is the law exists only to operate to protect the nap, and then nothing else beyond that.
Well, that's not anarchy then.
I understand that.
Anarchy is lawlessness.
Well, whatever. People just like to use words out.
People just,
it doesn't matter.
just like to use words.
People just like to use words. Okay, it doesn't matter. The two questions I want to ask Hasan are the one I said earlier about if he had a button to kill off the Hamas terrorists that committed the attack on October 7th, would he do it before they committed the attack?
Right.
Or even
Would you
after?
save the lives of those poor
Would you
Israeli
press that
citizens?
button? That's question number one. Question number two I would ask him is, if he was in charge of the Arab League in 1948, would he have taken the deal for the two-state solution between Israel and Palestine?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah, those are the two questions I'd like him to answer. I don't think he would. I think he'd wuss out and try to weasel out of them, but that's what I want, the real. Oh my God, look who it is. It's someone we haven't heard from in a long time. My mother. Sitch's mother for $2 says, Sitch, I'm here to ask the real JQ. We did a dance raves inside Auschwitz every Friday night. Your mama was great at throwing it back with those strapping young Aryans. In fact, I have to tell you the truth of your birth.
Oh, no. No.
Okay, I don't know how old you think I am. My mom is not old enough to have been in fucking Auschwitz, okay? My grandmother, yes. You'd have to have Sitch's grandmother, okay? But not my mother. Too young for that. Dotems for $2 says, I'd assume the open air prison language is describing the external control over the movement of people and goods in and out of the country. The operative question is why that situation and if it can be justified. Yeah, that's what I said. But yes, I'm assuming that's, but I agree that the language paints in people's minds an emotional picture far greater than simply those two elements. So,
yeah, it's deceptive.
It is, yeah. Dr. Diller for $2 says, chat, quote, your reading body language is pseudoscientific. This guy, okay, but did you know that sometimes you can tell who has really high testosterone? His explanation is just a random tangent. Well, I mean, it's not completely. He's saying, well, he was saying that if you have high testosterone, it's going to change your facial features. It's going to change behavior to some extent. Right. So, I mean, I understand what he's saying. I don't know how predictive it is, but I understand what he's saying. But I guess,
His theory is that testosterone is going to change your facial features and your personality.
Yeah,
I mean, there's truth to that.
Extent, yeah. But it's not like a simple binary, though. Dr. Diller for $2 says, this is garbage. You think when 2040 hits, he's going to make a public statement that he was stupid and way off, or the model conveniently be wrong and delayed the end 10 plus years down the road? Well, I mean, that's why I asked that question. I mean, Rutger gave an answer. I asked the question of, what can we look for to falsify the cyclical theories? to make sure we're not going into the Bible code realm. If you guys don't know, the Bible code is essentially people look at the Bible, I think specifically the Old Testament. I don't know if they do this with the New Testament, where they look at the Bible and they kind of use some kind of like algorithms to derive, quote, secret predictions from the text somehow. And they'll say like,
Bible.
yeah, and they'll say like, oh, the Bible predicted 9/11. Oh, the Bible predicted the 2001, Oh, the Bible
The
predicted
Space Odyssey?
No, like the Y2K or something, Like, oh, the Bible predicted the 2008 housing crash. Like they'll say, oh, like the Bible predicts like fucking everything. And essentially what's going on there is, the Bible's so long that you can kind of use any algorithm to kind of backwards pull out any information you want from it.
Yeah, they've done it with other books.
Yeah, a guy wrote a book where he used kind of the same thing that the people were using for the Bible code. He kind of used it with a bunch of other books like Lord of the Rings and some other shit. And he could pull out all sorts of, predictions and things that kind of turn out to be true. It's because, yeah, you can sift through any chaos and pick out a pattern if you want to. And if you are operating from survivor's bias, it's very easy to throw away the trash and just focus on the correct things. And so you always have to be careful with these sort of broad theories of anything, especially theories of history, that you could definitely fall prey to those elements. So we'll see. Dr. Litter for $2 says, this is the same problem I have with doomsday predictions or karma. If you say something bad will happen eventually, you can sit happily until something inevitably happens and then go, aha, told you so. True. That's very true.
But it's fun.
But it is fun. Dr. Litter for $2 says, my grand prediction is that these two turn out horribly wrong and don't admit it and then turn out to massage the meaning of words to retain dignity. Well, I mean, I don't know Dan very well. I don't think Rudyard do it. I mean, he gave a straightforward answer. He said he thought if we he sounded like he was saying if he thinks if in the next couple of years, we manage to not have some kind of extreme political violence that and like things change, we kind of get out of the slump we're at without violence. He said he would change his opinion on this. So I guess we'll find out. I think he'll stick by that. But we'll see. A Soul Doge for 2 hours says, there's no hard evidence the internet was invented to be a backup in the event of nuclear war. It was designed to just share information. Who would have guessed a bum historian would get history wrong? Wow, Soul Doge, not a Rudyard fan.
Rudyard.
That's what I said.
Okay. Good.
I don't know. I didn't know anything about that, but you guys are so mean. Don't be so mean. Soul Doge for $2 says, you have to be an absolute nutcase to claim the poor in modern America are no better off than the poor in revolutionary France. These guys are quacks. P.S. Original name for internet was Intergalactic Computer Network. Is that true? That's retarded. Why would you call it the Intergalactic Computer Network when it's not intergalactic at all? But did he say that? Did I miss that? I don't remember him saying that the poor in America were as in the same situation as the poor in France. I think he was just saying which I disagree with, but just saying that no one could conceptualize, the French Revolution until it happened, which I agree. I think that was kind of to me, that's not a suitable answer to the question. How exactly is a revolution? Because the thing is with the French Revolution, these other revolutions, you had revolutions among class, or you had kind of like a class strict, political revolution, where I'm assuming when people are talking about a revolution in America, what is it going to be the Democrats versus Republicans? And I don't really our institutions and our country is so kind of mixed up between these two factions. I'm not sure how that would actually materialize itself into some kind of open warfare situation.
Yeah.
What were you laughing about? What did someone say that made you laugh?
I was playing with a filter that makes my room look dark and brooding.
Oh, okay. Soul Doge for another $2 says, the whole reason Ocean and MFT tests are asked questions multiple times in slightly different ways is because they're trying to capture all the variations. The idea a single 5-second clip can tell you about you is pseudoscience. There you go. There you go. Dotems for $2 says, it's kind of wild to me that people can use internet services with uptime measured in seconds per year and think nobody's thinking about or working on the resiliency of that system. Yeah, I'm assuming that these systems are very, very resilient. Dotems for $2 says, I can see automation as a solution to increasing production efficiency. I think the problem is more that it only solves one side of the equation. How do you maintain growth in a shrinking pool of consumers? Well, that's a good point.
MMT.
There you go. Dr. Do It for $2 says, oh, you said Aiden. I guess you meant Aiden. Aiden has apparently waged war on Oregon State University. Yeah, we talked about that.
For what?
That was they're claiming, so she claimed that someone from there got one of her videos taken down, and now they're claiming that she did a bomb threat or something crazy. So
someone at Oregon State University got one of her videos taken down?
Something like that.
What video?
I don't know. She did a video.
Let us in on the drama, guys. We want to know.
I said this earlier. You weren't fucking paying attention.
We like drama.
Oh my God. You're going to make me repeat myself.
No. I want the chat to repeat you.
No, she did a video that was criticizing something that they did. Okay. Right?
Yeah, what was the video about?
I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't really say anything about it. So
she did a video calling.
No,
stop. She did a video calling out. Dr. says she did a video calling out their alums writing some crazy shit or something. And it sounds like she did a video criticizing something that they put up on their page. And then they deleted it, presumably because of her response. Or something. And now then they had a bomb threat. And I guess Aiden is claiming that they're claiming she had something to do with it. So
unbelievable. OSU is now claiming I made a bomb threat against them because I've been trying to get them to respond to me. Where in lawfare now? Oh, we're in lawfare now. How absolutely insane. So she's suing them?
No. I think she means that they're drawing law into it by accusing her of committing a crime.
Oh. Well, I mean, I don't think there will be a bunch of evidence. They could. What is this? Urgent OSU alert. Bomb threat in Starship food delivery robots. Do not open robots. Avoid all robots until further notice. Public safety is responding.
Does that college have fucking robots delivering food or something?
It seems.
Okay, good for them.
Bomb threat in Starship food delivery robots.
Apparently someone set the robot to explode.
Bomb threat update. Remotely isolating robots in safe location. DPS continuing the investigation. Remain vigilant for suspicious activity. Bomb threat update. Robots are being investigated by technician. Stay vigilant and report any incident relating information to...
You know this is going to end with a big nothing, right?
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Emergency is over. All clear.
Yeah, update. Nothing was there.
Yeah. You may now resume normal activities. Robot inspection continues in a safe location. All robots have been inspected and cleared. They will be back in service by 4 p.m. today.
Good. I want to get my fucking robot delivering me shit. Okay.
Look, I think the big news here is, what the fuck? Oregon State has food delivered by robots?
I know. What the fuck? Is that where the college tuition money is going for robot
Sitch,
delivery?
I was told, I was laughed at when I said these kinds of things would be happening within 2 years.
Yeah, but they're a bunch of granola crunchy hippies on a college campus in Oregon State. Okay.
Starship food delivery robots. Let's do an image search on that. What the heck? What is that? Oh my God. Oh my God.
What do they look like?
Oregon State has a fleet of robots.
What are they
No
called?
fucking shit. This
Called-
is crazy.
What are they called? Starship? What was the name of the
Starship food delivery robots. I'll bring up a picture.
Okay.
This is insane. Oh yeah, I was just kicking on campus.
Oh, I've seen these little guys.
And my robot was
They
out
look like it basically
delivering pizza.
It basically looks like someone took a cooler and they put it on like little wheels and just drives around, I guess.
Look at this.
I mean, that's pretty good. They can navigate the space without like getting fucked up.
Look, they got beer kegs on wheels at Oregon
I
State.
know. I'm impressed.
Why would anyone want to put a bomb in one of these?
I know because they're taking our jobs, Adam. What do you mean?
These are too cute for bombs.
'Cause they're taking your job.
Can you imagine?
So I don't understand this. Okay. So this article is from today. It says updated at 6:30. Some New York Post. It says Oregon State University warned students Tuesday that its campus food delivery robots could be carrying explosives after a prankster activated a false bomb threat. And then it kind of goes over it. And then it says the school lifted the emergency order after an hour when a student came clean and admitted the whole thing was a hoax. So I don't understand how Aiden is involved in this. If someone at the school came forward and admitted it was a hoax.
Well, maybe they're blaming Aiden, though. Maybe they're saying it's a hoax conducted by Aiden. Look at this happy people getting their robot food.
Right. While the student has subsequently stated this is a joke and a prank, Starship suspended the service. The student was arrested by a University Department of Public Safety.
Oh, the student was arrested.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aiden's off the hook then. Or maybe this was a different incident.
No, I mean, it just happened, so I'm assuming not.
This is crazy.
Dr. Dealer wants me to play. There's a video of like people beating up and stealing from
food out of the robot.
He said, This is why you're not going to get them in LA.
This only works on rich college campuses, right?
I mean, essentially, yeah.
If your pizza goes tooling through the hood.
Well, they're going to not be able to do it until it's like drones because it'd be too obnoxious to shoot. I mean, people will still try to shoot them down, but if they're driving around on the fucking sidewalk, a bunch of pieces of shit are going to be like fucking with it. So.
Oh, look, the nice people are waving at the drone as it's driving away after lunch.
Yeah.
Did you know? Look, I'm discovering this for the first time here. Oh, look, here's Grubhub. Grubhub has a whole fleet of them.
There you go.
They're like, we're tired of paying these drivers. We got our robot employees.
There you go. Dill's Punished Elephant for $2 says, first FDR, second Shibuti. Oh, Chipotle. Third, Starbucks. Enough is enough. I forsake my title as an S-class soldier and now join the A-Team Dream. Wahahaha.
Look at that.
No turn signal. Go back. Forgive me, S-class daddy. Forgive me.
What a bitch.
Wow. I didn't think turn signal would be like the deciding factor for so many people.
All right. Easy come, easy go.
Adam likes Starbucks too, though, so you can't really use it as an attack against S-class.
True.
There you go. I always use my turn signal, okay? And my hazards.
You don't drive.
Yes, I do. What the fuck? I also lock my car. I didn't notice if you do that. A lot of people don't lock their car when they're driving. That's a very bad idea. You should always lock your doors.
My car does everything on its own, so I don't really have to.
You should lock your, and not just, so some people think they only do it for like safety, like in terms of they think someone's going to try to jack their car. You should lock your car doors so if you're in a car accident, your doors don't fly open and you fly out of the car.
My car does that automatically.
Okay. That's
good.
When
I start the car, it locks me in there.
Yeah, newer cars do that, but if your older cars don't necessarily do that. So Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says last donation because today bled my wallet. Well, thank you. Don't bleed your wallet, Mythos. But I appreciate it. Even though you gave another $5 immediately after this. To avoid fence-sitting allegations, the people who fear AI fear it wrong. The people who love it wrong. Nobody seems to look to its real potential, but memes are good. So Mythos is saying, okay, so he's saying, listen, you're all looking at it the wrong way, okay? Through both love and fear, you're looking at it wrong. Mythos knows the correct love and fear to have for the AI.
Okay,
But you guys,
what is it?
It's what he said earlier.
Oh, okay. My stance on AI as people is more complicated. I like the idea. Oh, okay. My simple
Actually, he didn't
stance.
really say. Actually, now that I'm looking.
Okay, I was thinking. I didn't really. I don't really remember.
It's fine.
It being
I
illuminated.
don't want Mythos to bleed himself more. So
I don't either. Well, let's read the $5 one. Maybe it has a clue.
Mythos Infinite for another 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says also, Sitch, you called Mario Galaxy a new Mario game some months ago. You're goddamn ancient. You use an avatar to hide the wrinkles like a witch. Yeah, you know, that's true. I didn't realize that Mario Galaxy is like from 2007. I didn't realize it was that old. Jesus. I did try to play it for 5 seconds and then I turned it off because I said I didn't realize this required fucking motion sensor. And I said, I'm not playing this. Is fucking get out of here with this gimmicky bullshit.
Motion sensor? What's that mean?
Like you have to play it with a fucking mouse.
I
was like, that's retarded.
Rude.
You get to shoot star bits though, yeah, that you do. Lives in Devwall specifically for $10 says the Bible code effect is why I have a problem with the overemphasis on data-driven everything. It's very easy to read the pattern you want into data, especially with the current replication crisis.
And they're evidently doing that a lot too.
True. Okay, let me go start with the old Streamlabs. CT for 2 Canadian says, yeah, Hasan is dumb. Anyway, which monster cereal is best? Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Blueberry, Fruit Brute. Fruit Brute, I never heard of that. Yummy Mummy? That's not real. Or the new one, Carmella Creeper? You're just making some of these up.
Ooh.
You're just making some of these up.
I'm going to go with the Creeper.
Have you had that? Or you just like the way it sounds?
I like the way it's... well, I like caramel. I don't like the way it sounds, to be honest with you. I don't like my breakfast cereal to sound like a pedophile.
I like when I go on the website, it's like I have to put in a fucking age range to look at the Carmella Creeper website. So that is kind of suspect.
Really?
Here's the definition.
They want to make sure you're not too old.
Exactly. Here's how they describe it on the General Mills website. Who is Carmella Creeper? She is a zombie. The cereal tastes like caramel apple.
Oh, I like it.
Personality. Carmella is a cool, young, and very capable young zombie. Who wrote this sentence? I didn't misspeak. They wrote Carmella is a cool, young, and very capable young zombie. They wrote young back to back with like 3 words apart from each other. She is Frankenberry's long lost cousin. Look at the backstory here. And she's back to help bring rest.
What's this called? Caramel Creeper?
Carmella Creeper.
Carmella.
She is back to help bring the rest of the monsters into the 21st century. She's a DJ and loves to host parties at the haunted mansion with her friends.
Wow.
Is this not just reek of like, hello there, children? Hello there, fellow children. Do you want some Carmella Creeper? Look, she's a DJ. That is like hip with the kids now, right? They should have made her a fucking TikToker.
I mean, she looks like a TikToker. Here, I'll bring up a picture.
This looks like something. No, this looks old. This is like something from the early 2000s. Like it's a goth girl DJ. Isn't that hip kids?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that seem like an early 2000s thing?
What's up with this giant scar on her cheek?
Well, she's a zombie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You see, look, if it's a male zombie, they gotta look all like decrepit and like fucked up. But if it's like a hot girl zombie, you just give her some like spots and a scar somewhere, and then you just call it a day.
Okay. I thought it was a fish tattoo.
It is not. So what is your answer to so is that your answer, Adam? Carmela Creeper?
Actually, after looking at the picture, you've convinced me to stay away from this cereal.
Okay, so what's your favorite monster cereal?
Favorite monster cereal? Let's see. I'm gonna go with Frankenberry.
Frankenberry. Wow. Okay.
I'm not a big Chocula fan.
I never even heard of Fruit Brute. That sounds like fucking made up shit.
What's the ghost one called?
Blueberry?
Oh, Blueberry. So it's blueberry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
blueberry.
no, I'm going with Frankenberry.
Okay.
What are you going with?
You want to know my dirty secret?
You're a creeper?
My dirty little secret?
You're a dirty creeper?
I have not tried a single one of these cereals in my entire life.
What?
I don't know what any of them taste like.
Look, you had bad parents.
I've told this story. My parents really didn't want to give me sugar cereal at all. They're very anti-sugar cereal. I actually didn't even really. The only sugars, I don't know why. The only
Don't
sugared
you know
cereal.
how to manipulate your parents?
Yes, and I would not waste it on sugared cereal. The only sugared cereal, for some reason, I don't know why. The only sugared cereal I eat as a kid and never for breakfast, it was just a snack, like around lunchtime, would be Corn Pops and Honey Nut Cheerios. That was the only thing allowed. Anything else was not allowed. Yeah. I actually, because here's the thing. I never had Lucky Charms until Boy Scouts, where we would do a thing where the last day of the camp out, we would just want to have cereal so you didn't have to cook and clean up on the last day that you were leaving because it was too much of a hassle.
Mm-hmm.
And so since they were all normal kids, I guess with normal parents, they would have like some sugared cereals. And so Lucky Charms was usually where everyone went. That was the first time I ever had Lucky Charms, was like in Boy Scouts. And I was like, these are pretty good.
Were they magically delicious?
They were magically delicious. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I was a fan.
I love to take Lucky Charms and use them for Rice Krispie treats. So you do the marshmallow and butter and stuff, but instead of using Rice Krispie,
you use
Lucky Charms. Yeah,
that's interesting.
They're delicious.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Sometimes you do half and half Lucky Charms, half Rice Krispies, so they're crunchy.
Wow.
Crunchier, but oh, so good.
So the only other sugar cereals I think I've had Frosted Flakes, which I don't like.
What about Cookie Crisp?
I've had Cookie Crisp, but it just literally just tastes like cookies. I mean, is that even cereal?
I remember like begging my mom for weeks for Cookie Crisp. I finally wore her down.
And
I got the Cookie Crisp. It was delicious.
It does not even. I feel like, Cookie Crisp 100% shouldn't even be cereal. That's like a lie. Okay,
I know.
It's not cereal. It's just fucking cookies.
Look, parents just immediately rebel at that. You're having cookies for breakfast? Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, that's all it fucking is.
It's like the hardest. It's the hardest sell for your parents. I'm like, what the fuck? Of course, I want cookies for breakfast.
I've had Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I didn't really like it. I've never had
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is great.
I'm not a big cinnamon guy, so I've never had French Toast Crunch, so I don't know what that tastes like. I had Corn Chex. It's okay.
What about Golden Grams?
I've never had Golden Grams.
Oh, Golden Grams are so good.
Oh wait, no, I have. They're honey flavored, right?
Yeah, honey graham cracker.
I've had them. I can't remember what they taste like.
Golden Grams. Oh my god, I'm gonna get me some Golden Grams.
I used to like Kix, if that counts. I don't know if that counts as a sugar cereal.
Kix?
Yeah.
You're kidding me, right?
I don't think that counts, right? That's not like a sugar cereal.
Kix? Cereal?
You don't like Kix? You don't like Kix? I like Kix. It's pretty tasty. Okay. Adam doesn't like Kix. I'm sorry. Adam is too good for Kix.
But Kix is like it's like cornflake pops, but it's not really. I mean, it's not really.
They're little corn pops. They're like non-sugared corn pop, or they're
non-sugared, exactly.
They're like less sugared, yeah. I had corn pops recently, and I was like, "These are disgusting. How do they ever eat these?"
Look, you got to go for the corn pops, man. Those are the good
No,
ones.
I think corn pops are disgusting now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is this icy Kellogg's icy mixed berry breakfast cereal?
That sounds disgusting. It's like icy.
I've
well, no,
never
it's probably
seen
just
that.
like the berry cereals, and it's just red and blue flavor. I've never had. I don't think I've ever had Honey Smacks.
What about Reese's Puffs?
I've never had Reese's Puffs.
Oh, you gotta have those.
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Eat them up, eat them up, eat them up. I never fucking eaten them. I don't know what the fuck Reese's Puffs even taste like.
This is my jam.
I mean, I assume it tastes like the candy, which I have had. But
I eat the cereal.
yeah.
I eat cereal with half and half.
Jesus
So it's like
Christ.
so creamy.
It's gotta. Have you ever got like a calcium score?
Yeah, no, look, my cholesterol's always super low. I've
Okay.
always had like
You ever had a calcium score? You should get a
all
calcium
my
score.
tests. Yeah, my bones are like, I'm like
No,
Magneto.
a calcium heart score.
Sounds dangerous.
It measures like the calcification of your heart. You should get one of those. You should make sure everything's
Oh
okay.
no. Oh no.
You fucking drink it half and half like a madman. Okay.
Don't ruin it.
Let's see.
What they
else
have? Oreo cereal? I've never had that.
I've never had that. I've never had.
Who eats
Apple-
cornflakes?
I don't like cornflakes. They're boring.
Just plain cornflakes?
Yeah, gross.
You gotta
I
eat.
never had Apple Jacks.
Oh, I've had Apple Jacks.
I've never had any type of Captain Crunch cereal.
So you don't know the secret about Captain Crunch?
No. What's the secret?
The secret is
Yeah.
if you eat more than one bowl, it
Yeah.
sandpapers the roof of your mouth off.
That's weird.
It's literally like eating sandpaper.
That's so bizarre. Why does that exist like that?
It's just so, it's the grit level is so high in Captain
Okay.
Crunch. You will
Interesting.
bleed if you go for a third bowl.
I've never had Cocoa Puffs. I've never been cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I don't know what they taste like.
Oh, yeah.
I've never had Trix.
Look, I'm not a big chocolate fan, so I'm sure I've had Cocoa Puffs, but I haven't. It's not like one of my go-to cereals.
I don't know what Trix or Fruity Pebbles taste like.
I've had Trix and Fruity Pebbles.
I've
I
had.
do like the fruity ones.
Okay. I've had Raisin Bran. Said that, but I don't really consider that a sugared cereal.
I've eaten a lot of Raisin Bran. Raisin Bran is pretty tasty.
It's okay. Frosted Flakes, I don't really like. I used to like Honey Nut Cheerios. I don't really like them anymore.
Frosted Flakes are delicious.
I don't really eat cereal anymore.
What's your breakfast? What do you go to for breakfast? What? Twinkie cereal? Holy shit.
Twinkies? That sounds gross. Twinkies are gross already.
Twinkie cereal.
Yeah, it's not good.
Twinkie cereal turns classic snack into breakfast food.
Oh, you know
What
what?
the
There was
fuck?
one sugared cereal. I don't know fucking why. My parents would let me eat. It wouldn't be for breakfast though. That's like a classic sugared cereal besides Corn Pops. Fruit Loops. And Fruit Loops fucking suck.
Oh my god.
Fruit
This
Loops.
is incredible.
Why the fuck did they let me eat Fruit Loops? I don't know. But they're gross. They're gross now.
Look, they even include Twinkies as part of your delicious breakfast.
Yep. I bet.
Twinkies and Twinkie cereal.
Okay.
Those Twinkies are terrible for you. They're good.
Really? Twinkies are bad for you. Really? Twinkies
Have
are
you-
gross.
Have you ever had a deep fried Twinkie? Oh my god, they're so
So-
good.
I actually knew someone
Uh-huh.
who had some weird connection that got us into you know, at Universal Studios they used to have the Back to the Future ride.
Oh yeah.
So the Back to the Future ride got replaced because no one cares about that anymore with the Simpsons ride,
Okay.
which I know you know because we went on it.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, right. So if you've been to Universal, either in Orlando or in LA or Hollywood, I guess, technically, the Back to the Future ride has been replaced by the Simpsons ride. And I somehow knew someone when this was going on in Orlando who had some weird connection to Orlando. And so we were able to go to the grand opening ceremony, the private grand opening ceremony of the Simpsons ride in Orlando. And it was very awesome. You got to ride the ride unlimited times, and there was zero line because it's just like a group of like 200 people at the park.
Wow.
In this one location. So we rode the ride like 10 times. And they also had all this food, but it was all like disgusting Simpsons food. And it was all like deep fried Oreos, deep fried Twinkies, like
wow.
But it was all gross. I was like, do you guys just have like elephant ears or something normal? They're like, nope, we just have like this weird deep fried fucking things that are not normally deep fried. And it was
Simpsons
all
food.
Horrifically disgusting. So wasn't a fan of the deep fried Twinkie.
Carmela Creeper cereal does not look appetizing.
Anyways, spent enough talking about cereal.
Oh. As soon as this live stream is over,
you're going to get some cereal.
I'm going to get some Twinkie cereal and check it out.
I don't like Twinkies. I think Twinkies are gross. I think
really
almost all of those.
Who doesn't like Twinkies?
I don't.
You maniac.
Almost all of those, like, I don't know what you'd call them. All those like cake like snacks that come in those plastic little things are gross. All those Hostess Twinkie-esque things all taste gross to me.
Yeah, no, they're not great.
The little bags of chocolate chip cookies are like palatable. The famous Amos cookies. CT for $2 says, also unrelated to Hasan, trick or treat October 30th. The Laser Discord is having a Halloween event. 31st is a stream day. We're going to watch some scary movies or play some horror games. Everyone's welcome to come hang out. Well, there you go. Wow, are we streaming on Halloween?
Are we?
I don't know. I didn't even know. Is that a Sunday or a Tuesday?
No, it's a Tuesday, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess we could skip it. Should we skip it?
I mean, we can stream on Wednesday. We can scream on Wednesday instead.
Yeah. Okay. We might stream on Wednesday anyway, so there you go. I mean, not that I care to do anything on Halloween, but we're not going to be, if we were streaming, we weren't going to do a Halloween theme stream anyway, and it seems wrong to stream on Halloween and not do a Halloween stream. Halloween theme stream, so.
Look, I have all kinds of, I have a corn costume. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Look, I can be corn the whole stream.
Okay. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Every time Hasan gets mainstream exposure, makes him look like a psychotic, babbling dumb fuck. True. Oh, Hasan Piker just replied he did not like Dr. Diller, saying, leftists together, strong, suck my dick. There you go. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I made a channel to collect clips of crazies like Hasan giving these top takes, but I keep delaying an upload because Hasan keeps giving batshit crazy takes. Cut me some slack, Hasan. You know, when we were watching that's all that stuff on Sunday, I was thinking, fuck you, Doomer. Why did you never complete your Hasan is unironically evil video?
Oh, yeah. He's got so much material now.
Yeah, Doomer, come on. You need to go make that video. Whatever you had before, I bet doesn't even compare to any of that stuff that we watched on Sunday. Dialogue Always. Look, it's our good friend Dialogue Always.
Is the real Dialogue Always?
I'm
you should
sure
specify.
I don't know if you Dialogue Always and One Species are both retarded, but we all knew that, right? They were both criticizing me on Twitter for criticizing Hasan and other leftists for their insane takes on the situation. So, you know.
They were?
Yeah.
So they were against Hasan.
Yeah, but they were like, oh, of course, Sitch has to like make it about the culture war. And I'm like, man, you're fucking delusional. Okay. You have people that are literally advocating for genocide, like for like murder and rape, or even if they're not advocating for it, like soft balling it and carrying water for it. And you don't think that's important? Like, you're out of your fucking mind. If the situation was reversed and it was some right-wing thing, and a bunch of right-wingers were like softballing like murder and rape, you'd be fucking losing your mind. Not only would you be losing your mind, you'd be attacking me if I wasn't covering it. So I mean, they're just so stupidly, despicably dishonest and stupid at this point. It's just like retarded.
He was doing the same thing IRI was doing. He was basically saying, well, this has nothing to do with leftism or people on the left.
It's like, okay, buddy, keep telling yourself
exactly.
that.
Look, the ideology plays right into what's going on here. It's perfectly clear what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who's oppressed can get away with rape and murder. It's true.
I mean, it is true. Scott Adams had a good line about this. He said, when you call he said, Marxism is just a philosophy to label people as oppressors so you can kill them and take their stuff.
True.
And I was like, I mean, that's a pretty good reframe.
It's basically...
That's pretty accurate, yeah.
It's basically the ideology of criminals.
Yes.
Now you see why they have so much empathy for the criminals.
Yes.
See, things are going to change, man. I'm telling you. This is like a turning point. Things are going to change. That hero generation is coming.
Okay.
It's going to be like, you have to wear a tie to grade school now. Like, there's going to be a dress code in junior high again. They'll be like, well, look, we're tired of this fucking shit.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Mythos Infinite for another 5 Canadian. Stop it, Mythos. My opinions are too big for donations. Stop asking for my money. I said not to. I'll give it and you know it. Shut up. Robots are cool. How's that? Streamers istig? What does that mean? I mean, I know what that means. Don't send any money. I swear to God. Oh, okay.
ISTG? Oh, I swear to God.
I've never seen that. I guess I'm an old man. Stop giving money, but thank you. But stop giving money. Robots are cool. Robots are cool. Stock for $2 says Corpse Bride shaped many a sexuality, apparently. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Nala made a bunch of furries and Corpse Bride made a bunch of corpses. I don't know what you'd call them. CT for 2 Canadian says, I get Count Chocula and Frankenberry usually. There you go.
Right.
One day I'll try all these various sugared cereals as an adult and be like, oh, these are all disgusting.
Nah. You'll love them.
Mm-hmm. Sammy G, thank you, Sammy, for $5. Says, there's a great healthy cereal brand called Catalina Crunch. You should try it. Good protein and fiber. Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavor is great.
I'm going to look this up.
Catalina Crunch.
I'm skeptical here. Ugh.
Chocolate peanut butter keto cereal?
Oh.
I mean, that seems kind of cool.
Looks kind of like hippie food.
Well, you can get like a variety pack of single servings to try it out.
I mean, does it have high fructose corn syrup? Because
you only eat sugar cereals that have high fructose corn syrup in it. Is that what you're about to say?
What is this creamy ranch crunch mix? Keto friendly. Oh, they have a bunch of different products.
Chocolate, peanut butter, chocolate, banana, cinnamon toast dark chocolate, cinnamon toast, maple waffle. That could be good. I don't really like cinnamon normally. Honey graham, maple waffle, mint chocolate, pumpkin spice. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some of these look good. Maple waffle could be good. Oh, I'll try it out. Let's see. Let me look at the ingredients. Do not have the ingredients listed. Ingredients. Nope. No high fructose corn syrup. Sorry, Adam.
What's this? Keto cereal review. From really bad to sort of decent.
Yeah.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
It does have corn fiber. It does have stevia. Isn't that bad for you, though? Stevia? You know, isn't that the fake sugar thing?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah. It's that fake
Salvia?
Sugar. Stevia.
I've done salvia a couple times.
No. Yeah, keto cereal. I thought you said keto was fake, Sammy. What are you doing? What was the kind of decent cereal, by the way?
I don't know. It
Oh,
didn't say. It's a video. I didn't look at it. It's a YouTube video. From Cato Connect, it looks like.
Lives in DevOps specifically for 2 hours says live stream Sitch eating a diabetes cereal flight. There you go. Of a flight of sugar comatose inducing cereal, yes.
All right.
Where was I? Dr. Dealer for $2 said, oh, I read the one. Dialogue Always for $2 says critical race theory doesn't advocate collective punishment. It promotes the idea that certain groups must face repercussions for their historical actions against other groups. I'm listening.
Who's doing these? Because that's like perfect.
Thank you, Dialogue Always. That is the perfect. You really encapsulated that thought very clearly.
You really nailed it there.
I should tweet that out to the actual Dialogue Always.
Oh, he'll love it.
Super chat. Dotem for $2 says, I think the ideologies are more dominant factors than sociopaths in any society. Normal people were part of Nazi Germany, communist purges, and ISIS. This is why zero-sum us versus them ideologies are so dangerous. I agree with that. I do think there are sociopaths that like lead those movements, but they're not. Everyone involved is obviously not a sociopath, so or a psychopath. Shouldn't really say sociopath, psychopath. Dr. Diddler for $2 says communism is a loser ideology. It makes perfect sense for them to constantly side with losers. Everyone on Earth was playing the game of might makes right. Crying because Europe was best at it is sour grapes. There you go. True.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That is true. Communism is a loser ideology. I like that. Dr.
Ideology for losers? Is that what you're saying?
It's an ideology for losers by losers.
Right.
To lionize losers.
Right.
Unless your second thought, then you want to lionize authoritarians.
I can't believe I still have the I'm a fucking the nanny pen.
I know.
I forgot. I was trying to rotate the pens and I got sidetracked.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, Hasan out here using the bodies of Palestinian children to hide behind and use as a shield. Am I misremembering, or didn't he claim Israeli kids killed in the opening invasion were settlers and therefore culpable? I don't think he said that. He made a weird fucking comment about that on Leftovers when he was talking to Ethan, but he never completed the thought. You know, he does a lot of this, like he says he throws out something and you're like, what? And then it just doesn't really complete. So you don't know what the fuck's going on. But Vosh, hey look, it's Vosh. It says Sonny the Seal, your tummy will squeal for $4.95. Oh, what a deal. It's Sonny. There you go. Sonny the Seal.
Sweet.
Dr. Live for $2 says Hasan says, I fucking hate Nazis, but man, I agree with them on a lot of things, weirdly enough, including my hatred of the Jews. Oh, but when I do, it's correct. There you go. Oh, look, it's Second Thought, the real Second Thought. He sent a donation. Look at this. He says, you see, the reason why we should accept the Muslim nations don't want immigration is because they are good, while the West is bad. We can prove this because the bad that is the West is not the good that is Iran. True.
You think they're going to invade Iran?
I'm not sure. Guess.
I feel like Iran is, Iran is technically responsible for 2 wars now, right? Aren't they manufacturing and selling drones to Russia?
Oh, are they?
Yeah. All the Russians are buying a bunch of drones from Iran for their drone campaign.
Oh, so this reminds me. Because I got cut off. So there's a person named Stanzi Potenza, who's a TikToker, apparently, who tweeted out, Palestine doesn't support the LGBT community, end quote. And then under that, they said, I'm about to tell you something about the United States that's going to blow your mind.
All right.
Okay, so they're implying that it's the exact same thing, that the LGBT rights in Palestine, where it's literally illegal to be gay and have gay sex, is the same as it is in America. Okay. So I respond to this saying, unless you're about to tell me that the United States passed a law making it illegal to be gay like it is in Palestine, or the United States government initiated a, quote, see if gays can fly when thrown off rooftops program, nothing your dumbass says will blow my mind.
Who said that to her?
I said that to her.
Oh, you just did that?
No, that was what I did right before we started streaming.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
What's her name?
Stanzi Potenza.
Stanzi Potenza. I feel like I looked her up.
But here's the problem. So that tweet got 189,000 likes. 189,000 dumb fuck privileged pieces of shit who should all, I hope, all will be gay and ship to Palestine and see what that's like. All think it makes sense to compare the LGBTQ community in Palestine to fucking America. These people, I would be fine with them being deported from the country. If you're so fucking detached from reality that you think being LGBTQ in America has anything to do, has any sort of relational experience to being LGBTQ in Palestine, I think you should be deported from my fucking country, you stupid, dumb motherfucker. You're insane. You're such a privileged piece of shit. Okay. You have no fucking clue what it's like in anywhere else in the fucking world. If you think that's remotely fucking comparable. Fuck these people. Deport them. Deport them now.
Based.
And so the reason I saw this tweet was because,
look, I'm noticing JMac just did a Trump with an LGBT. You know, photo?
He did respond to that.
He got like 120 likes.
Right.
Good for you, JMac. Get in there.
So the reason I saw this was because you know who quote tweeted this with an equally stupid fucking tweet?
Uh-oh.
Big Joel.
Oh, of course.
Big Joel, of course. Big Joel quote tweeted this saying, people are now dunking on this tweet, referring to Stanzi's tweet. But I think the point stands fine. Unless you want to firebomb a homophobic evangelical family homeschooling their kid, talking about the, quote, homophobia of Palestine is incoherent and racist gibberish. Racist gibberish. How the fuck is it racist? It's racist. So let me get this straight, Joel. You can talk about how white people are homophobic, and that's like good and based, and you should do that. But if you talk about how non-white people are homophobic, have a culture of homophobia, have literal laws that make it illegal to be gay, that's fucking racist.
Not only that, they have a conservative culture. They have a right-wing culture.
Yes.
Completely right-wing.
That's what's hilarious about the whole fucking thing. Israel culturally way more left-wing than Palestinians are. The left should be completely on board with them, but they're not because they're losers. And it's as Dr. Diller said, or as Dotem said, it's a loser ideology for losers. And they just sympathize with the losers because they're losers.
I mean, Big Joel kind of has like a big channel and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know.
That dumb fuck tweet he put out. He is. That dumb fuck. He has a loser ideology. You know you can have a loser ideology and be successful. You understand that, right? Adam,
explain.
You can have an ideology that lionizes and raises up losers and puts losers on a pedestal, and you can make a lot of money because other fucking losers will say, oh, that's a great idea, and give you money for that. Yeah.
Right. No, I do. I feel like Hasan is basically...
I mean, that's fucking Andrew Tate. It's a loser ideology that's trying to sucker other people to give him money successfully. Yeah.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I do feel like a lot of these people are catering to losers and making a lot of money off of them.
Yep.
But they're not losers, obviously, because, well, yeah, I guess they're
I think they are
morally.
losers.
They're morally, they are
They're
definitely
losers. They're just because you're rich doesn't mean you're not a loser. Okay. Where was I?
It's insane that this argument is being used to justify the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Something no one was saying.
As if we aren't still having these fights in the U.S. Well, but I mean, a lot of people would argue that we should ethnically cleanse Republicans because they're anti-gay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't believe that narrative. I think there's a lot of Republicans who are just fine with gay people.
Yep.
We always, whenever we do polls, it seems like about 60% of our audience is right wing. I would say that we have like all of the right wing anti-racist people you can imagine. Right? There's a lot of anti-racist right-wing people. I'm sure they all listen to us.
Mm-hmm.
We rail on racist shit all the time. So
Sure.
It's hard for me to imagine that we have a bunch of right-wing racists in our audience.
Or left-wing racists.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The left-wing racism
They hate
somehow
white people.
somehow is invisible.
Yeah, to people on the left.
Right.
Yeah. Fucking hatred of white people.
Yeah, somehow they've managed to brand that as not racism. How'd they do that? It's like a magic trick or something.
Fucking a bunch of white people feeling collective guilt is how they did it.
Right.
Dr. Doolittle for $2 says, no way, bro. Hasan is 100% for guilt by association, except for when it comes to him watching and supporting the cancerous waste like second thought. Then there's a lot of nuance. Now stop asking. True. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, I find it really pathetic that Ethan makes a point to keep Hasan around and makes a big show of being friends with him. He principally wants to show you can be friends with people you disagree with, but he repeatedly and damn near explicitly advocates for people like Ethan and especially Hila to die. I have friends I disagree with. I couldn't be friends with someone I think would immediately have me gunned down. Very, very true.
Yeah, that's tough. And this is why I think Ethan is talking about pause and leftovers.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's got to be tough, right? Look, Sitch and I have had some disagreements, some arguments, some contentious talks. Sitch has never wanted me to die. Oh my God. Like fuck you.
It'd be pretty wild if we were doing the show for years, and then it turns out Adam is like a virulent anti-Semite.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
Can you imagine, like, if I was doing this show and saying, yeah, well, I mean, Israel kind of had it coming, don't you think, Sitch?
Like, what
it's
the
like,
fuck?
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. I felt bad when I don't know why I can't say his name.
IRI. Those are very bad letter sounds to put next to each other.
I'm just going to say RI. When RI came on, and he was talking about how he had family over there. Fuck, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Watching this shit on the news thinking, oh my God, my mom, my sister, my brother.
Whomever. Yeah. No, that was crazy.
They're in a house. Someone's going to fucking throw a grenade in next to them.
Yep.
What the fuck?
And you have these dipshits.
And then you have these, dipshits marching around college campuses trying to say, oh, this is base. This is great.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I could
insane.
like it's not, and it's so disgusting. It's so one-sided. It's like, Ethan and Hila aren't like fucking dancing on a tabletop saying like, oh, it's so base that they're killing all these like Palestinians, It's so base that they're like just gonna level Gaza. Like they're not doing that. And then for Hasan to simp for the people that are doing that to Israel and to soft carry water for Hamas is just so despicable.
Did you get to the part where Ethan kind of like held his feet to the fire?
No,
because Ethan was like hand holding him pretty hardcore.
That I gave up after all the hand holding.
Yeah, it got to a point though where Ethan was just basically giving him the just say that it's awful, period. Stop with the fucking buts. Like,
Right.
and you could tell it was just painful for Ethan because, I mean, you're listening closely for some sort of evidence that this was completely unjustified and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And that evidence is not really there in that talk. I mean, it's more, no, it is justified because, Israel's had it coming. I mean, that's the subtext. He dances around saying it. Like, he doesn't come out explicitly to say it, but he never doesn't say it.
Well, that's what's weird, because
I
he explicitly says that the action itself was wrong, but then it's like everything around it is like, it's wrong, but, and it's like, what do you mean? There's no but there. It's wrong. Like, you don't throw a but after that. You don't say, oh, this 9/11, it was wrong, but, oh, it was wrong that these people died, but. You're like, well, what the fuck? What do you mean but? There's no but.
Look, I'm convinced he doesn't see it that way. I'm convinced.
I think he's lying. I think when he says it's wrong, he's lying, or he has some fucking weird stance that he's not going to say because he knows it's too bad for him to say.
No, he says he's bought into the open air prison thing. Okay. Yeah. He sees them as like illegitimately incarcerated people that have broken out of jail to freedom, and they're freedom fighters. That's literally how he sees it.
That's why I'll ask Hasan. I'll say, listen, Hasan, imagine that there's a guy who's wrongly imprisoned by the state in California.
Right.
For 30 years.
Right.
Okay. Completely innocent, wrongly imprisoned.
Right.
He manages to break out of prison.
Right. Right next to your house.
He goes into your house and he kills your father and rapes your mother.
Right.
Is that
in front of you?
In front of you. Is that person evil, Hasan?
Right.
Should that person die? Or are you going to give us some fucking pussy-footed bullshit about how he broke out of a prison? Are you going to give us that bullshit when it's you and your family that's impacted by this?
Of course not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so, this mealy-mouthed defense is so pathetic. So, I mean, if I was Ethan, I would not. I'd say Hasan is a piece of shit. His take on this is disgusting, and it disgusts me on a personal level. I will not be friends with this person anymore. I will not associate with this person anymore. If you're part of this audience, you can fuck off. I'm not going to make money off of this disgusting point of view of people cheering for this shit that are in his audience. You can all kindly fuck off. I think that's what Ethan should say. I think you should be a man of principle and character and just tell them to fuck off.
I 1,000,000,000% agree.
Yeah.
This is what's so infuriating about it, because it's like, dude, you're that fucking audience captured that you're shutting your mouth on this? Yeah. When that piece of shit is sitting right next to you? Dude, you got family over there.
Yeah.
What the fuck? See. Your wife is an Israeli citizen.
Yep.
Like, she could have been there. Oh
yeah.
My God.
Or I'm sure she has family in Israel.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yep.
And to hear him like carrying water for these people running around these college campuses, fucking chanting weird shit and stuff, just get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
I mean, he might as well just be pissing in your face, dude.
Yeah, like, I mean, as I said, if Ethan and Hila were like running this much interference for like killing, innocent civilians in Gaza, I don't think Hasan would keep going on the show. But then he has a completely different pressure, because then his audience would pressure him to leave. Like, he did the exact opposite pressure. His audience capture would be pressuring him to leave the show. So it's disgusting. The state of the leftist socialist community is fucking despicable. And I mean, and now we've all seen it now because of this incident. So
oh yeah. We've seen plenty.
Yep.
The normies are waking from their slumber.
Like, holy
What
shit.
the fuck? I thought this was civil rights. They're chanting for terrorists.
I thought this was to help get civil rights for black people and for healthcare. What the fuck is this?
They're in bed with the rapists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says World War III is when isolated regional conflicts with American interest. Somehow America can overthrow all these regimes in foreign countries with the touch of a feather, but has to come down with a hammer over Israel. Yeah, that's why I hate all these conspiracies, because they never work. It's like, oh, America can, knock over every government possible. But for some reason, why can't we use our magic conspiracy stick to like make Hamas not exist anymore? Why can't we use our magic, conspiracy thing to make Palestine play nice with Israel? Right? Why is it that the Jews control all the fucking media and all the colleges, and yet the media and colleges on the left seem to be filled with people that fucking hate Jews in Israel?
Yeah. That's a bit contradictory.
Yeah. The most dope for $2 says, I don't even know how to explain it to you. Don't you see? They're at the end of their rope. They're desperate. Hamas has no other choice. It's so sad. It's so tragic. A blue, 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 blue. Literally, Hasan. True. True.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, that's such weak sauce.
Of course.
Peaceful resistance will get you a lot further. I'm telling you.
Dodoms for $2 says, I bet that the level of people screwing with delivery robots is highly correlated to the usage of turn signals and the percentage of people who return the shopping trolley. True.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. One of those things buzzes by me and it smells like fresh pizza. I mean, what the fuck are you going to do, right? How dare you? That's a little insulting, right? Some robot scoots by, smells like pizza.
Now, yeah, because you're hungry. Now
that thing
hungry.
better be smell proof, man.
Yeah. No, see, it'll be an ad. It'll be like you'll have the Domino's pizza like bot come by and it'll smell like the fucking Domino's pizza. You're like, fuck. You know that's what they're gonna do. So at first I thought you just use shopping trolley because you were kind of like doing a joke about how like there's like the trolley problem of returning the shopping cart or not. But then I realized that that's probably something like people in Britbong land or the fictional land of Australia probably say.
Yeah,
it's a shopping trolley.
Yeah, it's all mixed up over there.
Oi, mate. Are you going to return that shopping trolley? That's a funny word, isn't it? Shopping, like I'd say trolley for shopping. I don't know.
That's great.
Here in America, we call it the cart, the shopping cart. But thank you. Thank you for the donation.
I don't return shopping trolleys because there are no shopping trolleys.
They don't exist.
They're fictional.
Yeah. Okay. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, Adam, did you see the comment under my Trump pick? They said, what the fuck is this? I feel like my response was gold.
It is gold.
Yeah, they didn't even know. They were completely didn't know.
JMac says, progress.
True.
Yeah. Look, that's what's so weird. Like they live the life. They have such safety and security here. So many freedoms. They just take for granted. They completely take for granted.
Right.
They're like, look, they have every freedom to go out and be giant pieces of shit.
Christian Baller for $5. I know I read this already, but it's funny. Funny how all these leftists who are against private property are obsessed with the historical land ownership of the Palestinians. True.
Yeah. It's a very, very simple algorithm. It's like underdog, good, oppressed, good person.
Okay, I don't remember where I left off exactly. Joshua Stoka, thank you for the $2. Nike Man for $5 says the partition plan was BS. The Jews, who were 33% of the population, got 56% of the land, while the Arabs who were more than 60% got only 44% of the land. I think I talked about this on Sunday. So it's true that the Jews got a bigger chunk percentage-wise of the land. However, the land they got was significantly shittier I've never heard anyone counter that idea, that they got mostly the desert, which was still desert at the time. So that was the trade-off. You get more land, but it's shittier land. So, I mean, that's generally how these things go.
That's the way to go.
Number two, right? And number two, that's not really an accurate rebuttal, because the Arab League and the Arab Palestinians at the time, they didn't give a counteroffer. They didn't say, hey, we don't like this plan unless we get 50-50, or we don't like this plan unless we get like 60 or 70% because we're more, there's more of us than the Jews. That was not the stipulation. They never gave a counteroffer. At the time in 1948, they explicitly said, we will not accept any partition whatsoever. We will not accept a two-state solution. They didn't want to split it at all. They told them to fuck off. They told them to pound sand. And then they lost the war. And then they had to pound sand. And then they've been crying about it ever since. So, I don't think that's a good counter. Thank you, Todd Sullivan, for the $5 and the dancing fruit emoji. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says, number one enemy was a pretty gross exaggeration. My bad, but I said that because he seems to imply that Israel controls many politicians in both parties to prioritize Israel over the U.S., and the U.S. suffers for it. Yeah, I mean, that's such a weird and I hate to say it, but it's such a conspiracy brain mentality. And I mean, you hear a lot from both people on the left and the right, like, all these U.S. politicians are always prioritizing Israel over America. It's like, no, they're not. You understand that, right? They're playing to a base constituents, who some of them care a lot about Israel, whether they're Jewish or whether they're evangelical Christians. They're not prioritizing it over America. No, it's completely not true.
Yep.
I mean, people say that about every kind of foreign aid. They say, oh, we're giving foreign aid to Ukraine. We're prioritizing Ukraine over America. Anytime we give foreign aid to some place that some people don't want to give foreign aid to, that's the charge. It's the charge they always go to. Stug for $5 says, this quote, Hasan is a psycho, dead horse, has been thoroughly beaten. I struggle to think of anything new to glean from all this. Just take my $5. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, we've reached the bottom of the barrel for Hasan. So, I mean, I say that, and then we're going to cut to like a month later when he says something stupid or worse. But Stug for $2 says, quote, you are living in a fantasy, end quote. Hasan unironically said this. True. Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, we used white phosphorus on the German beach fortification for D-Day. For the first-hand German accounts, apparently the flaming particulates can be breathed in and lead to a horrific end.
Ouch.
Oh, there you go.
That sounds painful.
There you go. Does that mean that is there like a time limit, or is it just the people you need to have your troops wear gas masks to prevent that? Or do you just shoot the white phosphorus at the just further enough away from your own troops? I don't know how it works, but there you go. I mean, obviously, if it's a war, you don't give a shit. If the enemy soldiers are breathing in some fucking toxic shit, it's going to kill them. BMO for $5 says, I think you guys are missing the wonderful opportunity to call Hasan... What? Dis Hasan est? Oh.
Dishonest.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Instead of dishonest, dishonest. That's good. I like that. That's a good one, BMO. We have Hamas Piker and dishonest. Those are good. We got to do that from now on. Call them dishonest and Hamas Piker. Lives in Deswall specifically for $10 says...
I like Hamas Piker pretty much.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from now on, we're going to call him Hamas Piker. Lives in Deswall specifically for $10 says, give the sheet degree of political ignorance and chicanery witnessed on this program, I'm inclined to say that this is a tragedy show. I mean, isn't that all comedy is? Tragedy plus time.
Oh yeah. I've heard that.
Stuck for $5 says, remember, America is a rape culture because innocent until proven guilty. But when Hamas parades it around, we need nuance and more evidence. True. Stuck for $2 says, YouTube didn't let me spell Hamas correctly. Yeah, you wrote hummus. There you go. I guess it didn't really let you put hummus correctly either. That's weird. Soldoge. Oh, I think I read that one. Yeah. Chronos X for €5 says, did you guys see the vid with a guy at a rally speaking about the quote resistance Hamas took out the quote hipsters on the party and his audience cheered? I did see that. Didn't that guy apologize for saying that? I mean,
don't know.
fuck that guy. I don't care if he apologized because that's not like something you could say like accidentally. But I did see that clip, and I think he did try to walk it back or something.
What did he say?
He was speaking about how Hasan was the resistance taking out the hipsters at the dance party in Israel, and the audience was cheering.
Ouch.
Yeah,
that's pretty lame.
Floki VT for $2 says, the same poll of the election trust, 40% in the West Bank, was the same poll that had the 80% approval of Hamas. Oh, really? Well, I mean, it's fine if you want to discount the whole thing, but I think it's kind of silly to trust, number one, a poll from 2019 before they're getting blown the fuck out because of Hamas's actions. So I'm sure their opinions have soured. Number one. Number two, I don't think you can be very trustworthy of how do you feel about Hamas when people say, well, if I don't like Hamas, they're going to fucking kill me. I mean, it's very different than them saying people would feel safer saying that they don't trust necessarily that there's going to be a free and fair election versus explicitly saying that the group that they think will come to their house and kill them would do so. So I don't think that those necessitate each other. Mr. President for $10 says, I've been politically aware since I was 7 during the 2012 election because my mom used to be on Chuck Hagel's campaign for Senate. So it's weird to me when you say you weren't politically aware at 10. Well, that's very unusual, Mr. President. So, I mean, I was like politically aware of things. I don't think I had I had a very stupid, simplistic take of things at 10, you know? When I was very young, I was like, George W. Bush is bad because my parents say George W. Bush is bad. And Bill Clinton is based because my parents said Bill Clinton was based, you know, and they used to love Hillary. And so I used to love Hillary. Like, I wouldn't really call that in my mind being politically aware. Like, I was aware of politics, but I didn't really have my own independent thoughts about it.
I did.
Well, good for you.
I asked my mom what was the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, and she couldn't tell me. And I was like, fuck. What the fuck? What kind of answer is that? I had to go ask my
I understood. Well, I understood the stereotypical view of the difference between Democrats and Republicans at 10.
Yeah, so did I, but I didn't get it from my parents. I was like more interested in politics than my parents were.
That's good. That's interesting. I mean, I got it from my parents. If you asked 10-year-old Sitch about the Republicans, I would have told you that they're all greedy racists.
That's hilarious.
That would have probably been my answer. So.
I remember right where I was, like it was yesterday. I remember asking her and her not being able to tell me being super frustrated by that. I had to be, I mean, this was like 5th grade. So that's like,
when you're 10.
That's 10. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Super frustrating.
Lucifer the Doberman for 2 Canadians says Spoon is pulling his hair out right now.
Over what?
Over what we were talking about, probably. Stug for $2.
A big Palestine guy or something?
I hope not. Stug for $2 says we should have grabbed the hummus and left. There you go. True.
I love hummus. Not to be confused with Hamas.
Sodosh for $5 says the Bush administration was the one that pushed for de-Baathification. They weren't passive at all. Paul Briner wanted Saddam's support gone. Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, that's further proof that how they fucked it up. I mean, I thought it was the native Iraqis. Well, no, okay, to be clear, I understand that there were people in the Bush administration that were in favor of that. I do know that. So maybe I shouldn't have characterized it the way I did, because I was more characterizing it like they were just kind of like whatever, let the Iraqis do whatever the fuck they want. So I don't know what my understanding was that the broad overall take on it was let the Iraqis do whatever they want, but maybe that was motivated by them wanting it themselves, or maybe I'm just completely wrong about that. But either way, regardless, it was Bush's fault, the Bush administration's fault. I do believe if they didn't have that take, if they weren't fucking stupid, if they did force them to have some sign of agreement, I think the war in Iraq would have actually been a big success and a feather in Bush's cap, and would have completely altered the shape of American history.
They wanted to take away Saddam's power base. That's why they did it.
Yeah, but they should have anticipated that if you did this, those people will just grab a bunch of weapons and cause a civil war. I mean, that should obviously be, you can't, this is why like the revolutionary people are all stupid and full of shit. The only way to do this is you either have to murder everyone and their families, or you have to work with them. Yeah. That's it. That's the reason why things were so brutal back in the day, because they knew what happened. If you didn't murder everyone in their family, they would rise up against you. So you either have to murder everyone in your family, but that's not an option in the enlightened years of the 2000s, because we're all not horrible people anymore. So the solution is, well, you have to make some kind of compromise, even with the people that you don't like, who are your enemies, because otherwise it's going to lead to a long, drawn-out, violent civil war.
What was option 2 again?
Compromise.
No.
Option 1 was murder them and their family.
Oh, okay. That's the one I was thinking of.
Right.
The straight art of war.
Yeah, but that's why they used to do that back in the day.
Of course.
That was the only way to stop the cycle of violence, was to literally murder people.
Gotta murder their entire family.
Right.
Don't let that baby go. It's going to grow up to
It's going to grow up and try to take revenge on you. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yes.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, you guys should talk to David Wood, Christian, parentheses Christian, and the apostate prophet, former Muslim, now atheist, regarding fundamentalist Islam. It would be an edutainment chat, and they have a large following. Well, there you go. David Wood and the apostate prophet.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Stuck for $5 says, this is why I'm not sure moral foundations tests give accurate measurements. Leftists score high on care harm, but do they actually feel those things? They do, but you can have your care harm is not universal. It's specific to specific groups of people. And so since they look at it like they don't feel care for oppressors. If they label you as oppressors, they view you as the person causing the harm. And so they want to harm you back. And so they view Israel as the oppressors causing the harm. So they have no care for the Israelis. So that's why that's going on.
Yeah, they go full mama bear. They're basically like mama bear for the Palestinians.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good way to put it, is mama bear. Because it's like, yeah, you think, oh, the women are all, they're nonviolent. They're all lovey-dovey. But then if, you threaten the child, they maul you to death.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And so the leftists are like, oh, we're all lovey-dovey. It's like, no, you threatened who they think is the oppressed against the oppressor, and they want to maul the oppressor to death.
Right.
So.
It's like when your child is bad at the grocery store, and then the mom just ignores the evil that the child is doing.
Yes, there you go. Right, exactly. You're like, can you get some of that mama bear energy on your fucking kid, please?
And they're like, well, how dare you talk to my child like that? I know they pulled down your whole display.
Listen,
yeah,
you have your kid is misbehaving in public, you put that kid over your knee.
You paddle the shit out of that kid.
And you pull down their pants to spank them in public, that kid never going to do that shit again. Okay. They're going to be terrified to act up in public at that point.
Look, that's a problem these days. You
gotta-
can't
you
really
gotta
even do
fucking-
that.
Yeah, but that is a problem. Like sometimes there's some kids you got to embarrass. You have to embarrass or like hit children into submission. Not like slap them in the face, but spank. You have to, kids have to have a healthy fear of their parents, and I think that thought has lost because obviously there was way too much child abuse back in the day, which I'm not an advocate for, but. You have to, unfortunately, have kind of a Vulcan, and this is why it's impossible. You have to have kind of a Vulcan attitude. It's easy for me to say this as someone who doesn't have children. You have to have a Vulcan attitude for disciplining children that need to be disciplined. Not all children need this, obviously. That you can't let your anger control you, because your anger is what leads to child abuse. Because then you're taking your anger out on the child. But when there's certain kids and a certain age of kids, they cannot be reasoned with. And unless you have the ability and the strength of will to say, okay, you're causing a scene at the grocery store. We're just leaving, right? And you're going to be punished in some non-physical way when we get home. But who has time for that? Who has the energy for that? Who has the will to do any of that stuff?
Yeah. Well, if you're paddling your kid in the grocery store now, you're going to get like 5
arrested.
or 6 people that, are going to be like, this is child abuse. I'm calling CPA. I'm calling 911. Oh my God, this person's beating their kid. This is why in our society, we have a crisis of authority. We really do. Like nobody wants to be in charge. Nobody wants to take authority. Nobody wants to say, listen, shut the fuck up. You're not canceling this person. Get the fuck out of here. Like you saw it with the whole TED Talk thing with, what's his name?
Coleman Hughes.
Coleman Hughes. That's it.
You're right. The crisis.
The guy won't even fucking take authority. He's got 3 employees. What you do is you say, listen, thank you for your concern. Now shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up. Get out of my office and fuck off.
Do your fucking job or get lost.
Yeah. Look at that. Oh, you want to call me racist on social media? Fine.
You're out of here, bitch.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to call you on social media? Unemployed. That's what I'm going to call you, okay?
How's that street taste, bitch?
Yeah, exactly. You want a reference?
Yeah.
Ha!
Here's
I'm going to tell you the worst fucking employee I've ever had in my entire life.
There you go.
That's what I'm going to say. Okay.
Here's your reference.
Here's
the
your
picture
reference
of the middle finger that I'm giving you right now.
Yeah, look, I'm telling you, we have a crisis of authority.
You're right.
Nobody wants to paddle anybody's butt. You want to shut gas the Jews in our courtyard? You're all expelled. Fuck all of you.
Yep.
Good luck at the community college. This is Harvard. Right?
There you go. There it is.
Yeah.
Look, you're so right. The crisis of authority is all because we got rid of
telling
spanking.
you.
We need to bring back spanking, everybody. Bring it back.
Because nobody is going to stand up to these people.
Bring back
Nobody's going to do it.
These are a bunch of fucking dipshit kids that were pulling down the displays in fucking grocery stores, and their parents were too much of fucking pussies to do anything.
That's exactly what. Well, no, look, it's. I don't want to
blame. You're right.
blame.
You can't because you'll get arrested.
Look, I don't want to blame this. It's a society-wide thing. It's like this prisoner's dilemma thing. It's like, look, I want to spank the shit out of the kid.
I'm spanking when they get home. They're gonna get spanked when they get home. Okay?
This kid deserves it, right? Yeah. No, I want to paddle his ass right here in front of everyone to show, look, this is what you do to kids who misbehave. But no, some do-gooder's going to call 911 on you. You have all, social services, child protective services going to be on your front porch asking a bunch of questions. You got this person here who doesn't, look, they don't have any authority. It's terrible.
Right. There you go.
Look.
Bring back spanking.
We can get this, we can whip things back into shape. Look, this is why I read the Fourth Turning book, and I was thinking, yes, finally. The crisis of authority is going to hit the fan, and we're going to get a generation that is basically done with this shit. And it's coming. It's definitely coming. We're going to be back.
I hope so.
We're going to be back in the 1950s.
Right.
In no time at all.
Hopefully
in no
only
time at all.
Hopefully the good parts, not the bad parts.
People are going to look, I don't know. I don't know.
I know it's hard.
Look, I worry about that.
Yeah, right.
But the backlash on the LGBT stuff, I worry about. I definitely worry about. Yeah. But you look, they're going to start showing up. They're going to be like, look, we changed our minds. We were thinking about going to a 4-day work week. Now we're thinking about implementing a dress code.
Right.
We think you guys should wear ties.
Yeah.
Ladies should wear skirts.
Yeah, right.
You don't want it? Go find someplace else to work. I mean, I feel like it's coming. People are getting sick of this shit.
Anonymous Cow for $5 says Hasan's a dumb fuck who has his foot in his mouth 24/7. That's why he's so tall.
Bring it up.
True.
That's a Sitch and Adam masterpiece. Bring it up.
Enlightened centrist masterpiece. Yes.
Well, I mean, we could. Okay. A Sitch and Adam and Enlightened centrist masterpiece.
It was commissioned by Sitch and Adam. Yes.
It was commissioned by
We're
Sitch
not
and
that
Adam.
capitalist to take credit for.
And, well, I mean, look, I did all the editing. It's definitely.
The visuals.
Look, and we produced it. What are you talking about?
We did. We're the producers. Yeah. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically.
You're
for Jar
giving
says,
my credit away? I edited
Jesus.
the shit out of that thing.
That's true. Lives in
It
Dev's
looks
Wall.
fucking amazing.
Enlightened centrist did the song.
Yes, he
Lives in
did.
Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says Sitch's rants of righteous anger are my favorite. Well, thank you.
Oh, mine too. I got to bring up the triggered Sitch like 5 times on Sunday
Nice.
stream. It was amazing.
Your rant just now about getting fired was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. I was
Clip it.
feeling it.
Clip
it, CT.
Clip all that stuff.
I was feeling it, man. Look, I see these kids in the grocery store. And these people, I mean, you even say like, oh, you should paddle that kid. They'll come at you. Tell me what to do about my kid.
Oh, I wish you had that anger towards your kid instead of me. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's so weird.
No.
It's like you won't discipline your own kid.
Because they know they're embarrassed and they're lashing out at you.
Oh,
That's
you're
why.
right. That's exactly what's going on.
Yep.
They should be saying, I wish I could beat this kid.
Yeah.
That is probably what's going on there. They're lashing out at you because you can't beat the kid. Yeah.
Since I've never raised a kid, I don't know. And obviously it depends on age differences. Like if a kid is like really fucking acting up, and then in the grocery store and you essentially say, you're going to be punished when we get home, and you actually fall through the punishment. Like you literally say, nowadays it'd be pretty simple. You say, I'm taking your phone away. You don't get access to screens for like a week. That's like torture for a child. Like that's literally that's like torture. I don't know if depending on their age, they would connect. Like, is it too far away? Like the time, them freaking out in the grocery store versus whenever the punishment's enacted. I don't know the answer to that question, but I guess you have to experiment as a parent.
I would worry. I would honestly worry about like if I took the kid's phone away, I'd be worried they'd like hang themselves. I'd go in the room and they'd be like dangling from a bed sheet.
Jesus.
Look,
I mean, if it's that bad, you should take it away, because I mean, there's literally a drug that they're addicted to, right?
Well, I don't want my kid to die.
No, I know, but you need to send them to fucking rehab then for phone usage.
Look, you've had the sensation that you've lost your phone and you freak out. You're like, oh my God.
Well, I would just freak out, not because I don't have it to watch something. I freak out because I don't have information on it that I don't want to deal with it being lost.
I'm sure they have the same sensation though with their phone. And if you take
the
their
little
phone
kid's
away,
not thinking about that. They're thinking about, I need to watch my stuff. Right? It's a little different. Like if a parent takes away a kid's phone, they're not like they're gonna get it back. They're not worried about their phone being lost forever.
Yeah, but they're like, my games are on there. Oh no.
Yeah, I understand that, but they know they're gonna get it back.
Right. My mom's credit card information is on that phone.
Right.
Oh man. Are we done?
No, we're not done.
What? Are we even close?
We are close.
I'm drifting in and out of consciousness here.
Well, stop talking for so long, jeez.
Look, I was on a
I know,
roll.
you were on a rant.
CT even put it in the
time
chapters.
code.
Crisis of authority.
Miss Sparkles for $5. Hey, Miss Sparkles says, "Here comes me with the jokes. I hate it when YouTubers have really big titles."
Oh.
And I click on the video purely to see what they name their video. Ha ha. Got him.
I like doing that.
You like putting both big titles and big tits in the
Sometimes if it's available for the thumbnail.
There you go. See, I feel like the big tits in the thumbnail is like backfiring. Because I know the Quartering always used to do that. He always used to put big tits in the titles. But who wants to like see some hot chick with big tits in the thumbnail and you click
and
it
then
and
click
you see
and see
the Quartering's face? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like
the
that's gonna
ultimate
cause
clickbait.
I feel like that's gonna cause some like anger.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
I feel like that could backfire.
Miss Sparkles in the chat says ranting Sitch makes me hot.
There you go. She's
Look at
listening.
that.
She's a lady of good taste. What can I say?
Yeah.
It should make all of you guys hot, honestly. What's wrong with you if it doesn't get you hot? Excited. That's how you guys should get in the mood, okay? You're trying to get your significant other like ready. You play a clip from the stream of me like ranting about Hasan being a fucking evil piece of shit. That gets everyone excited.
That's like the worst foreplay ever.
What are you talking about? That's like the best foreplay ever.
No way.
It is.
Put on some good music.
No, music. No, you want me ranting.
No.
Be angry about something. Yeah, you just don't have good taste, Adam. What can I say?
Lucy Lemonbug for $2. Can I get a woo woo for Miss Sparkles? Well, you got one for me since you got a woo woo for Miss Sparkles there.
A woo woo. A woo woo. A woo woo. There's your a woo woo. Even though it's a woo, we always add the extra syllable. It's
a woo woo.
A woo.
Oh, it's a woo.
Rar XD.
We're pronouncing it incorrectly.
We always add the extra a woo woo because
I like a woo woo.
A woo woo is nicer to say. It's fun.
It's more fun.
Yeah. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, "A team avoids incoming hostile kinetic objects."
That's true.
By hiding behind a structure of overly rotund cats. Is that why you want a fat cat? You're just afraid of getting like hit by mortar fire? You want a bunch of cats you can hide behind?
Well, first of all, I would try to get the cats out of the way. I don't want the cats to get hurt. Look, I missed some.
What?
There's some good pennable comments going down, and I'm missing them all. What?
Apparently, Miss Sparkles hates the awoo-woos.
Oh, really?
He is not a fan.
Damn it.
There you go. There you go. Live by the awoo, die by the awoo.
You messed up.
Okay, where was I? Daily Dose for $2 says Hamas has been playing video games for 30 years. There you go. Lucer Doman for $2 it says Sashman is South African. Oh yeah, I knew that and then I forgot that. And then I know that again. Patrick Mulligan for $2 says get Rags on. He keeps you massives honest. Love you all. First of all, we keep ourselves honest.
Yeah,
Secondly,
what are you
was
talking
he
about?
in the chat on Sunday? Because if he was, I didn't notice.
Oh, I didn't notice either.
I wasn't really looking at the chat a lot of that stream, so I apologize if he was in the chat. And I didn't say hi. Hi, Rags.
Very bad. Such a bad host.
I know.
Okay, we're down to 375 viewers. Okay. Psst. We got Anna Kinsberry coming on for the 300 show. Don't tell anyone.
Okay. Look at that.
Top secret.
Top secret. All right. I guess we're not going to say who she's talking to because that's too secret, right?
Is it Shoe on Ed?
It might be. I guess it is. Okay. I guess you weren't going to say. I literally thought you weren't going to say. Okay. There you go. Yeah. That's just some of the guests we have lined up. So
Should be fun.
Should be fun, everybody.
Look, we gotta keep it sweet for the people who stick around, right? These are the
That's
super
true.
fans.
You have to give a little reward. Yeah. There's your reward, everyone.
But keep it a secret, guys. Okay,
Right.
we don't want to spread it around. I also have another top secret I'll share with you.
Oh, what's that?
Cenk Uygur is going to be on Tim Pool on Friday.
Is that a secret?
Well, I mean,
should
I'm
you
not sure.
actually say that if that was a secret? That wasn't our secret to say.
Look, I'm not sure.
Jesus.
Because
yeah.
Well, Cenk said it on the main show on TYT.
Oh, well, that's not a fucking secret then.
Yeah, but I tweeted it out and God, I can't remember anyone's name and Phil.
Yeah.
Phil asked me to delete the tweet because he's like, that's a secret. No one's supposed to know about it.
Oh, maybe he didn't know that Cenk said it on his own fucking show.
I'm like, well, Cenk said it on the show.
Right.
I mean, he didn't tell me secretly. I mean, he said it on the main show. I think there was like 8,000 people watching.
Right. Right.
I was just one of them. So,
guys, don't spam it in the comments afterwards, because why should you let the dirty people that leave and don't watch the whole stream, why should you let them know the secret information? This is just for you guys. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Are they threatening to do that?
Well, someone said to do that. I'm just saying, why would you do that?
Oh,
you should reward yourselves for being here and listening live.
Of course.
Okay. SB Elite for $5 says, every country in the modern era that's been decolonized has gone to absolute shit. Jamaica, Rhodesia, and South Africa were all great before. Well, I don't know the truth of that, but there you go.
Right.
Christian Baller for $5 says, Sitch, I generally trust your factual description of events, but I would love if you guys had someone else on to debate. Loner Box seems knowledgeable. I don't know who that is.
Doomer was saying to invite Loner Box on. I mean, he seems cool. I mean, I think he's got way different politics than us. I don't know if he's a socialist or not. But yeah, we'll have Loner Box on, definitely.
Okay. Christian Ball for $5 says, just got home, 30 hours of driving in 2 days. Thanks for the entertainment for the last 7 hours. Gonna go to sleep for a week. Night daddies. Well, you're welcome, Christian.
Good night.
Thank you for the $10.
Yeah. Christian Baller should be safely home now, so.
Well, this was on Sunday, so.
Right, yeah.
Gnostic Informant for $5 says, did you all see Anita Sarkeesian's meme on X showing someone explaining how Israel is not a country? Yes, I saw people dug up her tweet or posts on Instagram, I don't know what it was, from like 2 years ago, and shitting all over it, where Anita Sarkeesian, what a shock, another leftist, socialist, feminist piece of shit, is like, Israel's not a real country, it's just a colonial settler colony, because I'm racist, and I think all the Jews are just white Europeans in Israel. So.
Yeah, I saw that going around.
Yep.
I thought it was recent. I guess it's old.
PC for $10 says, Hasan telling someone in chat that, quote, one day I hope you will be a little more empathetic is too ironic. Please, Hasan, tell us more about the terrorist state known as Israel. True. Adam Unfriended for $10 says, wait, I feel called out. I don't make enough money to leave my family and parents home. Sad face, because Sitch said that A-Team reigns supreme. Wait, what? I never said that. I don't begrudge. No. You're misconstruing something. I don't begrudge anyone for living with their parents or living in their parents' home, especially if it's for financial reasons. What I was begrudging was people who have been living off their parents' dime, then going around and saying that we need to have a massive revolution and, completely restructure the government and society when they've never even been out on their own. That was what I was saying.
Right. But I could see, like, if the environment is so fucked up that you can't even really move out of your parents' house, you're probably wanting a revolution, right?
Sure. But you're not knowledgeable enough about the world to make statements about that just because of that. So,
right.
That'd be my take anyway.
Look, I think there are I think people are experiencing hard economic times, and a lot of politicians are taking advantage of that, scapegoating
They are.
all
They are.
kinds
And
of
lots of people are living with their parents because it is so difficult to get a house nowadays.
Yep.
That's definitely true. I know a lot of people like that. So I
Yeah,
would
'cause
never
they need to
begrudge.
build more fucking houses.
Right. I would never begrudge anyone for having that situation or being in that situation. Adam Unfriend also said A-Team is better than S-Class. My last super chat, I made an error. I meant to say A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Cool. Love it.
Adam
I
Unfriended.
feel the name Adam Unfriended. I would have guessed that you were A-Team.
WTF 1A for $5 says, Adam, I sent you a video on Twitter showing Senator Patrick Leahy. After watching it, I think explains how Marxism got into the States. Praise be foamy. There you go.
Cool. I'll check it out.
He's for another $5 said, Sitch, you might like it. The video is a pain to find, but it's partly called the Kappa Lecture, the legacy of U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy. Praise be foamy. Cool. I'll also check it out. Old School for $10 says, shorter Hasan, but have you considered Israel and America bad? But seriously, Israel responds to international pressure. Hamas ignores what little international pressure is put on them. True, they just get pressure from Iran to fuck shit up. So, contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, wow, you bundle a stick still streaming. We're still bundled, still streaming.
That was Sunday. I mean, we
Sunday.
almost made it to 12 hours on Sunday.
We did. We did. Okay, so we got all the Sunday super chats out of the way.
We're doing 24 hours on the 300 show, right?
We are not doing 24 hours of the 300 show.
Oh, really? Oh.
No. And you know that, and you're just saying that because you want me to say we're not doing it. So I look like the bad guy. Look at this. We are married. He's trying to make me look bad in front of our children. Okay?
In front of the
He's trying to make me
kids.
the bad guy in front of the kids.
Kids, I wanted to do a 24-hour show, but Mom wouldn't let us.
No. Adam says that, but he doesn't actually want. If Adam thought for 1 second that I would actually say, yes, Adam, let's do a 24-hour stream, he would never have suggested such a thing. Okay. He only says it because he knows I'm going to say, no, we're not doing that. He's laughing because he knows it's so,
It's so
fucking
true.
Yeah,
It's so true.
It's
Look,
so true.
I can't remember any. Look, my brain is just struggling right now. I can't remember anyone's name.
That's what I'm saying.
I can see their face in my head, but I can't remember their name.
Like I have the physical power. I could survive a 24-hour stream. I could do it. There's no fucking reality where Adam could literally physically make a 24-hour.
But that's why they want to. That's why they want to do it. They want to see me like
I know
stuttering.
I know. We see it already, but we're not even at the 12-hour mark, and you're like dying here.
Look on these. I don't expect these Tuesday streams to go as long, so I
understand.
I don't.
Well, it's back to
prepare.
Back, right? It's back to back, so you're a little tired because Sunday you've had the whole week to kind of sleep, get
rejuvenate.
Ready,
you're
rejuvenate,
right.
So,
what are you doing? What are you doing?
You talking to Wormy?
Wormy's so weird.
You're making the talking to cat tone of voice.
What are you doing?
Isn't that weird that humans have a specific tone of voice that they use to talk to small animals?
What are you doing?
So much so that without me looking, just hearing that, I knew what you were doing.
Of course.
Yeah. So what was Wormy doing? That was unusual.
He tries to knock my hand away. He jumps in my lap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is he in my lap if he doesn't want me to pet him?
He just wants you to hold him. He doesn't want you to pet him.
So then I pet him and he knocks my hand away. No. I'm just standing here.
He just wants to be on you. He doesn't want you to touch him. What's so hard to understand about that?
I think Wormy might be a libertarian.
Okay. All right. Where was I? Sir Impersonation for $2 says, I do rather enjoy impersonating professors always, almost as much as I enjoy making Alcoholics Anonymous fall in love with Sitch. I have no clue what the fuck any of that meant, but
they must be showing clips at the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting.
Okay. I'm glad they approve. They also get off on my rants, I hope. Dr. Did It for $2 says, most of my in-depth knowledge of Israel comes from reading Rainbow Six in middle school, I think. I remember reading they threw grenades out of airplanes in 1948 war, but I don't know if that's actually true. Hilarious. Dotums for $2 says, maybe it is a trolley problem. On one track is mild personal inconvenience, and on the other track is millions of minimum wage workers and the fellow citizens having to avoid parking lots full of these carts you speak of. Yeah, I think, I'm trying to remember, I think when we were doing on EFAP, the Absurd Trolley Problems website, I'm pretty sure that was one of the trolley problems, was returning the grocery cart, the shopping cart back to the stall. As it should be. Let's see. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, oh, woo-woo. There you go. Poots, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers, Poots. Very Good Horse for 14 months says, Hasan is a psycho. There, now it's really beaten. True.
I don't know what it says when I pen people's messages. Does it like tell you guys?
I don't know. Does it put a notification in chat?
I don't know.
What you're asking?
I don't see a notification. I just see like a pin message.
It just
pop
changes
up.
the pin comment. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it says anything. I think it just changes the comment.
It should have like a big notification.
Right.
It should send you an email. Your message has been pinned.
Well, there's a new feature now, which is completely new, where if you, because you're the one that does it, I don't ever do this. If you heart a comment, it says Sitch and Adam Show hearted a super chat from, and then it says the person's name.
Yeah.
So that's new. It's a new feature.
I think that's pretty old, actually.
No, that is not old. That is new. I've never seen that before.
Poor Sitch has never got a hearted comment. Well, because you never leave comments. That's why you don't get any hearted comments.
Why would I get a hearted comment on our own channel? That doesn't make any sense.
You wouldn't. You would get a hearted comment on someone else's channel.
Oh, I've got hearted comments on other people's channels.
But you
fucking bigot.
But you haven't got the email?
You get an email if someone hearts your comments?
Yeah, or you get a notification.
No,
you get an email, you get a notification.
Stop. I'm not talking about, yeah, I know you get a notification on like the little YouTube notifications. If it says like the creator of the channel hearted comment, I know that because I have got hearted comments. Okay. Okay, I got that. I know about that. No, what I'm saying is I've
got the hearted comments.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is in the chat. When you heart a super chat, it now says that you hearted the super chat. That's new. That never used to be a thing.
Oh, okay.
Did you?
What happens if I heart it and unheart it? If I like blink,
probably nothing.
Do they get like 1,000 emails?
Oh, you mean if you keep unhearting and hearting?
Yeah.
Again? Yeah.
Let's see.
We'll see. It's not. I don't see anything. So.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's only. Oh no, you're right. You could just spam it.
Is it popping up?
Yeah.
You getting some kind of pop-up?
It says in the chat. Look in the chat. Or is that only for me? Is it not in the public chat?
I don't see anything in my chat now.
Oh, weird. So it's just for me. Because I guess I'm logged in on the Sitch and Adam Show account.
Yeah, I'm not logged in on that account.
It says Sitch and Adam Show hearted a super chat. Well, you must be logged in because how else are you hearting comments from my fucking YouTube channel?
It lets me do certain things from my YouTube channel just as a manager.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I'm able to like chat as myself in the thing.
Lucy says that she got 2 heart notifications. Yeah, but I don't
now
see
you're going to get like 30 because I did it like 30 times. Here, let me gas it up again here.
I don't think you can see what I thought you could. Yeah, because in mine in the chat, it says it. You guys see it? Because I'm looking on on the chat on the stream and it's not showing up. It's not showing up.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. I just wanted to know if I could rapid fire them. If I could send out more of those notifications.
Okay.
It's my dream to fill an inbox with notifications.
That's weird. How come? So that means only Adam can't. Can you guys see it? You guys see it in your chat, but do you see it on the chat in?
No, I think the personal, because I'm doing it on Lucy's super chat.
No,
so
other people are saying that they see it.
Oh, look, they're all. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So are you guys seeing it on your chat, or are you seeing it on in the screen chat? Because I don't see it on the screen chat at all.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the chat either.
It's very weird. Unless, maybe because I'm on top chat.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
you don't listen to CT when she says live chat?
I don't.
Have you looked at the fan funding chat now? Like, you
oh
get
my
all
god,
the
I've never
chats?
seen this before. They put all the super chats there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? Look
That's
at that.
interesting. What is the point of that?
I
guess that's if you want to have that playing instead of the chat, like in the stream. That's clever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like if you wanted, instead of have the chat, you want to have the fan funding thing come up.
Oh, I'll do that from now on, guys. I think the regular chat is more fun. I don't think you can do that because the chat in the video is top chat. And I can't figure out how to make it live chat. It's always just top chat in the video. So
There's got to be a way for you to change it.
People come in and they're like, I'm chatting and I don't see it on screen. So you've banned me.
Right.
And we're like, no, motherfucker, we can see you. You're just not, you and your potty mouth is not making it into the video.
Yeah, I don't know how the algorithm dictates top chat versus live chat.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Impersonation for $2 says, "Thanks, Sitch. Think all the hints were there. I'm too tired. It's almost midnight. Okay, you're trying to give me some fucking escape room mystery box at 12 o'clock at night. I mean, come on, come on, man, come on, man, come on, brother,
my brother,
my brother,
my brother." We should watch that without Hasan's commentary because I think we would provide better commentary on that. And it looked, I mean, kind of crazy that Dershowitz versus.
We could watch that. Yeah.
Oh, can't. Cornell West.
Yes. There you go. You got him.
I'm getting there.
You're getting there. Anyways.
Oh, is that it?
That's it.
Oh my God, we made it.
We made it, everybody.
We are the champions.
My friends. I never looked at the funding chat and funding chat because, like, from my stream, there's no need to. There's a big button that says viewer activity, and it just shows all the super chats and donations.
Yeah, we have like a special panel for it.
Yeah, why would I ever click the fan funding tab? But anyway,
thank you all for coming.
Whoa, buddy.
Thank you
when
all.
I have a harmonica, you can do that, okay? You do the harmonica. I'll do the exit here. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Rudyard and Dan, for coming on. It was a cool and interesting conversation. And thank you for all your incredibly generous donations. And thank you for making it to the end of the stream. You are the true protagonist, the true anime protagonist. You are the true isekais into a better world. You are the true main characters of reality. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. And we will see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye! Clip it, CT! Suck my...